U-High. U-High wins that trade 1v1, but actually takes 2 down. Ventora's on the count as well, but with the cover fire from Beery or Beer 11, which one you'd like to call him by? Well, he will hold the ground for the time being, but U-High already confirms it to Tony K on his knees. Only Beer 11 left.
The sandwich has begun, and Sam9 initially started the push, but because of Alter Ego, decided to be in the story, and now they're trying to do the justice, and he is able to. 2 down. Now 1 more to go. Will that be a clutch? A very, very close one. Losi live, and then 1 more down. Just 1 more player left.
Majority of the members in that general direction still not going down just yet. FaZe might have bitten more than they can chew. They see 2 members. They have got the right idea. Beer 11 coming in for the flank, but some of the members have been confirmed, and that was Tony K itself. Alter Ego turns one onto FaZe Clan. Now finds a leg up against Bacon Time themselves, and they're taking more members down as they've got the general direction all locked out and centered. And Manfarang to go out with that is Sam9 down. So Bacon Time secures the 2nd spot. Surely they cannot push against Genesis, who's got all the manpower in the world. They're shooting that one out, and it is. But none left alive here. And Alter Ego will wipe out the entirety of the fact.
Looking to order, taking control of this, and now trying to pile on towards one another. But Lamborghini is going to do a CQC right now, right in front of Order. How he actually flagged that out.
Hi everyone! In the PUBG Mobile version 2.2 update, Erangel is getting an overhaul with changes to the map, vehicles, and modes. Without further ado, let's find out what these changes are. In this update, we made several changes to the map. First, the hospital. It's one of the bigger buildings in Erangel. In this update, the following changes were made to the hospital. How to get in and out of the hospital, its structure, nearby objects, and the vegetation surrounding the hospital. Veteran players should know that some of the fences of the hospital can be scaled to enter the hospital. The ones near the ridges are how most players enter the hospital. Now, 2 spots along these fences will be blown up, and players can enter the hospital area through the gap directly. The building itself also got a new entrance. Players that are on the ground can enter the 1st floor of the hospital directly through the newly added damaged wall. Those who parachute to the hospital can land on the roof and descend to the 3rd floor immediately. These changes will make it easier for players to spot the entrances and streamline their movements in this area. Those attacking and defending will know where they should focus on as well. On the inside, we simplified the structure of the hospital. Originally, the 3 floors had different layouts, and there were many rooms on each floor. So, searching the rooms was very tedious, because players had to go into each room. After the update, the 3 floors are now more or less the same. Some rooms are now also connected, making it easier for players to remember and to search the rooms for supplies. As for the surroundings, we also made some improvements. We added abandoned ambulances and ruined medical crates to the areas surrounding the hospital, so now it feels more authentic. We placed some objects at the entrance of the hospital so that it wouldn't be too empty. This gives players heading toward the hospital a covered area to protect themselves, so they are not directly exposed to enemies inside the hospital. Outside the fences on the side of the hospital, we added a new climbable spot. Players can hide here, or they can scale the fence to enter the hospital. As for the fences by the ridge, since there are now 2 gaps to enter the hospital, we've reduced the number of objects in this area to make it more visible. So now, both attackers and defenders can see each other clearly. Further out from the hospital, we've added some new vegetation, so that players hanging around the hospital will have more places to hide. Milta Power also saw some changes that are mostly in the generator area. Players who are familiar with this area should already know that this section was quite a choke point and was not easy to get in and out of. Those who entered either came out the same way or had to take a detour to the other 2 buildings. In this update, we added a new entrance on the 1st floor to make this area more reachable and easier for players to get in and out. The layout was also modified. We simplified the complex floor plan so that players can see more and plan their routes better. When battles break out in the generator building, players will have more offensive options, making these battles more exciting. In this update, 3 new ports will be added to Erangel. The first port is by Ferry Pier. We added a port here, as well as increased the amount of resources in the area. The Ferry Pier will soon be more abundant in supplies. The 2 desolate beaches to the southwest of Farm and to the south of Sosnovka Military Base will also get new ports. They will both contain a good amount of resources. Players will also find boats at these ports, so they can quickly travel to another location. So, keep these places in mind, because they'll make for a great landing spot. During the previous themed modes, players really enjoyed the special crates. In the new version, we'll add special supply kits to classic mode. Players will be able to find special supply kits in buildings. There are 3 types: medical, tokens, and military supplies. The resources in these supply kits are very good, so keep an eye out for them when searching. In the new version, bikes will become a staple vehicle on Erangel. In some of the more remote areas, players will find bicycle sheds. Each shed will have 4 bikes initially, and they're first come, first served. These bikes can be collapsed and put into the backpack, so they're really convenient for traveling to other locations. In addition to the sheds, players will be able to find bikes in other areas. With a bike, players no longer have to worry about being too far from the play zone. In the new Erangel, there will be flash shops. They will spawn randomly in outdoor areas. Those who find one are in for a treat, because there are tons of random discounted items. So, keep an eye out for flash shops during matches. Running out of fuel is one of the worst things that can happen while driving a vehicle. Erangel's gas stations will become functional for refueling vehicles. For the cost of just a few tokens, you'll get a full tank of gas. Find a gas station and try it out. These are the main changes in the version 2.2 update. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time! Greetings, PUBG Mobile players! In the upcoming version 2.2 update, we will launch a new 1 km by 1 km map, Nusa. This is PUBG Mobile's most compact and combat-intense map to date. Without further ado, let's head in for a look. Nusa is a tropical island with beautiful scenery and lush foliage. Within the compact 1 km by 1 km map, you'll find Flame Village, the Science Center, the Shipyard, Boulin Bay, Telepack Town, Regal Resort, Sunset Street, Pink Beach, Love Island, the Cavern, and Crystal Bay. These are the 11 main areas. The island is made up of undulating terrain. There are buildings scattered around, providing a unique combat experience for players. Flame Village is located at the center of Nusa. The terrain near the village is flat. Other than a few brick buildings, all it has are straw huts. Hills surround the village, so players have to think about how to hide themselves in the valley. On the hill to the south of Flame Village is the Science Center. The design of the modern satellite orbital roof feels really high-tech. The Science Center has 3 floors. Every floor is filled with supplies, with locations for intense combat. The top floor has multiple platforms. Although players there get a bird's-eye view of the area, they'll also be exposed as there's nowhere to hide. It comes with a risk. The Shipyard is in the northern part of the map. The ship anchored there divides the shipyard into 2. The containers in the area are packed close together, and there are elevated platforms throughout. Surrounding containers will provide cover during combat in this area. There are a bunch of buildings around the beach to the west. This area is called Boulin Bay. The area is divided into 3 parts. The buildings here are simple wooden huts. The surrounding hills end in 2 cliffs by the beach. Players can gain a bird's-eye view of the entire terrain, observe enemy movement, as well as put pressure on those in buildings and on the beach. Telepack Town is on the east coast, and it's the largest area of the map. Not only are there lots of low-rise residential buildings here, but it's home to a high-rise apartment building as well. On the whole, it gives off a more metropolitan vibe. Players entering the high-rise apartment building will find an elevator. Through good use of this feature, players will be able to plan a nasty surprise for their enemies. Sunset Street and Regal Resort are located in the residential areas to the northeast and southwest of Nusa. Sunset Street is a long, narrow stretch of town. A road runs through it, and office buildings, residences, and banana trees line both sides of the street. It makes for a good combat stronghold. Regal Resort's vibe is more residential. There are roads connecting different parts of the area together. Buildings are spread out over a wide area, which is why you'll need to use them as cover when moving around. At the southernmost tip of Nusa is Pink Beach. From here, you can see the pink sand of Love Island in the distance. Wooden beach chairs line the beach. And there is also a giant hot air balloon and a romantic Ferris wheel. If you love the sunshine and the beach, this is the place for you. But it's a vast open area with no cover, so players must be on the lookout for surprise attacks. More areas and interesting strategies await your discovery. Besides these diverse backdrops that support a variety of gameplay styles, the Nusa map will receive a lot of new game content. First, let's look at the Super Recall mechanic. This will activate when a player is eliminated within a certain period after the match begins, as long as they have remaining teammates in the match. Before the first blue zone starts shrinking, players that are eliminated can return to the battleground via helicopter with a random weapon. This greatly increases the gaming experience. In addition, we've added the NS-2000 shotgun and tactical crossbow to the arsenal. The NS-2000 is accurate to close or medium range. Hip firing uses 12-gauge shotgun shells, while slugs are used when aiming down sights. Players can switch their firing mode based on the target's distance, status, or their own personal habits. The tactical crossbow can be loaded with ordinary bolts or flame bolts, but the flame bolt can set some structures on fire and destroy them. It's both practical and fun. During combat, the tactical crossbow is rather silent when firing, making it a great stealth option. It's great for sneak attacks. When it comes to moving between areas, we added a new two-person vehicle, the Quad. Its lightweight and flexible design allows it to traverse the undulating landscape quickly and with ease. And it's great at driving up inclines. Players can use it to easily move to a different area. Additionally, at various designated spots on Nusa, you'll find many zip lines for moving between areas. Players can approach one to quickly zipline to another area. It's important to note that ziplines are fragile and are easily destroyed. You may not be able to safely zipline to your destination, but if you happen to be holding a tactical crossbow, you'll be able to fix the rope and repair the zipline to quickly escape from danger. Besides that, there are also supply crates, beach balls, a swimming pool for recovering energy, water jars for hiding in, as well as many other interactive gameplay elements on the map. Have fun playing around with them all. Gather your friends and explore this new map together.
It's here! The long-awaited new Nusa map is finally here! With a size of only 1 by 1 kilometer, Nusa is currently the smallest map in PUBG Mobile. It may be small, but it definitely offers a massive amount of content. Not only are there new firearms, what's more, there's also the highly interactive tactical crossbow. Setting huts on fire and repairing ziplines are not a problem. Speaking of map interactivity, Nusa is simply full of surprises. An elevator that lets you go to different levels of a building, a pool that restores your health, fast-moving ziplines, and crates in the wilderness can all better assist you in drawing up tactics to defeat enemies. Even if you get careless and get defeated, there's no need to let it get you down. Nusa's Super Recall will allow you to respawn once more. The small, fastest-paced map lets you rank up faster. Alright, I'll leave it to you to explore the rest of the content for yourself. Hope everyone ranks up and gets that chicken dinner. The new map officially launches on September 13th. Stay tuned. playing the wrong game? Hold up! This is still PUBG Mobile! Feeling hot and bothered? Come cool off in the new Nusa map! Besides the various leisurely activities, there are also several practical features too. For example, elevators make climbing stairs a thing of the past. Reach the 7th floor at the tap of a button. There is nothing greater than this. Don't forget to pay, or this might happen to you. Zip lines will also appear throughout the map. No need to run, just zip straight across. That's not all. There are new weapons and vehicles too. So that's the resort island Nusa. But Arangel has seen some improvements too. Guess what this is? It looks like a port, or maybe not. This is one of the ports on Arangel. A huge crane is visible in the distance, as well as a dazzling array of shipping containers. Compared to the previously vacant beach, it sure has become packed full of detail. There are still more map improvements for players to discover too.
If only I had a weapon, I would take over the punching kick.
That's nothing. I clearly took down the enemy. If we were to keep the score, it would definitely be higher than this.
If I hadn't thrown the wrong grenade, I'd be eating chicken dinner for sure.
Smoke! Smoke!
What's wrong, guys?
If you don't agree, let's play Ultimate Arena.
Arguments don't matter. Ultimate Arena decides the victor. Stalemate? No problem. Ultimate Arena decides the victor.
Hey there everyone! PUBG Mobile 2.1 is officially here. In this update, we've introduced a new arena mode, Ultimate Arena. After entering the game, select Unranked Arena, and you'll see the Ultimate Arena mode. Choose between two maps, Erangel or Livik. Ultimate Arena is based on the conventional arena, with the addition of a final circle mechanic. Players from both sides will undergo 7 rounds back-to-back within a limited area, and the first team to win 4 rounds will be the ultimate winner. During the match, players can use their shop tokens to purchase weapons and equipment they require within a time limit at the beginning of each round. At the same time, random maps and weathers will rotate every round, and player movements will be restricted to certain areas within the map. For all participating players, this will be a new battle mode filled with excitement and challenge. In Ultimate Arena, familiarizing yourself with the Battlegrounds environment will greatly affect the outcome of a match. In Erangel, when you encounter a map with loads of houses, you can use the complex terrain as cover to approach opponents and catch them by surprise. Meanwhile, on a map with no cover and lots of hills, you'll need to make the most of the terrain height difference to avoid taking damage. As Livik has a relatively more hilly terrain, it's easy to get ambushed by the enemy when fighting alone. So work with your teammates and use cover such as trees to avoid taking damage. Weather is also an important factor that'll affect the outcome of a match. The sound of rain and rainy weather will mask the enemy's footsteps as they move, making it hard for you to detect their movements accurately. Therefore, you'll always need to remain aware of your surroundings, stay vigilant, and make use of cover as much as possible. Of course, you can take advantage of rainy days to attack with throwables. As enemies are also hampered by the weather, they're less likely to be able to avoid sudden incoming throwables. In foggy conditions, the low visibility makes it hard for both sides to observe their opponent's movement accurately. So you can set up cover with your teammates to avoid being blindsided when you lose sight of the enemy. At the same time, you can also seize the opportunity to strike the enemy with a fatal blow together. Although twilight and cloudy conditions have little impact on players, it's no time to be careless, and a certain degree of vigilance is still needed. In Ultimate Arena, shop tokens are the most important resource for players. At the end of each round, the system will award players shop tokens based on 3 aspects: the current round, round outcome, and elimination results. The amount of shop tokens obtained from rounds is fixed, but differs depending on the current round, from round 1 to 6. Regardless of the round outcome, players will obtain
900, 1800, 1950, 2100, 2250, and 2400 shop tokens respectively.
Shop tokens obtained from the round outcome will vary depending on if the player won or lost the round. In each round, winners get a fixed 450 shop tokens, while defeated players get 300 shop tokens. However, when defeated players are on a losing streak, the losing streak reward mechanic will be triggered. A 2-round losing streak grants 900 shop tokens, while a 3-round losing streak grants 1,500 shop tokens. Losing 4 rounds means losing the entire match. If the player wins a round and breaks the losing streak shop token reward will no longer be in effect. If the player's team loses again in the subsequent round, then the previous losing streak does not continue. Players that lost the round will only get 300 shop tokens as a reward. Elimination results also impact the number of shop tokens players earn at the end of a round, with 100 shop tokens for every enemy eliminated. If a player gets the first elimination, they'll also get a bonus of 50 shop tokens. According to this rule, if a player enters a 2-round losing streak in round 3, eliminates 2 players and manages to get the first elimination, they'll obtain a total of 3,400 shop tokens at the end of the round. Meanwhile, a winning player who has eliminated 2 opponents will obtain a total of 2,600 shop tokens at the end of the round. According to Ultimate Arena shop token mechanic, players can calculate the amount of shop tokens they'll potentially earn to better prepare for the rounds ahead. As it can be difficult for players to gain a shop token advantage from winning and losing rounds, how shop tokens are spent can mean a huge difference. At the start of a match, players are given a level 2 helmet, a level 2 armor, a P92, and 750 shop tokens. If you're confident in your own abilities, you can use a pistol to eliminate players and use the earned shop tokens to purchase a level 3 helmet and level 3 armor to improve your survivability. As for weapons, you can loot the equipment from your enemies to strengthen yourself. If you don't have enough shop tokens to purchase a weapon, you can also ask your teammates for help and pool your resources to create a super combat unit. You can also choose to spend all your shop tokens on weapons at the start. All weapons purchased in the match come with their own attachments. You can use your weapon's firepower to suppress the enemy and gain additional shop tokens from eliminations and wins to gradually fill the holes in your defense. Other than a variety of classic weapons, you can also purchase riot shields to provide cover for your team. When your team is on a map with less cover, riot shields can be extremely useful. In addition to knowing when to spend your shop tokens, choosing the right firearms is paramount as well. When your team is situated on a flat terrain with relatively little cover, the open terrain prevents both parties from acting rashly. When this happens, a sniper rifle with high damage at long range will come in real handy. In maps with many houses and complex terrain, you can choose to use an SMG with a high rate of fire and stable recoil in tighter combat areas to gain the upper hand in head-on confrontations, and ultimately attain victory. That's all for this video. If you wish to know more about Ultimate Arena, don't forget to follow the official PUBG Mobile community. See you next time!
Hello everybody and welcome back to PMRC 2022. I am Sis Jenny and today I'm joined with Contra.
Thank you very much, Sis Jenny, and it's great to be back here on the stage. And this is definitely the Clash of the Year, the Clash of Titans, where we see teams from the PEC to also battle with the Southeast Asian region. So I really am excited to see who will be crowned champions by the end of this evening. Overall, all of this, of course, brought to you by Tencent Games, PUBG Corporation as well. And we're going to be looking at 5 back-to-back games that will be happening from here. And we've already got a whole lot of upsets and great rising of teams that have been able to be standing tall to the test and have been able to put themselves forward. The question remains, who will be crowned as the champions of the PMRC?
Yep, I know, right? Because today is the last day. And last day is usually I hope we not have rematch, but there will be things that, out of the box, suddenly the teams decide to change a few things and a whole lot of things will just get you from a surprise. But anyways, this is something for you to watch out also. This is Bubble Boy and we have this featuring over in October 2022. So something is happening, definitely. According to Keith, it looks like Doctor Strange now.
Well, just a little bit, but of course, I'm excited about this collaboration with Bubble Boy. Overall, like this is definitely a household name of an animation series, and now we get to see something coming up between them. So I wonder what's it gonna be, like new gadgets involved. Definitely whole new cool lineups of skin, but what you guys want to do on every Wednesday is to party with your friends in PUBG Mobile. So phase 2 of Rabu Padu has begun. So make sure you collect as much points as you can get, and you can always share your favorite moments out there. If you've got your chicken there, make sure to hashtag Rabu Padu Menang Selalu, and you can get yourself classic coupon crates, and of course, even more to come.
Yes, I know, right? Double up all the things. But you know what? Something else that you need to be part of is the Nusa map. And I really love this new map because of a lot of things. Besides, it's very small, but you're able to practice your CQCs, and there is a whole lot of new things inside of this particular map. There's the NS2000, the quad, which you guys need to try, and you can burn down houses.
That's right, and it's so much fun in there. So let's Nusa, my friend. So far, I think there are so many things that we really have to get into the drawing board with, because when we look at the past couple of days, a lot of teams that we've expected to rise up and be able to challenge for the throne seems to be out of the count already for some of the teams that have been playing. But on the top of the table, currently sitting at number 1, it's the Infinity of Thailand that has been dominating throughout the course of the tournament. And we saw Nova Esports, they started off on a really slow note, but by end of day 3, well, we're already seeing them basically now next to the likes of the Infinity, now currently sitting on 2nd place, vying to basically take home the trophy. And we've seen that happen many times before in international tournaments, that they can basically clutch in many of all these situations when needed the most. So in this 5 rounds, I think that we'll be eyeing on these 2 teams, and also for all the other teams out there. But if you're joining us for the very first time for today, this is of course the lowdown that we're about to present to you. So we started off on Thursday, and now it's the final 5 games to be played out, as they're going in for the run of $30,000 US, and first place definitely gotta get a big chunk of those.
Yep, definitely. It is 6,000 we're talking about Contra, so it is a lot of money. USD, I mean, if you guys change in your currencies and stuff. But you know what, these are the teams that has been playing, and today is the final day that they're gonna play in. From Thailand, we got Infinity, FaZe Clan, Bacon Time. From Indonesia, GDGID, Alter Ego, Boom. Malaysia, Geek, Fam, Sem9 for Rivals. China, Team SMG, Nova, LGD, Vietnam, D Savior, Eagle Esports, Bound, and the only one from Myanmar is Yangon Galacticos. I'm talking about Yangon Galacticos in a contract. They have been, I know, right?
Yeah, and overall, of course, earlier on we were looking at teams that are around the Southeast Asia wildcard, and everyone's talking about, how do we actually vie for this spot? And I believe Yangon Galacticos deserves to be here because look at them go. They have the most chicken dinners on the board right now, sitting at 4th place, also having a lot of opportunities to aim for the top 1.
Yeah, you're right about that, because they definitely decide to scoot their way up just by a day, which is yesterday. But you know what, Contra? Look into Infinity's elimination points. I feel like they are playing classics.
Yeah, and overall, they basically aim to get as high as amount of eliminations per round, and so long as they make it into the top 5 ratio, they're going to be absolutely safe. And this is basically a rinse and repeat process that they've been able to pull off. We're looking at Bacon Time. Despite not having any chicken dinners compared to all the other teams, they're still in the top 3, which is very impressive to me. While we have FaZe Clan, also from Thailand, making up the top 5. So within the top 5, sure, it may be a close battle, but now there is a little bit more disparity of a gap between number 1, number 2. That's about close to 20 points. That's 21 if we actually add it out all together. But who's not to say that somebody here has a really great day
and will just bounce all the way up because teams like Genesis, Dogma, and also the Savior, they've been able to show up when it matters the most. While, of course, some other teams, they did have their fair share of struggle. BN United, that has been joining many of all these Southeast Asian tournaments, hasn't been able to get a good grasp of the past couple of days.
You're right, Contra. And this is just highlights of what probably you guys missed out if you did not catch in yesterday. But this is something for you guys to see back, yes. And what Contra said was true. The Yangon Galacticos, they had a back-to-back chicken dinner. This was one of them that they managed to do a beautiful clutch, even though one of the Erangels, they tried to get a chicken dinner. But actually, the Savior came in from the back. But they have their own tactics in a way on how they can get that Yangon Galacticos chicken dinner, because they do their work slowly and like in a way they arrange it, planned it nicely, and they managed to get a winning on top. So this is going to be a disparity for teams who might not watch out for their movements today.
That's right, and you know, it was a great challenge against Bacon Time, who has also had an astounding amount of games that have worked out in their favor. The way that they approach close quarter combat is basically one of the best ways that we've seen throughout all the other teams that have battled throughout, and therefore keeping themselves with the hopes of winning this championship. Now, let's take a look at some of the teams that have been doing wonders from yesterday. We start off with Yangon Galacticos. You mentioned it throughout, like, fantastic day. Chicken dinners, left, right, center, and on top of that, of course, the highest elimination points of yesterday's run with 24, and not too far away, we still have Nova being so consistent with high amount of frags per round, and also with the ranked points. I think like they're definitely the hot favorites for today. But keep an eye out for FaZe Clan as well as 7-9. I think like 7-9 have finally gotten a little bit more of that momentum, though it might just be a little bit of a long chase for them. But I want to see what can the Tigers offer.
You're right about that. I mean, 7-9 nearly got themselves a chicken dinner, but you know what? To focus on is still Newsy. It did not change. The graphics at all did not change. It's still the same person, guys. And I'm definitely, you guys shouldn't be surprised the fact that he is currently the player to focus, because he's able to do a clutch. You know, there was a moment he was the only one alive and he had to battle with 10 players.
10 players, and he still made it.
Yeah. I mean, like, this guy is godlike.
Indeed he is, and and if there's anything that other teams have to do is to basically find Newsy and stop him, but with the rest of Infinity, it definitely will be all too easy to do. Now, for what you guys have been waiting for, this will be the matches that we'll be playing throughout the course of the day. We start off here on the smallest map of Sanok, and then we'll go on in Myanmar, and we have back-to-back angle runs to close off the PMRC. So the time is now. There's no other moment like this. So all the teams that are involved, I hope that they've prepared enough, because it's been a grueling series of matches for the past couple of days. And doesn't seem like they managed to catch too much of a break or even more time for practice, if you might say. Heading into this 5 rounds, it's especially crucial for those who are currently sitting at the top 8 of the table to put the best foot forward.
Yeah, I mean, it's the only time that they are going to meet one another before PMGC. This is basically like their little training. I mean, because before this, they will only meet China teams when they move into PMGC. So this time, they get to test one another out. And currently, domineering is still Thailand. I mean, looking into their elimination points. But you know what? We've got someone on the line to interview today.
That's right. Please welcome on board some of the players that will be playing for today. And of course, let's welcome teams from Malaysia.
Where are they? Are they here?
And of course, please welcome representatives and players from Geek Fam 7-9 as well as 4 Rivals. So far, we're heading into the very final day of the PMRC. So of course, tell us how you guys feeling for now.
I guess we're feeling okay. So this is the last day. We're just gonna do our best and trying to aim for the first page or top 5.
All right, Sisja.
So anyways, this is we'll start from Geek Fam, that's Sonic, right? And then we got Manpa, the IGL, and of course for Rivals, Pasha, the coach. So, question for each of you. You have to answer this question, each of you, okay? Which team do you think will have the high or will get the most points today? So maybe we can start with Sonic.
I think Nova.
Nova, okay. Manpa?
Will get one.
All right, we got one vote for Nova from the PEL side. So, Manparang, who do you think is gonna be able to take it home? Is it gonna be Infinity or someone from Southeast Asia?
Infinity.
All right, we got you.
Because there is my brother there.
Oh, wow.
Your brother, which one's your brother?
Nuzi, is it?
Nuzi.
Oh,
all right.
Self-claim already.
You guys have the same kind of mustache, so I could see why he's your brother. So, Pasha, what's your vote gonna be though?
I think Nova's gonna take it because they seem to change a little bit on how they play. So I think they're gonna go all the way.
All right, and of course, you guys have been going through a lot of all these days of back-to-back games for a couple of days now, and heading into the final day, of course, what sort of challenges are you guys expecting since that you guys have been able to assess the past couple of days? Is there anything different that you guys are trying to bring to the table?
Yeah, Sonic, jawab.
So, do you guys face any sort of challenges that you guys were hoping to fix, or is there something that is brand new that you're willing to try out heading into the final day of the PMRC?
Mungkin akan coba yang lagi terbaik lah untuk sebelum ini kan banyak dusun. So hari ini mungkin 5 kali chicken.
5 kali chicken, yeah? All right.
So he says probably no 2 twins and a chicken for Geek Fam.
Okay, we definitely hope for the best for all of you guys out there. Manparang, any hopes that you or target that you guys are aiming for today?
We're just gonna have fun and get confidence to play with C teams before the PMPLC starts.
Right, awesome.
Yeah.
Pasha, how about you? Like, so far, how's it been? Like, I think what was the biggest challenge for Rivals overall for the entirety of the tournament?
I mean, there's not a lot of problems. It's just losing defense fight. That's about it. We managed to get the circle, and then have basically we lost the defense fight. That's all. We just need to fix that.
And I hope that you guys have already found a sort of solution to that. And of course, we don't want to take too much of your time because the games are about to start. So, of course, good luck to all of you guys out there. All the best to Geek Fam 7-9 as well as 4 Rivals. Do your best for Malaysia.
See you guys.
All right. Take care.
Good luck.
All right. It's always great to basically have them on board. And, you know, they just got it started for them, though it's already like somewhat towards the evening here if you guys are from Southeast Asia. But we're here for some chicken dinners, and they're about to deliver. Geek Fam 5-to-back chicken dinners. Do you think that's possible?
No.
I do think that if there is hope, there is possibility. So we'll be not a pessimist today, but an optimist overall. Not when we look into the entirety of the competition, we understand that it has been really, really stiff, and therefore every point matters from here. And I'm going to go with some of these predictions out there. I see that you've voted for Alter Ego. Is there a reason why to the backing?
Because they have been showing a good show yesterday. You know, one of it, they got a chicken dinner while being the only team in the open, and that was actually quite defenseless. and ruthless actually, but they managed to got their senses during their game instinct, and they managed to get that out of the box. And not only that, they were farming a whole lot of elimination points.
Yeah, and for me, I feel like it's time for bacon time.
Yeah.
We have a whole lot of changes to their roster throughout the span of 1 year, and look at how far they've come. They fought and fought for all these sort of qualifying rounds into even the Southeast Asia Championship, but they couldn't really get past some of all these blockages. And I think like it's about time that they get themselves rewarded with one chicken dinner. So far, hitting in the top 3 with no chicken dinners, I think this is where they are just about to get started.
Yeah, right. Yeah, they're almost there. It's always there. I mean, like they always get into top 3s for no reason, and then they manage to gut their walls and try to attack people, and they manage to do it. It's just that not finishing it and sealing it up with a chicken dinner. So Geek Fam, it's possible for them to also get a chicken dinner, but to get, I think like a few teams who wanted a back-to-back, it was so hard. I mean, we could see how Yangon Galacticos tried to do it yesterday. It was a trap that they actually planned it out very well. But you know what? We are going to fly into Sandhawk very, very soon. And honestly, I am more afraid of the circle.
Well, that itself is something to be witnessed, but don't be all too afraid. You guys should all be excited, as this is the very final day of the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash. If you guys are watching from Facebook, YouTube, and of course, TikTok. We are live on TikTok and everywhere else on PUBG Mobile social media platforms. So make sure you follow us as we're about to dive in real quick. So Sis Jenny, you predicted Alter Ego. We'll see whether or not will they be able to get their chicken dinner for today. While first we dive into Sandhawk in a short moment's time. So sit back, relax, and cheer on your favorite team as we're about to hop on board right here, right now, as we count it down to 1 and let the planes take off. This is PMRC, match 1 of the final day, day 4.
Yeah, and here we go with the first map of the day, going into Sandhawk, and it seems like the flight route will be favoring in the mainland right now, because it seems like it flew from all the way from the areas of Hartin down into Docks. Again, it's going towards the mainland. We can see three different islands here. Oh my god, even my tongue is nervous today because it's the final day. But yeah, so
don't worry, we're just about to get warmer.
Yeah.
So yeah, when we go into the very first map itself, we expect inside of Sandhawk to not have all too many altercations to begin with, but always inside the island is where it's gonna get a little bit rough. Where we've been seeing Alter Ego as well as being United being very close by, and we're already getting a battle in the middle of boot camp. So I will take my words back. We're already getting a scuffle, and it's between SMG versus FaZe Clan. Oh, they're coming real close. Memory trying to go in for that sort of push. Let's see where not can the PEL side get anything out of this. Well, they will press on. They do have Chip just going into the corner of the side, and Pigfeet already getting himself a grenade. Trying to find Lycan from this angle, but he's not going to be able to give out all too much information to the opposing team. While they do have Pig from the top side, SMG loses 1.
Oh no, and you know what? This is one of my prediction, and Alter Ego did not have a good start. They already have a heads-on together with Bound, and 2 of them have gone back into the lobby. It's not a trade. Honestly, Bound is actually on the advantage right now, so maybe Alter Ego, not a good start at all for Sandhawk right now, and they will be hunted. No S, know exactly where to find the location of the player. They're waiting for each other to come in, and there you go, the first one. Is that going to be a strike? Oh, that's 2. That could be a possibility. Oh, now it's a trade. Now it's a trade. Now he's looking at 2 knocks, 1 more to go. So it's a 1v2.
Here comes the micro-resist spray down coming from Regal. Rex, he's still holding on to the high ground. No time for a revival, but Sunoas is going to attempt it whatsoever. Well, Regal's just going to hop right down for it. Does get the drop. 1 more flick will do the trick, but he does get the revives off. Sunoa still very healthy and alive. 1 more tap will do for the side of BN United. Capone tries to get a little bit more killing done while he quickly pops some mats. And there we go. BN United with a full squad wipe. And that will be Alter Ego out of the game.
Man, cast this curse. I'm sorry. I had to start the day with a curse.
Well, don't worry. I think that we can get better from here.
Yeah.
My hopes for Big in Time, though. a little bit worrying for now, but not too much for that, as we still have SMG still holding on to the top side of the bunkers inside of the boot camp. Meanwhile, look at who's nearby. It's going to be Nova prying onto their victims from the outskirts. Parboy Jimmy also marching up ahead. Meanwhile, they've already heard some of these shots coming from FaZe Clan, likely immediately on the ground. And there we go. Memory absolutely getting clipped out as he will secure the numbers. MR5, the next one on the topping block. And oh, the drop shot's good. But Torres could not stand a chance. FaZe Clan's out.
Yeah, FaZe Clan, they had a victory yesterday in bootcamp, but today is reverse. It's going to go otherwise. But oh my God, Bacon Time right now is under catastrophe together with Boom. This is Indonesia versus Thailand. But still, I think it's quite a good, healthy battle. We can see there's a 4v3, and I'm sure both teams are going to show their best. And this is over in Painan. Now, Boho is going to stalk Team Bacon Time by the rooftops. And this is actually quite worrying because Painan is covered by hills. So if there's a third party, something could happen.
But then again, there's not going to be any altercation from the outskirts for now. Meanwhile, Boom Esports, they do have a huge coverage of the city, as it's a huge wraparound across the river. But over on the backside, it seems like it's a really defensive approach being handled by the rest of Bacon Time. They hear the footsteps, though. They should be able to convey some of all these information back to the team. But Boom, now on a wide split, may not be having all too much of an advantage here. So this will take a little while before they settle the scores. They do get a glimpse of Octa. So he has to fall back for a little bit more.
Yeah, trying to gather information right now. They are being pretty passive, but it's normal because this is the final day. So if it was the first day, they would probably gone together. But you know what? Over in the elimination feed, somebody is getting gunned down here, and this is 4 rivals. Now Chai is going to go in front and battling out with Appy. His life is super low, and he's trying to get away, but I'm not sure if he's still okay. Looking at it, his life is super low, leaving only Volky to go and do his clutch. Will that be a duty? No, it won't. And 4 rivals will also get that too soon.
Yeah, pretty unfortunate stuff heading into the close quarter fight now. Back to the eyes of the Painan City as we have ISIS getting one dropped out from inside of Boom Esports, but they do trade right back. But Boom loses 2 in the process. This is going to be pretty dire of a situation for them to try to finish this up. Now, over on the back, though, how much more can Razy hold up with? Does half a frag grenade, charging it up while he hears the footsteps approaching closer and closer. The rest of Bacon Time just having a little bit more of the firepower to go in for exchanges. We'll try to push through. Capone now finds the member of Geek Fam, and it's Sonic 7 getting dropped out. Capone just holding on a shotgun. He does get clipped out instead. Now Snipes, he will get another one in the back. Geek Fam manages to save the day, but it's not over just yet. One more member of BN United still going to be looking all around. They're going to be going for the full set, 2 versus 1. Not much that he can do. And Geek Fam, they still clutch it out. Now it's only down to Micah. 1 versus 1 against BN United.
Oh no, and there was a little accident for Bound now, and this is not going to look good at all because we are looking into a 1v1 affair. It is a good trade-off, but you know what? Silence is going to keep it quiet behind the rock. They know
Not
exactly the position, but you know what? Another team too soon. This is not looking good at all. Geek Fam back in lobby with only 1 elimination point, but this is looking good, at least for Bacon Time. Now, they have a good trade here. 2 already down for Booms. And looking into the rest of Bacon Time, they are going to push hard. They're going to look for them. And knowing one person is right outside, look at that. Noise here. He will try to create that as an aggression, throwing a grenade out. Oh no, it's actually a smoke. He's going to try to make it confusing.
Going back into that previous fight, you see BN United now got themselves 8 total points, taking 2 teams out. Now Razy tries to fend them off and just goes in for a big wraparound, surprise engagement, but Razy still holds them back. 2 members knocked out from the side of Bacon Time. And now it's down to Boo-hoo-hoo on the outskirts, though. ISIS cannot afford to even go in for the rest, but he will have to force his way throughout. Boo-hoo-hoo, he's coming for them. And then, oh my goodness, asking along his footsteps, now approaching forward. And then meanwhile, we still have another fight going on. It's Nova launching a flurry of attacks back and towards the side of the Savior, and they will lose a couple of members out there. But Bacon Time still have ISIS holding on to the DBS. Now the push comes right into effect. UMP, and it's going to be a 2 versus 1. He still gets the drop onto ISIS. Both sides with a UMP, and Shorty, he has to finish this fight out. They're all bleeding by the blue. More and more bullets clipped, but still not deterring them just yet. drop shots will not come into effect, and Bacon Time still survives.
Wow, that was definitely an outstanding fight. But you know what, Contra? It's looking like a different Sandhawk right now. Everybody's going for that early skirmishes, and they are looking very well because there's only 11 teams left in the lobby, and it's only 8 minutes, guys. It's a different Sandhawk as the total. And that was the last person from Nova. Another team back in the lobby. And now we're looking only with 10 teams. Yeah.
11 spot. This is not the best way for them to start things off. They might actually slide down in the podium where we see Bacon Time still having good chances hitting into this game. Though they only have 2 members left, they're just hoping that Bacon Time did not overtake them by the end of this round. But now we gotta take things a little bit more nice and easy. Too much commotion happening in the first few circles,
I know, right?
So let's assess the situation right now. Bacon Time, they managed to win that trade at the very least.
Yeah.
Still having 3 members to work with, or even 2, just from the look of the mini-map. But LGD, they're also from the outskirts. They might actually collide eventually. Now, the focal point is on the Savior directly in the middle of the map. So we'll see whether or not can they hold out against Sam9.
Yeah, everybody is all about aggression today, looking into passive no more. They are going to change the gameplay, at least for the Sandhawk. Looking at only 9 minutes, this is barely coming into the third circle. We only have 10 teams in the lobby, guys, and we are in PMRC. It's not Screams, it's PMRC, guys. But teams have already leveled up their game, at least for Sandhawk. We're looking into a different kind of gameplay today, and it's all aggression. GIDS making their way down the hill, going to do a different rotation because they have been tapped by Eagle. And right now, LGD will cross in. I think they are sharing almost the same grounds as Bacon Time. And like what Contra was saying earlier, they will definitely see each other and they will take this contention. And right now, they're going to see who is going to get into the uphill first.
They're just going to be looking around from the back, just playing by the blue once again. At least getting some heals off will be vital before they go in for the clash. Meanwhile, Infinity is in a really good spot. They don't really have to go into any unnecessary fights. And speaking of that, first hit onto ISIS, leaving only 1 more behind as Bacon Time is being pummeled down. There's not much gas left in the tank. And that will also mean trouble for them. So their chances of overtaking Nova seems to be very unlikely in the first round. So perhaps on round 2 in Myanmar, that's where they do settle the scores, though. Infinity, though they didn't have any form of takedown, look at that. It's already 10 teams. They can't secure good enough of ranking points by the end of the match and still be number 1.
Oh yeah, talking about that. But GIDS got spotted somewhere by Eagles. They are trying to make a rotation, but they have been stalked already. Target is locked over GIDS. And now SMG realizes those shots coming from that angle, they're trying to hunt for them. And GIDS is still going to try and make a rotation. It seems like they are not going to pry or just look into the opposite sides because there is a few teams that's going to tap on them. And looking into this is Eagles and also Team SMG. But on the other corner, looking into Sam9, who are not touched at all as compared to the other 2 from Malaysia. Geek and 4 Rivals had an early contention, but Sam9 is pretty much safe right now, although they are covered with DX and also Infinity around the corners.
It's a really strategic area that Sam9 is currently holding. Many of these teams will have to bypass them, and speaking of which, it's going to be BN United trying their luck here to get past the team with the most takedowns so far. Just leading by example, while Eagle Esports, also from Vietnam, now challenges Newsy, but he will not be deterred at all. This is the top gun of the tournament, and he will hold himself out. Make sure you get 2 points out there. Gatuni coming with a great assist from the outskirts.
Yeah, man. Look, I'm talking about this. I got a feeling he might just be the FMVP. He has been doing a whole lot of good skills.
All the stats.
Yeah, exactly.
All the damages, the kills, survival time. He's basically the full package, and the last time we saw him pop off was 2 seasons ago, where they got themselves that championship run.
Yeah.
And now seeing them back on track is looking mighty fine for them to hit into the global championships that will happen eventually throughout the year. Now GIDS they're going head-to-head against Eagle Esports.
Yeah, throwing a grenade over. They are super close with one another. They can just do a spray, but no, they're going to pressure with the throwables in hand, cooking it right, but nobody's tanking the damage for now. But Marnet, on the other hand, getting Logan off an angle, Yangon Galacticos, but still looking into GIDS here. Eagles making it very safe. Now I already see a target. He's going to do a spray, but he will not go down yet. And that cover fire from a distance, that's really smart. But Tuan is the one that had to go down because of that covering fire from GIDS.
It's going to be a huge grenade being sent upwards here. This is Dogma just holding it back. Tuan will be taken out. But they have to look out for their back, though. There's still LGD as well as SMG that will be able to pin them out from around. So GID, they're absolutely sandwiched. So whatever utilities that they do have for the moment, they'll have to bring it to fruition. There we see clips coming out from QTech to match and pick one more point for LGD, making it 3 back-to-back score. And my, oh my, they still have to make a move, though. Look at the blue zone. It's already closing in, and you don't want to stay put all too long. LGD tries to get his way through, and they will find a stray member of SMG from the back. There's still more clips coming from Pigfeet. Looking for the second one as well. Is just having a little bit more of a tough time here to get by. YZZ just have to fight this one out. Meanwhile, the circle closes into the likes of BN United, the Savior, as well as SM9. So everybody else on the edges, they have to settle the scores real quick.
Yeah, but look at Shirley. He might just be safe by going into the waters. He's not going to be targeted at all, looking into the fights that will approach in on the opposite direction here. But yes, a prime position indeed for DX and also SEM9. Those are like high hills, and they are able to see people from there. But you know what? Yangon Galacticos almost making the similar rotation as yesterday, coming from the same angle. And it seems like they can be able to be a kingmaker from the back. But looking into this, the LGD is trying to struggle. You know, they are struggling to get into the circle because they are being gatekept heavily by two teams. GIDS at the back with them, now in front of SMG. Now he's trying to do that. Alice, will it be able to do that, Clutch? No, and you know what? Suki, he has to prioritize healing as of now.
And there we go. They still have two type of... Oh my goodness, they still clutch it out. They managed to take down the entirety of LGD before being knocked down. And Chua is the one with the last laugh by the edges there. Still having to fight through the zone, though. So he will have to rely on those meds. Infinity tries to go up to the high ground, now challenging onto SEM9. And more shots are being fired from Logan all the way from afar on the locks instead. It's going to be pretty hard to actually catch him out, but Newsy dropping grenades. Deb tries to trade right back. Got Tuni trying to get close to get Mela saved up, and they do get the charge on top of Adibs. One member down from the side of SEM9, and they still have yet to find a single kill. And Deb, he's going to fall back. He's got no options but to give way into the rest of Infinity that's basically propelling himself forward into the same directory. But look at that. Yangon Galacticos have timed in, third-partying into the action. One more member for the side of SEM9 being knocked out.
Yep, there you go. The Kingmakers from the back. Yangon Galacticos making the same kind of rotation, and it's working for them in Sandhawk. And now Infinity is going to be like a great wall of China. They are not going to go down. It's not as easy as that, even though they have been gatekept. Now SEM9 suddenly getting that contest from these sides here. Silence also getting a good angle, looking into the contention, knowing the fight is coming in front. But Harm is going to be doing a CQC right in front of Infinity, and he has hold back a little bit. He can't really overcompromise his position, but he got knocked from Nuzi and off angle. Again, they are all looking to one angle, but somehow Infinity and their wits, you know, they are always thinking ahead. They manage to get on each other's side.
Time is on the essence, though. They're just having SEM9 on the left, and of course, the rest of Yangon are also closing it on top of members of Infinity. Now, they have to pick sides. They have to finish off either side of the fight. Of course, SEM9 only has one, so they don't really have to worry all too much of. And Mela tries to provide a little bit of assistance here. Logan now getting clipped off by the grenade, being tossed out by the rest of Yangon Galacticos. Now, both sides having to draw a little bit more of a distance, while BN United absolutely safe from this fight. They can just wait it out. Still 8 more teams left alive. I believe some of them will be playing by the outskirts of the play zone, but it will be tough for them to basically go all in on this one. So looking on the other end, SMG found himself a little bit more of a good ground for coverage on the lower side. while the rest of SMG, they could basically take long shots onto this hill and be United. Just bring out the SMG. Silence trying to pin them down.
Yeah, when even Sam9 was hunted by BN United. Now DX looking into another corner of SMG. These are the people who tries to get into the cliffs, the areas that has this vantage point, but it seems impossible. The angles are all covered by teams here. Looking into this, we only have 7 teams in the lobby, 19 players left. DX have already cleverly placed themselves in different areas because there are 2 of them in the vantage point, while Frankie is being the backbone to look onto the others who might climb up above. And there you go. This is exact location of all the teams here. Nobody is in the center of the circle as of now.
It's hard to be in the center where you have so many of all these teams basically eyeing upon these open grounds while Capone spots one. They're dropping into the river instead. As BAC, they're trying to make a swim across. Bacon Time somehow survives for so long and still vying for the top spot. All hopes relies on Shirley to be able to make their way through into the top 5 situation. But BN United, they continue to get more and more points on the board. Already 10 for the count. While Silence knocks out a member of Yangon Galacticos. As the rest of SMG, they're now stuck in the middle of nowhere to run. And it's Lambo that will pin them all out.
Yeah, that's such a good spot to be, Lambo. He knows exactly what is going to happen in SMG at number 7. Now, Shirley is still alive under the river of hope, I would say. But DX, looking into it, he knows exactly there's somebody in the waters. Let him breathe for a while.
I don't think he knows, actually.
He doesn't. Probably information from Frankie. I'm not so sure, but Silence also had that information, right, somehow. But yeah, and looking into V-Choi, he's going to do a different rotation right now. And Yangon Galacticos, one of the teams that is in the circle, they are being pressured super by Infinity, and they are going to focus on towards them first, letting, you know, trying to target onto them, bring them out into the lobby. But it seems like Nuzi don't give it, you know, he's okay with it because the rest of his teammates is actually in the circle while Nuzi is guarding on towards Yangon Galacticos.
Seems like we managed to spot one up on the top of the hills. Infinity, though, all the members are looking onto the same direction, trying to get Cal out of this matchup. But Eagle Esports, they will hold for a little longer, but Chua will still go down. 6th place finish with 2 elimination points for the Vietnamese PMPL side, while Nuzi keeping the rest of the team surviving. Going with a far angle flank to challenge against Yangon Galacticos, but it's going to be Silence there with an eagle eye, spotting them out. Nuzi now on the outskirts, doesn't have time. He's going to bleed out, and there's no way that he could basically take down Yangon members. Instead, they have to play all slow. Now, Infinity left with 3 members.
Infinity, unfortunately, and you know what, Yangon Galacticos is going to pump it up right now because they already cleared Infinity in a sense. Even though there are 2 other members on the other angle, they have to think about the circle right now. Shirty is trying to make Lamborghini life difficult, but Lamborghini knowing exactly the position of Shirty and not going to allow that to happen. But the grenade was a Kobe towards Lamborghini that nearly wanted to do something in return. But Shirty now, he can be the kingmaker over the bridge.
But it's all alone still, and he still has to cut across. There's still not much available for him, but that was quite the clutch. And he timed out so perfectly on that grenade. Meanwhile, the rest of Yangon Galacticos on the outskirts getting hit by the rest of BN United. And there we go. 13 on board, make it 14. And they will still vie for that perfect chance to close off the game. Now heading into the top 4, Yangon Galacticos are all depleted. And now, with only a member left from BAC, Infinity with 2 as well. And looks like BN United, they got this one in the bag.
Yeah, they have been doing a whole lot of KS, you know, guys, kill steals. Because a whole lot of it was by Infinity who was giving damage. But they know, okay, somebody's shooting, I'm going to get there, I'm going to get it. That's the reason why they got 15. And that's the end of Infinity because they couldn't get into the zone. Now, BN, confident enough, knowing that there's only 1 person. And there you go. I think we know, the winner with that chicken dinner for Bow Now. And from Vietnam.
BN United closes off round 1 in style. And they basically took back-to-back-to-back fights to get to where they need to be. And this is one of the most convincing chicken dinners that they've been able to achieve. Congratulations to BN.
Yeah, that was really impressive. All they got to do is just keep quiet. And then, yes, you know, not really being quiet. They were quiet after, you know, getting into the 4th circle. Initially, they had the fight with Alter Ego. and then after that they met with another team, and then they got back up, and all they got to do is, you know what, we have 8. We're going to keep quiet, and that's the reason why it's such an outstanding chicken dinner for our first match of the day. Highlights, in case those of you who have missed it out. This is what happened here. The first fight with Boulin, they met with Alter Ego, and then we were seeing FaZe Clan and SMG, but at this point of time, FaZe Clan went down straight. But this was something that I would like to talk about. Geek Fam had it in the bag. Something happened.
Well, it was not exactly in the back when we were challenging out in the open, but we do see many of all these clashes in the middle of the city, from boot camp all the way into Thailand. This was honestly one of the closest battle, and Shirty have basically clutched it out and managed to keep the hopes and dreams alive for Bacon Time to make it into a respectable top 4 heading into this entirety of the matchup. And we expect Infinity to be able to still hold their ground. Just as Dogma wasn't really in the best position, where GID were just penned out by multiple teams over onto the Paradise Resort section. But this was possibly one of the most impressive plays that we've been seeing from Grenades, where Lambo was hoping to challenge, but met his maker through the grenade. Hitting how Batman United has been able to close out this match, it has been relatively interesting on how many fights they actually took from the get-go to cut across that bridge. And I won't just say, oh, they're just camping right there. I mean, that was basically the focal point. The safest area play, and all they have to do is to wait for our teams to run in from every respective corner, and they do get free picks on top of it all. So we expect to see on the charts later on, BN United just dominating the entirety of the score.
Yeah, I mean, they were the only team that was farming a whole lot of eliminations. They've got 70 eliminations, and DX, we know that they have been working hard for these eliminations, but Bound so cleverly coming out, you know, all they got to do is just wait for threats to come in, and they're just taking upon it, like doing fishing. Infinity, on the other hand, only managed to get 4 elimination points, but I'm very sure the damage is super high because they had taken fights after fights and letting a whole lot of teams, you know, without first aids anymore. Bacon Time at number 4, Yangon Galacticos number 5, SMG 6, number 7 is Eagle Esports, number 8, GIDS, number 9, LGD, number 10 is Boom, 11, Sem9, 12, Nova, and then the list goes on. But here we go, man of the match is...
That's right, and he's not all too quiet after all. He basically have been able to pick so many players out from distance, and we saw him on the DMR as being able to clip multiple targets all across the map. Starting off with Sem9, and then the rest of Infinity, they didn't even stand a chance to even cut across from the hillside, so they were basically placed into the most optimal angles. And let's have a look at the overall standings right now. The Infinity have been able to still maintain their number 1 spot as they managed to get themselves into the top 4 position. Nova Esports, they were in an early fight in the middle of the open, where we last saw them challenging some of the players on bootcamp, trying to approach Paradise Resort, but they were basically spotted out by the rest of the squad. So nothing changes from first to third, but we do see the Savior rising above, almost breaking the 100 mark. While we expect to see more and more of changes to be happening throughout the course of the run, but for now, of course, this is the result that we have yielded from the first match of our final day in the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash.
Yeah, talking about that, and we can see how epic the first match has started. You know, they were going for early scrimmages. We did see how early it was when it was the first circle. We are looking into only 12 teams left, and probably this is going to be the momentum that these teams will start first in looking into our final day of the matches. Next is going to be Miramar. I'm not surprised if we are still going to look for these early scrimmages.
Well, most likely than not, we expect them to be able to vie for opportunities to basically get more points. So let's head over to a recap of what went on. So, of course, the flight came in from the northern section heading into the docks, and we have spotted out that a few teams have been moving into Camp Alpha. Geek Fam, Sem9 was over on Hatin, and BN United directly inside of Camp Alpha itself. That we saw a couple of all these teams were basically going head-to-head. As the Savior as well as the Infinity had quite a long tug of war going on, while Bacon Time, heading from the south side, had challenges of their own from an Indonesian squad, which was Boom Esports, I do believe. So, speaking of which, where each of these teams that have been able to make the cut, the ones furthest away has to be Bacon Time. So that was surprising to us on how they managed to make the cut, where LGD even pinned one member down and forced Shirty to hit onto the other section instead to approach things relatively slowly. As compared to that BN United, they took the chance to be on the other side of the river, and they still managed to make the cut, drove by, and landed themselves that golden trisecta of the island.
Yeah, that's what happened here. But this was that wall that was hard to bring down, which was actually Infinity. Infinity caused a whole lot of trouble to a few teams in the hopes of getting the chicken dinner or even into the circle. It was through Semnai and then Yangon Galacticos. They were so being very persistent towards how they have producing, but even though they only got 4 elimination points, these damages came from Infinity themselves, and all Bound got to do was just wait for the shots to happen and just look into, okay, I can take this one, and probably that's actually the reason why they gotten themselves a whole lot of elimination points, which is something smart to do, especially, you know, this is PMRC. We know the point system has changed in a sense where you got to take elimination points as into precedence, where this is a good thing where Bound actually tried to do something different today.
That's right, and I would also highlight the fact that BN United has utilized terrain advantage to the best of their capabilities throughout the course of the battle. The only challenge that we saw that was put upon them was actually Geek Fam on that very early game, and of course that wraps up our very first matchup, and we really want to highlight to you guys that there's a lot more going on, especially for those of you guys who are around the Southeast Asia region. We do have PMCC 2022 with a whole lot of prize pool involved. That's 40,000 ringgit and 800, of course. So if you guys want to be, of course, focusing on studies and have a good time to play with your friends, it's time for you to sign up and get yourself some good cash to fund whatever you want back in your campus. So register now. It's your last chance to PNNC 2022.
Yeah, there you go. It's better if you're from an institution, but this is something new coming soon. New ultimate set.
I wonder what it is.
Actually, there is already a preview if you go into your own PUBG Mobile. There is a lady that is dancing, and then when she taps onto, actually her alter ego comes out. I got a feeling it's got to do with this.
Is that why you voted for it?
Oh, no. It's like a utopia action. You know, if you guys were to look into the crates right now, there is a glimpse of the new ultimate set coming soon, and it's so expensive.
Well, of course, for those who can afford, I know you want to look cool. And you know what's cool? The new Nusa map is right now available in your PUBG Mobile client. So make sure you download this map because there's a whole lot of cool things to check out. What I really do love is that it looks so vibrant, especially on that Ferris wheel. Like, I wonder, like, could you actually climb up on top or scout out the entire view of the city? Because it looks to me that if this were to be a real island, I will travel there myself.
Oh, yeah. Actually, it is. I mean, it's inspired by an island in Bali.
Bali?
Nusa.
Oh,
yeah, it is. And you know, when they build up the map,
you know.
There is, you know, the huts that is like in Bali.
Wow. And it definitely is fitting for all of you guys who want to take your partner for a honeymoon trip around PUBG Mobile. So make sure you guys, you know what to do when you hit right into the game. So I believe that we'll be preparing ourselves ready for what's about to come, heading into the next matchup where we'll be going into Myanmar.
Yeah, and you know what? Before we go into, these are the teams to focus in Myanmar itself. Basically, their progress or their previous progress that have shown so far. And astonishingly, it's coming from Infinity. We're not surprised about that with that 24 elimination points in the back. Bacon Time is the next team to worry also with 17. LGD having themselves 19 elimination points and Yangon Galacticos with 10. So basically, maybe these might be the teams that will still be on top when it comes to Myanmar fight.
That's true, but then again, stats are only stats for now because we're going to focus on the present time. Who has been able to do the most? And of course, Silence, as we have witnessed, have been able to score majority of the takedown for BN United. While Newsy, we saw that 1 versus 2 clutch inside that shack, and he's been able to move all the way into the top 4 with a breeze. It tells you so much about this spectacular player from Thailand. So other than that, the Savior has been playing it so tactically well that we expect them to still make wonders happen inside of Myanmar. As we're looking at our final Myanmar map of all these days of matchup, I definitely am excited to see how this one will go down. And, well, I believe that there's a lot of expectation on the line for all the teams that are still fighting out for the top prize.
Yeah, right. Because Myanmar, I don't know, we're going to see a whole lot of different things today. I mean, in Sandhawk, I was shocked myself. I mean, initially, most of the final matches that I think we casted, most of them are pretty much passive when it comes to final day. But today, because it's PMRC, it has leveled up.
Well, I think like there's no holds barred here, especially for teams that are not within that top 5. They know that, okay, if I'm not going to be able to score top 1, I'm going to fight for more prize pool. I'm going to try to elevate myself all the way up, and that's the way to do it.
Yeah, exactly. So probably in Myanmar, we will be seeing a different gameplay where I don't think we can reach into circle number 9. Because before this, you know, in PMRC, we reached all the way to circle number 9. I was telling Keith yesterday, I was like, is there circle number 10?
Too bad.
Is that?
It just closes all the way inwards. But, you know, we will find ourselves a victor by the end of every single round. And I love the pacing that we're actually getting. And we're basically talking about the best of the world contending. You remember back in the days where we're still playing PMCO? BTR was the grand champions. And, you know, this is a brand new era that we're talking about. And Nova Esports still showing themselves as the best team hailing from the PEL side. It definitely talks a lot about not only the status that they have on each respective player, but the integrity that they hold. All these hours of training that they put in, of course, too many absurd hours when you are a professional player playing in that region itself. Well, the results speak throughout the years, and they're now met with this challenge against the Infinity to have such a systematic approach on how they tackle situations where even when we saw the fight that they were in between Yangon Galacticos as well as M9, most teams will have crumbled when you are sandwiched on both sides of the flank. What you really want to do, if you take a playbook from these teams, is that when you see Infinity take on teams, it's not going to be, oh, let's have 2-2 and split up the fight, right? You take the targets that you really think you could basically win off first, especially if they have 1 or 2 units trying to push you forward. So you play the defensive game, you clear a few out, and when they're weakened up, of course they're going to go for a reset. Then they will eye out on Yangon Galacticos. So that sort of approach is something that teams should be able to explore if they were struggling to close out fights.
Yeah, true that. Basically, it's consistency and how well they know about the terrains and all these other things that they went through experience. And all these players, most of them have played ever since season number 1. It's just that they have been probably in the same teams or moving into different teams. And now knowing that this is a fresh air where China region is joining in, and we did see a different kind of skill sets that was being deployed, or the way how they would exercise in a sense of rotation, and plus how they deploy throwables. Because yesterday in the interview, I think Jason, or I can't remember who, but Sem9's manager said about the throwables. Yeah, so throwables in PL has been such a signature towards the Southeast Asia. It has been a different kind of, I would say, not a different kind of experience in a sense of how they actually handle the throwables. So these are some things that they're actually able to learn from one another from these different regions. So basically, each of them has different skill sets. And we are able to see it being, you know, shown to us right now. And especially the first Sandhawk of the last day was totally different. I mean,
that's right. And of course, let's look to what's at stake here in the present. There's so many things on the line. And of course, they're battling for pride and glory of their respective region. I know there's a lot of fans of both sides of the coin. The teams from PL and, of course, the PMPL Southeast Asia region. Well, in the chat, if you're on, whether if it's going to be on the social media platforms that you guys are on, especially on TikTok, we love you guys out there. Make sure you guys tap that heart button. And of course, just basically follow us on everywhere we go. So when we look back into all the other teams, right? So we've touched enough about the Infinity. We've touched enough about Nova. First, Nova is such a a team that has been able to hold themselves well, whether from individualistic play as well as team play. So this team itself have what it takes to still have a stability heading into the matchup, although that was an early round loss. But any more rounds that they go below a top 9 finish, it's going to hurt them a whole lot more on their chances from here on.
You're right. And they have to definitely come up with something different. And honestly, the fights that we have seen so far, I can't really tell exactly who is pretty much the one that we should be fearful of, because everybody has showed their strides. Even earlier, Bound now, they are at number 15, you know, but they were showing such a good, smart gameplay. Because a whole lot of these teams in the lobby, we all know they have great firepower, but there are some teams who don't really have as much, like probably 4 fraggers in the lineup. So what they do is they outsmart the other team, which is exactly what Bound now did.
Well, you should explain how did they outsmart the other team, though.
Yeah, they basically waited. I mean, yesterday we did see Alter Ego doing that in Regal, where Infinity was having a fight with D Savior, or is it another team? I can't remember. But all Alter Ego had to do was just look and wait for the shots, similarly to what Bound now did today. But you know what? This is our prediction right now. So, Contra, you're gonna go for Nova. And
well, I love things to get a little bit spicier, and since they've been losing 1 round out inside of Sanhok, and I believe that Nova is a team that is a lot more familiar with huge maps like Myanmar as well as Erangel, and that's where they did manage to dominate some of their matches. Despite not being able to close out with a chicken dinner, they still yield great results coming in from Porter as well as Powerboy, the 2 main players that have been able to step up to the plate. But putting that all aside, sure, DX, they've been able to show up real strong from the past matchup. I think they do stand a good chance inside Myanmar as well. Meanwhile, of course, the Malaysian side of the squads have been able to at least show us a little bit more of an aggressive play style, despite the fact that, yeah, sure, they may have bowed early, but not without fight. That's the worst way to go out, right? Especially Geek fam. If they take out BN United early on, that chicken dinner wouldn't be in their hands.
It could have been Geek fam, probably.
Maybe.
Yeah, probably. And it's definitely, we did see, like, you know, in PMRC, the teams, the way they fight, some of them actually changed the way of the gameplay itself. Like, for example, D Savior, they were struggling at least for the first day. And then second day, they tried to come back, but it was hard. And then the third day, we did see that happening. And then now, coming into quite a consistent level, I would say. D Savior tried to stay alive earlier. So we did see a whole lot of teams that we thought was like, hey, they are the best. But now, when you see PMRC, things have changed because all of them are good in Southeast Asia and in the China region. And hence, these two, I probably say, has the kind of aggression of the firepower when it comes to these regions. But you know what? We're going to fly into the sandy dunes very soon.
That's right. And we've expected a lot of these teams here to be pretty fury on the engagements, even from round 0, right?
Yeah.
Where everyone's looking to get a good spot of their own. So if they do land themselves some pretty decent DMR category weapons, they should be able to take on engages pretty well. But we'll see who will be the next one to be rewarded with a chicken dinner here in the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash, as we will dive once again into our second match. It will be only the final Myanmar match to be played out for the entirety of the day. And here we go. Playing from the northern point, heading into the south side. That allows all the teams on board to be able to get to where they need to be. But El Pozo is going to be a little bit of a far stretch. Same goes to any of the teams that are hoping to get themselves into corners like Valdemar. But with this sort of flight pattern, at least it's fair enough for them to get themselves early vehicles, as the access to mobility is going to be crucial in the span of the round.
And yep, teams are just going to go in their respective drop spots. But yesterday we had a fight with in Picado. There were 2 teams, which was actually SMG and FaZe Clan again. So you know, they had the battle in Sanhok. They met in the same place, and now over in Merama, the same teams are actually going for the same place. Also, I've got a feeling today they will meet again in Picado. So earlier on, we did see SMG successfully came out victorious out of that Sanhok battle over in Bootcamp. And today in Picado, the last Mirama. Yep, there you go, these 2 teams. They're gonna start it again. Here we
And
go.
both sides really have high firepower
Yeah.
units on their side. FaZe Clan with their Wonder Boy, Tony K, to be stepping up to the plate. And both sides basically locked and loaded, ready to go inside the apartment building. And my goodness, they're relentless. We do have SMG picking up the Thompson from the outskirts, trying to find the angles, gets the spray down onto MR5. He's only got a pistol. And Winchester, not really a great start for FaZe Clan. Lycan at the very least has picked up the AK for himself. So from here on, remember, we'll go in for a little bit of an engagement. Oh my goodness, he does tap the head and into the body he goes. Trying to secure first one. Even with a pistol, he gets two.
And two
He's just going at it real strong. SMG still holding on. But there's only so much that they could possibly fend off with. And SMG just outrageously crushing out FaZe Clan.
Yeah, and Vin Torres, I think this is pretty smart for him to do because he knows the fact that, okay, I don't want another too soon. They already had a too soon in Sandhawk. He got to think out of the bag or something for him to actually get points because we know for a fact that SMG really want to tell them up straight today, at least something. I mean, yesterday, FaZe Clan versus SMG, it was a double-edged sword. Both of them had wins, both of them had losses. But for the last day, I think SMG wants to tell them something directly into FaZe Clan. And true enough, Vin Torres won't take the fight. He will have to go loot elsewhere. And hopefully he won't get spotted while running because I'm very sure SMG knows exactly there is one person missing after taking down 3. But looking into Yangon Galacticos, choosing into areas of... if I'm not wrong, they went down to Campo Meleta. Yesterday, they went into the same place also. It's not really exactly where they used to go, but I think this is pretty much something that is working out well for them because lately we did see Yangon Galacticos. How they have been doing it is they have been waiting people right outside the circle and wait for them to fall in the trap. And then after that, thinking that, hey, the opponent think it's very safe to cross in, but then they will just go and spray, and then there you go. They will take down any teams that comes in their way. Now looking into 4 rivals, they are over in Cruz del Vel. And this is the same place they would go, but we are having a sub here. So Voki is going to take a break for a while, and Jumper's back.
It's great to actually see Jumper coming in for Myanmar matches as he's always been the maestro, the planner of the team when it comes down to matches in the Desert Dune. Well, of course, 4 rivals may not have the best of run throughout the course of the tournament, but they have been able to pick up respective fights that have been able to favor them in many of these occasions. BN United, who has gotten themselves that chicken dinner, will have a lot of eyes on Silence, especially on that first fight where he managed to accumulate majority of the points back to his team, while Yangon Galacticos have been able to show some strides inside of this respective map. Alter Ego, currently sitting at 11th spot, needs to find more points in order to overtake Boom Esports as well as LGD. On top of the hill right now, though. 7-9 just scouting up ahead. Most of the teams here starting out on a quieter note, except for the commotion that we had earlier inside of Picado. But that has subsided. Therefore, we'll just see if Potato gets some goods here. Have found himself the helmet. But overall, says Jenny, like we're seeing many of all these teams trial and test it. And of course, when it comes down to Myanmar battles, there has been a lot of the teams that have been able to take long-range engagements well. Who do you think is the best in long-range warfare?
For long range, so far I've seen, I think, Infinity. Remember when they take the tallest Miramar hills? They have been showing that long-distance shot so far, but I'm not disregarding others because Nova and I think LGD, they have been getting the lower grounds when it comes to Myanmar. I think probably that's a tactical battle or a tactical choice that they choose so far because it was totally different as compared to how most of the Southeast Asia teams would play. They would go over in Miramar, to what I know yesterday, especially because Nova and LGD were right beside one another and they chose the same ground, which was the flat ground as compared to teams that will go all the way uphill. So probably that is a strategy that we have yet to witness on actually how they will show us that they are able to win a chicken dinner even if they don't get the high vantage points there. Because you can see right now when the observers is going to go to different teams, a whole lot of this vantage point is actually taken by Southeast Asia region.
Yeah, this is a style play that has been renowned from the squads, especially on these hills where even back in the PMPL, SGPH, 7-9 as well as Geek Fam, they've been able to contest on this ground for the longest of time. And to get which Harm goes into the corners of harm's way. Of course, Geek Fam managing to suppress them on their tough pursuit. 2 more members being spotted out by Sonic 7. Over on to the top end of the hill, Geek Fam just seemingly to have advantages throughout. Taps coming out from the K9 as Deb, hoping to go in for favorable exchanges, but quick taps like that needs to be aimed real swiftly, and it's not really easy to basically get those quick triggers to hit directly on the hit. And even so, Geek Fam will still have Micah to be able to rescue if Sonics were to be tagged out. So Geek Fam, though they may have actually lost knives, it was still a decent exchange from both ends. 7-9 managing to at least going for a quick recovery. Meanwhile, LGD slowly approaching ahead. Lying close into the other end of the sector is going to be 4 rivals though. So with this Roaring Engines and VM, he might just have a little bit of trouble of his own if he scouts further on.
You're right, because 4 rivals is right up ahead of them. And you know what? Yesterday, a whole lot of scrimmages that Geek Fam and also what is that? Sam9, they actually met together a whole lot of times. And today we are seeing it again. So probably rotation-wise, it's similar when it comes to Geek Fam and Sam9. Unfortunately, they had to meet each other out of that, even though they are from the same country. All the time. It's all the time we are seeing it. You guys can see it for yourself. Go and watch our previous PMRC so far. And now looking into Eagles, they are probably doing a late rotation, similarly to what Yangon Galacticos would like to do over in Myanmar. So at least now we know for a fact that in Sandhawk, where we saw the last Sandhawk, it was a different kind of gameplay. Maybe in Myanmar it's going back to normal, and probably Erangel will be back to normal. We won't see as early scrimmages unless the teams that will have that early contention, unfortunately, which was FaZe Clan and also Team SMG. But Vin Torres made out alive. You know, he's still surviving out there somewhere. The Savior, on the other hand, is doing a rotation also. GID going past Minas Generales and going to go into the current circle where you can see right now, Boom will try to take that prime position, I would say, right quite centralized over in the areas of El Pozo, but now trying to spray away his Geek Fam over towards a team that is passing by, which is actually Nova. And nothing is going to happen to him. Probably a little bit of the damage carried into the vehicles, but so far so good. Yuhai will just continue his journey up, and a whole lot of them are going into the same area.
Yeah, it's pretty cluttered up over on the south side of the region. There are still teams trying to maneuver their way into the center of the circle. Nova, though, having Power Boy being attacked from the back, it's Yuhai that's been able to find a little bit of damage to be dealt into that sector. Nova have been able to stand their ground. And Power Boy makes it out alive. But you have understood why Geek Fam as well as 7-9, they both want that hillside, as that circle was directly upon them. But the only trouble right now is that many of these teams are running inside of the city of El Pozo, a city where it's going to be pretty difficult to move to the outskirts when you plant your foot in. So Infinity, they are looking to mark the entry point of the city over onto the southwestern side. Micah does get a little bit of a shot over onto the members of 7-9. Yes, again. And just hoping to see what's going to be made out from this fight that's been long drawn out. And Nova, we're watching from the foothill instead. Yangon finally arrives to the scene, but trailing right behind him, LGD.
Oh, LGD probably have studied how Yangon have moved in so far, because yesterday, Yangon was the one who was gatekeeping LGD and also Nova at the same time. But now probably they did a little bit of the homework and they realized that the threat is coming from the back. And this is probably the reason why a reverse game is coming in right now. We're looking to LGD targeted into Yangon Galacticos. They are still on the move, by the way, although we are seeing CC here, the most expensive player right now in the industry of PUBG Mobile. I mean, I did a little bit of research. He's cost 1.8 million CC. It's so expensive, and now we've yet to see the why is it expensive. But yes, it has been proven in PLs that he has been getting a whole lot of MVPs together with Paraboy, Jimmy, and also Order. And now just looking into GDGID, going to rotate very closely to SMG, and what will happen here?
Oh boy, it's gonna be pig feet with the AKM spray downs here. Not able to basically take him off the vehicle for now, and SMG has to quickly recover. It's a really good cover fire coming out from them. FaZe Clan has already lost 3 members early on, and looks like Ventorious won't be able to hold out for too long. FaZe Clan, first team to bow out, and this is the reason why we see teams usually start off not taking early engagement, because this is going to be a long ride, and if you gas out too soon, too bad. There's no other way to basically move forward, and this is what I've basically talked about. Teams that are inside the city, they have to get out. And they have to approach from the north point of Corberia at Nova. They're in the middle of all these crosshairs, and they have to take off members of Infinity to get through.
Yeah, and there you go. We're going to see an exchange of throwables here. Shots are fired. Mila's down. Gotuni is down, living only with Logan. And he is going to be on the run right now, trying to better the fact. But you know what? Not enough time to reset, because Order and his teammate will say, that's enough. We're going to take you over. Infinity back in the lobby.
Sublime work coming out from the squad. They managed to not only survive, but just absolutely clear out the entirety of the Infinity. And this is the best chance that they could ever get to settle the scores. But here goes. Close quarter combat out of Yangon Galacticos. Moving forward alone, not the wisest decision against LGD. That's being able to clear out sectors real quick. Dodges the bomb. And now into the shack we go. 11-7. Just trying to hold out with the UMP, but he's all alone. Hard for him to fend off, but with both sides suppressing him forward. It's NVM that will clean up shop. We'll be able to take 1 point back for the team. But where is the rest of Yangon Galacticos?
This is LGD being angry about yesterday. You know, how dare you get me? And now they are going to chase by the back here. And Sendo is going to struggle to get himself into the circle. And right now, he's in the circle. No problem with that. But he just got to find somewhere safe to be in for now. Now, Bacon Time has eyes on Alter Ego. They're going to try to flank it out. They're going to try and push them, prime them open. And if that is possible, because they have to do it quickly, SMG is knocking on the doors. They are going to be a third party at this point of time. 3 teams going to have a clash here with one another.
But they're on the outskirts, though. It's not wise. There's only 35 seconds for them to move about. These will have to basically claim whatever points that they could basically get from here on. Sure, Diaz, the one that being able to bring points back in the first round in South Sanok, will try to stand the test of time, but not too swift after all. It's Beautiful that will send him on his knees. And Beautiful still looking at ways to engage against Bacon Time, but the Blue Zone's already here. They have to make a move. They do have a vehicle, but can they utilize it to get out of the rut? There's also Alter Ego waiting to basically pry them on.
Yeah, third party engagement. Here we go. All of them needs elimination point. We know how important elimination points in PMRC is. We have changed the way the point system is. But now Bacon Time having a very good vantage point, trying to reach out to Memory, but no, gonna get just a little bit of the damage here. SMG is still gonna be focused on towards getting elimination points, and hence they're gonna push over towards Alter Ego first, who thinks that they are pretty much safe, but nope, you're not safe. You're gonna knock on your doors, and I'm gonna see Fnatic here. We'll try to listen to the steps, and they are not making an appearance just yet.
Spot
he has
one.
to watch his back, and the guy goes, he will go down first. Now remember, it's back on his knees, and then basically the entire SMG will be gunned down by Bacon Time.
Bacon Time still on the outskirts, though, eyeing out on more members of Alter Ego. SMG took the short end of the stick right there. They should not have approached in such a way that they push into the compound instead, especially on the edges of the blue zone. Now, it has been looking a little bit awkward for both, and more taps coming out of Yuhai from far with the M16 that he has. Very cheekily through the trees. Who would have actually expected those shots to come by? But Bacon Time also being glimpsed by Yuhai Boy, who loves to change his name over on the back end.
Yeah.
But still Yuhai to us, nevertheless. Noaz is getting more and more of these damage sent towards him. And more of these peppering bullets will be able to deter their armoring. But Alter Ego does get a little bit of a pass on style. He's going to be trading right back. But no optimal angles from the downside of the hill.
Looking straight is Frankie on towards and he's running back and forth because he knows the target has been a hit, and he's going to try and find places because you know what, he has been targeted by a few sides here. One is Geek Fam, and now looking straight, Rabbids has already taken down he has nowhere to go. Ice is the only one in the smoke as of now. Bacon Time have to go and find exactly where the shots are coming in because DX is going to try and take precedence out of it, but on the other hand, Sam9 Putra managed to get somebody from Eagles, and now just looking into rotation. Still GIDS thinking on exactly where to go. Alan, you're going to drive into a snake pit. You got to be ready for that. But you know what? Going back into Bacon Time here. V-Troy will try to get that right, but that's enough. That's enough. It's called out. And GIDS will go down because of LGD. But now it's the fight still begins here for Ice. And also, you know what? There's a lot of ice here.
No, not at all in the middle of the desert. I would say that he's about to melt out as the rest of DX as well as the blue zones approaching right in. He's got to ditch one of his teammates aside and look for alternative scorers as Bacon Time still have to chase upon Nova as well as the Infinity. Now that the Infinity is gone, this is the only moment from here on. But Geek Fam still being the kings of the hill, claiming one more life of the fallen member of Bacon Time. So, Nine Noise out of the matchup, but it's DX dominating with a 5 killing spree.
Yeah, U-High are currently perched right on top of the peak here, and they managed to get a few damage straight to players, but only 1 elimination point for now for Geek Fam, and they're still looking out for more. This is such a pretty tricky place to be in. I mean, they are right on top of the pig and try to spray onto one. Will Mika get that person? No. He will go away with just a little bit of the damage here, but now going to continue with the sprays. Will he hit? No, not yet. Yes, maybe just one more shot. Getting 2 alter ego of the members back down on their knees, and still going to look for more.
Such a difficult terrain to work out for a majority of the teams. BN United still sticking together as a unit. All 4 members directly in center stage, while Boom only relying on the sole target left, or should I say more actually. They're just quite far apart from one another. Spots one out from Eagle Esports, takes him off the map, or probably taken by another team. He's still looking all around. Namshin hiding behind the corners here, challenged by the rest of another Vietnamese veteran side, the Savior here, with the numbers advantage. I think they've already heard Namshin being around. So he's going to be preparing a grenade just in the very case that he'll be challenged by Namshin himself. Now all spotted out, pushing it forward with 2 members. He does get one and struggling to even land the shots. Namshin, he might just be able to turn the tables around. Frankie now pushes forward, and it's just going to be the golden moment. He tries to stray away from a bullet, but Namshin will still fall. But it's Putra from the outskirts, from top of the hill, to try to claim the numbers back. All of them out of contention instead. But Eagle Esports, they're taking a different flight. It's going to be Boom that will be pushing on the other side instead. And Harm locks onto the target, and Boom clears up the entire squad of Eagle Esports.
There you go. Sam9 is trying to pry open on towards teams. This is definitely a good prime place to be. They have been picking fights after fights, trying to kill stills, and yes, they managed to get 4 out of it with such a good spot here. Now putting pressure on towards Boom, who is currently in the smokes. They have nowhere to go. Now Ice is on DX and also Boom. Sam9 might be able to just deter DR focus right now, and this is the place that we're talking about initially with Geek Fam. But again, Boom already have focus fire on towards Nova. Honor will manage to go and maneuver his vehicle somewhere else and get it out. No problem with that.
He's still on his foot for some reason. Boom, not being able to even break that buggy overall. Now Order gets a free pass under the hill where he can get a lot of refuge from. Putra from the long angles here, targeting Yummy of Boom Esports. More shreds coming in from Lamborghini from the back as well. So many teams targeting onto Boom Esports. So long as they do have the high ground. The old Lamborghinis on the lower end, they do try their luck with a spray into the smokes. Not getting anything at all. But Geek Fam eventually will have to leave this hillside. They still have those vehicles to work with. Into the Craven Fields, it's still going to be quite crowded out. 11 teams still left by Phase 5. And Putra hoping to get something out of that UMP shot. That's too much of an ask, but he's just going to try regardless. SLR, trying to land the headshots. While Boom Esports just got to prone much longer, they don't have the time. 8 seconds right now remaining before it closes up.
Yeah, it's going to be painful. Boom has nowhere to go. I mean, he can get eaten by the Blues or just surrender himself to Sem9, who has been tapping away. LGD here probably will have a fight with 4 rivals. They're right beside one another. And going to see how it's going to happen here. But LGD will compose. They will reset because they have already taken down Yangon Galacticos. They got nothing to worry about at the back there. But now moving on, looking into Sem9, still prying on towards 2 teams here. LGD on the other side, they have separated into 2 different angles, and Bobo will try to hit onto MVM, but he is still no problem with that. But probably his vehicle is not going to be in use anymore. It has damage already, and he's not able to use that. But Lord Harm will show why is he Lord, because he's right on top trying to do that KS still, but sprays away towards Fnatic all the way to Geek Fam, and now going to do a crash with Alter Ego.
Geek Fam now pushing forward, and it's going to be Yuhai just eye to eye, but couldn't really land the shot. Alter Ego still playing defensively as they manage to still take down Yuhai as well as Micah. That only leaves one more behind for Geek Fam that's going to be fending off against the rest of the other squads that are still remaining in the match. Alter Ego claims 5 points in this matchup. Sem9 still on top of that hill. And Sonic 7, the only player left out of Geek Fam, will still try to hang on. BAC crashes into the sector of the crater fields, but receiving none as a reward. They do get 2 elimination points on 10th place. Good hack. 1 grenade into the smoke. Spraying onto Pamburu. Not landing any of all these shots. And man, this is just helter-skelter going on. Quite the fiesta. And there's still so many of these terrains being the biggest challenge for players here to claim the numbers back. Now, even though those on the high ground won't be able to hold for far too long, but at least 1.5 minutes, they still have time to play with. An LGD swooping from the outskirts, that could be a very favorable position to close the round.
You're right about that, Contra. But still, Sem9, you're not going to give up this place. You're back in. You're still in the circle, no matter what. And this is going to cause trouble.
How are you supposed to climb down?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if the circle decides to shift and Sem9 has a great wall to come down, it is so high up, perch on top. And now looking into Lamborghini, already trying to spot, squeezing onto the sides or the cheeks of that hill, trying not to be seen by Sem9, giving those shots over. But now looking into Epi, falling into the trap of that grenade. He will go down first for 4 rivals, while the rest of LGD will look for the rest, and he's pretty much stuck, but that one goes down. It's a trade by Pamburu, and he takes 1 down. Now the rest of them is a equal trade here. There is still Jumper from an off angle. Another one goes down for 4 rivals. It's all up to Pamburu to do the CQC. Will he get it? And he will.
And he just swiftly turns it all around. Advantages once again for 4 rivals. But that will be able to clear things out at the very least for Suki. But coast is not clear. Needing to go in for the revival. Jumper still pressing onto the attack. The grenades are coked up. He sees it though. Suki still charging it up. Does get the clip, but it's just going to be saved out by Alter Ego from the outskirts. Thank the lucky stars as they may. And there is a reward for surviving with a package right on the outside. LGD, though Time Bomb is taking, he will be able to try to fend themselves off. Jimmy, though, will keep the rest of Nova alive. But then again, they're not in the favorable position. They have to find a way deeper into the circle, as some of them are currently located on the outside. Paraboy now drops a grenade onto Rabis, dealing significant damage. Order timing in as well. Nova Esports just knowing how to hook real tight onto the terrains. And they will slowly deter the rest of the X from falling through. Sonics has been hiding there for the whole time.
Yeah.
And this hide-and-seek game is over for Geek Fam, while Sem9 still trying to look for a way out. Now, this is really challenging because there's nothing else to cover fire, and Alter Ego is just lying in wait over on the bottom side of the hill in hopes that Sem9 will just fall upon them.
Yeah, but I think about now they are very smart. You know, they're keeping so quiet right now. They're just currently at the foot of the hill. They didn't move a foot at all. They didn't even budge from their current position, even though they can hear the fights coming on from the top. But this is something smart that they're doing, and this is a good strat at least coming for the last day of PMRC and the last Miramar event. But Sem9 already needs to get out of that comfortable area. Enough of pushing on towards people's backs. But this is the time where they have to go head-to-head right now beside Nova. Right on the advantage here. They still got that vantage point. They can go neck-to-neck, but they're going to wait for that.
But there's not much angles that they can actually peek from. Then there goes BN United having Max LV with Scar L. Already spotted out both Putra as well as Deb. Things are getting more and more difficult for the Malaysian squad. However, Boom Esports still have Boo-Hoo-Hoo trying to get some surprise attack from the top side of the hill. And look at them go. 18 players on board still. LGD is the furthest away from where they need to be. And it's phase 8. We haven't seen this many players in the wall. Nova currently directly in center of everything. And that probably would not be the most advantages of all, and lo and behold, Boo-Hoo-Hoo.
Oh my God.
He's got the perfect grenade, tossed towards Harm, and there we go, the knockdown comes true. Only Adams remaining alive in order to save some of the members that has been knocked out from the side of the Sem9. They still get a chance though. However, for the rest of Alter Ego, they're being held back. Same goes to LGD.
LGD has already cooked a beautiful grenade and will take one person down from Alter Ego. Again, still for Bubu, he's on top, Purge, and going to look into each other's position. But we all know how difficult this terrain is. They have to climb back up, and you know it's not easy to just keep hopping on top. You need to have a vehicle, and the best vehicle to come up this hill is actually a buggy, and it will be a help for now. But again, looking into Bobo's position, all he gotta do is not get knocked, because if he does, then obviously nobody can get up on him, and plus he's the only member alive, so he has to be very careful in picking up the fights. Quickly kill stealing it, and Paraboy already have spotted Alter Ego, who was from the distance here, hiding in the smokes. Also, we're not forgetting about LGD, who is underneath.
Nova Esports just getting everyone locked in this area of play by the outskirts, and they're just going to be able to time right into all forms of the attack. However, for the rest of Alter Ego, they have out with 7 points, one of the best that we've seen throughout the day coming out of the Indonesian side. Boo-hoo-hoo. Having Boom, you're relying on him to claim those big points back into the team. Nova on the spawn of the hill. Now it's going to be taps being far from Boo-hoo-hoo. Claims one from the side of LGD. Will be able to spot out the final member. Hiding behind the tree while Nova launches the attack onto Q-Tech. Not finding angles just yet. BN United, they're just going to be lying in wait to make themselves into the top 4. Hacks over the back of the backs, and that will be it. Capone gets one from the side of Adams, while Order will take down the final member of LGD. And shots from the bottom side. It will be Order that closes it off against Boom.
Yeah, there you go. That was such a bait there. Paraboy wasn't moving at all, but it was so clever by Nova.
He snapped so quickly to the hill.
Yeah, exactly. But Sem9, we're looking into 3 teams right now. 4v2, V2 situation. Bauna only have 2 knocks here. And looking into the pressure fire on towards Putra. Will he be able to stay still for his team? No, not enough time. And this is going to be a spray from Nova. It might just be a closing. And immediately getting a chicken dinner because only silence is enough. He is the only person alive and will be scouted out by Paraboy. And you know what? 10 elimination points. Nova, winner, chicken dinner.
And Nova Esports is back in the game to challenge the rest of the Infinity that bow out early in this Miramar Clash. And lo and behold, my predictions come to fruition. Heading into match number 2, it's Nova Esports bringing the flags of China up into the center. And there's only 3 more matches to see whether or not can they be able to take over the top spot away from the Infinity.
Oh, it could be possible because how they are playing it so far, they're getting a whole lot of elimination points. And they've been fighting at teams after team. It's not like, they were lurking one corner and trying to get others in the way. They were fighting one another. And that is all hard work. But this is the highlights that in case you guys have missed out. This was how FaZe Clan had to live only with one man alive. In Torres, unfortunately, was alive. And he was being caught in an explosion. Now Nova, again, having a fight initially with Infinity.
Yeah. And many of all these sort of fights that LGD has been able to win is basically on a close quarter engagement, and even so, when they were on open grounds, they've been able to defend themselves so well that we thought, hey, running in the open grounds will be really dangerous, but they managed to still make the cut by having each other to back themselves up for. And we saw, especially on this close compound fight against 4 rivals, YZZ definitely have put those numbers back up. Though Pumbaru has been able to do direct damage onto LGD members, there were still cover fire coming back up. But to my surprise, Boom Esports, they're the last man standing on the top side of the hill that they managed to still make it into the top 4. But look at this play. Sure, he get the glimpse, he did manage to get the kill, and the moment that he tried to tap Power Boy, he just swerves right back. He has order to just look directly upwards, and that happened in a split second.
Yeah.
While nobody knows exactly what to do. Over onto their eastern side, they've already finished up the entirety of the fight. There's only one angle that they have to basically cover up, and they have to just challenge BN United to secure the victory.
Yeah, it's so crazy to see the fact that the skills that was being displayed by Nova earlier, like what Contra was saying, within that split second, he went down and he had an open target. Both of them were like a double H sword situation. But unfortunately, they just had to wait for the time to pass by. And you know what? With that amazing fight, Nova managed to bring home 14 elimination points, fights after fights they had gone through. And right behind them is actually the brother in hands. Or I wouldn't say in hands right now, but yeah, our brothers right now, LGD.
Well, LGD have definitely secured one of the highest elimination points besides Envy that has been able to close out with 14, where I would also commend BN United for playing really consistent matchup against all of them.
Yeah.
They did manage to take a lot of all these fights over onto the corners of the sector, but they were calm and composed. They weren't pushing out from those small shacks that they were hiding in for a long time, and they've managed to still put themselves on the top 3. A really great day for the side of BN United, but even better for Nova Esports that are looking forward to back more chicken dinners to come. And this is just the start of it, right? So we have Order, which we saw that snap to the top end of the hill.
Yeah.
Claiming out the last of Boo, who we thought, okay, there's no way that anybody will be able to pick him, right? But this guy has the sharpest of eyes, and of course has dished out a truck ton of damage. That's 1,154. So without Armory, that's 11 players. And lo and behold, now Nova Esports, they are just less than double digits to chase up against the Infinity, tying in with 2 chicken dinners in the span of the tournament.
Yeah, it's super close. I mean, it's been a while since Infinity got comfortable being on top. After this, I'm very sure Infinity will say, hey, I want to get back on top. I want to make that distance away from all the teams. And this is going to be a big fight between Infinity and Nova. And of course, Bacon Time. No chicken, no problem. Still being comfortably at number 3.
But then again, this past round inside of Myanmar didn't really seem all too favorable for them, though. Like, it wasn't the sort of result that they had managed to yield. As much as we see them trying their hardest, they really do need a chicken dinner in order to chase up against the top 2.
Yeah, and the upgrade we are looking at here is only LGD and Alter Ego pushing their way up. Bound now, though they have been trying to have a consistent gameplay, they are still at number 15. They need to have a whole lot of good games, at least to get all top 3s in order for them to get higher, because currently they are in 15, so we know that they need the points, they need eliminations, and they also need survival. But here we go, this is the recap of what happened and how did Nova get the chicken.
Exactly, we're going to be tracing the top 4 teams yet again. First, we start off with BN United heading into the Oasis area, which is one of the safest places to be, and that gave them very early access into the creative fields as compared to the other teams. Just that when it comes down to the final bout, it just was them being overwhelmed by the rest of Nova Esports. But take a look at how far some of these teams travel from Los Higos for Boom Esports to get to the top side of the hill. But Nova, they start off from Minas Generalis as they swept directly across into Hacienda. And this is where they were challenged from long range for multiple targets, especially from BN United. And once BN United has made a move, you see the huge wraparound where these teams were just cutting across into the state. And believe me when I say there's still a lot of teams involved. 4 teams that we focus on, but there was Bacon Time, and early on, 4 Rivals was in the middle of the Crater Fields, and many more names like Geek Fam, Sem9, that was just going on and on with their fights on top of the hillside in the corners of El Pozo. So once that has been settled true, we see Sem9's approach was to go down the hill to challenge both NV as well as BN United. Some of the other teams will eventually crash out, but he was safe because he found the easiest route with the buggy through the top side of the hill. By then, Sem9 will be able to push forward anyways. And with that sort of dip of the hill, this gives the advantage back to Nova Esports, where they took the entire spine of it, and whatever angle that these teams peak from, Nova has the edge.
Right, and that's exactly how they managed to form up and get that information and to totally do a reset after that. Especially the information that is coming from the top, because like what Contra said, they came from the lower part of the hills. They didn't even climb back up. They just, all they got to do is just wait. It's okay, we didn't get that top of the peak, but we are in the circle. So that is something smart that they did exactly on how they win the chicken dinner. And obviously we did see a different kind of gameplay also today. Nova coming up strong, utilizing and showing us their firepower today. Not only them, it's actually LGD also. We did see how they did the CQC.
Exactly. And this is just the start of it all. We still have 3 more rounds to go before we hit into the very moment where we crown ourselves a champion. But do stick around because those games are coming your way. But for now, we'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll bring you more in the PMRC Clash of the Year.
Hi everyone! In the PUBG Mobile version 2.2 update, Erangel is getting an overhaul with changes to the map, vehicles, and modes. Without further ado, let's find out what these changes are. In this update, we made several changes to the map. First, the hospital. It's one of the bigger buildings in Erangel. In this update, the following changes were made to the hospital. How to get in and out of the hospital, its structure, nearby objects, and the vegetation surrounding the hospital. Veteran players should know that some of the fences of the hospital can be scaled to enter the hospital. The ones near the ridges are how most players enter the hospital. Now, 2 spots along these fences will be blown up, and players can enter the hospital area through the gap directly. The building itself also got a new entrance. Players that are on the ground can enter the first floor of the hospital directly through the newly added damaged wall. Those who parachute to the hospital can land on the roof and descend to the 3rd floor immediately. These changes will make it easier for players to spot the entrances and streamline their movements in this area. Those attacking and defending will know where they should focus on as well. On the inside, we simplified the structure of the hospital. Originally, the 3 floors had different layouts, and there were many rooms on each floor. So, searching the rooms was very tedious, because players had to go into each room. After the update, the 3 floors are now more or less the same. Some rooms are now also connected, making it easier for players to remember and to search the rooms for supplies. As for the surroundings, we also made some improvements. We added abandoned ambulances and ruined medical crates to the areas surrounding the hospital, so now it feels more authentic. We placed some objects at the entrance of the hospital so that it wouldn't be too empty. This gives players heading toward the hospital a covered area to protect themselves, so they are not directly exposed to enemies inside the hospital. Outside the fences on the side of the hospital, we added a new climbable spot. Players can hide here, or they can scale the fence to enter the hospital. As for the fences by the ridge, since there are now 2 gaps to enter the hospital, we've reduced the number of objects in this area to make it more visible. So now, both attackers and defenders can see each other clearly. Further out from the hospital, we've added some new vegetation, so that players hanging around the hospital will have more places to hide. Milta Power also saw some changes. that are mostly in the generator area. Players who are familiar with this area should already know that this section was quite a choke point and was not easy to get in and out of. Those who entered either came out the same way or had to take a detour to the other two buildings. In this update, we added a new entrance on the first floor to make this area more reachable and easier for players to get in and out. The layout was also modified. We simplified the complex floor plan so the players can see more and plan their routes better. When battles break out in the generator building, players will have more offensive options, making these battles more exciting. In this update, 3 new ports will be added to Erangel. The first port is by Ferry Pier. We added a port here, as well as increased the amount of resources in the area. The Ferry Pier will soon be more abundant in supplies. The 2 desolate beaches to the southwest of Farm and to the south of Sosnovka Military Base will also get new ports. They will both contain a good amount of resources. Players will also find boats at these ports, so they can quickly travel to another location. So, keep these places in mind, because they'll make for a great landing spot. During the previous themed modes, players really enjoyed the special crates. In the new version, we'll add special supply kits to classic mode. Players will be able to find special supply kits in buildings. There are 3 types: medical, tokens, and military supplies. The resources in these supply kits are very good, so keep an eye out for them when searching. In the new version, bikes will become a staple vehicle on Erangel. In some of the more remote areas, players will find bicycle sheds. Each shed will have 4 bikes initially, and they're first come, first served. These bikes can be collapsed and put into the backpack, so they're really convenient for traveling to other locations. In addition to the sheds, players will be able to find bikes in other areas. With a bike, players no longer have to worry about being too far from the play zone. In the new Erangel, there will be flash shops. They will spawn randomly in outdoor areas. Those who find one are in for a treat because there are tons of random discounted items. So keep an eye out for flash shops during matches. Running out of fuel is one of the worst things that can happen while driving a vehicle. Erangel's gas stations will become functional for refueling vehicles. For the cost of just a few tokens, you'll get a full tank of gas. Find a gas station and try it out. These are the main changes in the version 2.2 update. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. Greetings, PUBG Mobile players! In the upcoming version 2.2 update, we will launch a new 1 km by 1 km map, Nusa. This is PUBG Mobile's most compact and combat-intense map to date. Without further ado, let's head in for a look. Nusa is a tropical island with beautiful scenery and lush foliage. Within the compact 1 km by 1 km map, you'll find Flame Village, the Science Center, the Shipyard, Boulin Bay, Telepack Town, Regal Resort, Sunset Street, Pink Beach, Love Island, the Cavern, and Crystal Bay. These are the 11 main areas. The island is made up of undulating terrain. There are buildings scattered around, providing a unique combat experience for players. Flame Village is located at the center of Nusa. The terrain near the village is flat. Other than a few brick buildings, all it has are straw huts. Hills surround the village, so players have to think about how to hide themselves in the valley. On the hill to the south of Flame Village is the Science Center. The design of the modern satellite orbital roof feels really high-tech. The Science Center has 3 floors. Every floor is filled with supplies, with locations for intense combat. The top floor has multiple platforms. Although players there get a bird's-eye view of the area, they'll also be exposed as there's nowhere to hide. It comes with a risk. The Shipyard is in the northern part of the map. The ship anchored there divides the shipyard into two. The containers in the area are packed close together, and there are elevated platforms throughout. Surrounding containers will provide cover during combat in this area. There are a bunch of buildings around the beach to the west. This area is called Boulin Bay. The area is divided into 3 parts. The buildings here are simple wooden huts. The surrounding hills end in 2 cliffs by the beach. Players can gain a bird's eye view of the entire terrain, observe enemy movement, as well as put pressure on those in buildings and on the beach. Telepack Town is on the east coast, and it's the largest area of the map. Not only are there lots of low-rise residential buildings here, but it's home to a high-rise apartment building as well. On the whole, it gives off a more metropolitan vibe. Players entering the high-rise apartment building will find an elevator. Through good use of this feature, players will be able to plan a nasty surprise for their enemies. Sunset Street and Regal Resort are located in the residential areas to the northeast and southwest of Nusa. Sunset Street is a long, narrow stretch of town. A road runs through it, and office buildings, residences, and banana trees line both sides of the street. It makes for a good combat stronghold. Regal Resort's vibe is more residential. There are roads connecting different parts of the area together. Buildings are spread out over a wide area, which is why you'll need to use them as cover when moving around. At the southernmost tip of Nusa is Pink Beach. From here, you can see the pink sand of Love Island in the distance. Wooden beach chairs line the beach. And there is also a giant hot air balloon and a romantic Ferris wheel. If you love the sunshine and the beach, this is the place for you. But it's a vast open area with no cover, so players must be on the lookout for surprise attacks. More areas and interesting strategies await your discovery. Besides these diverse backdrops that support a variety of gameplay styles, the Nusa map will receive a lot of new game content. First, let's look at the Super Recall mechanic. This will activate when a player is eliminated within a certain period after the match begins, as long as they have remaining teammates in the match. Before the first blue zone starts shrinking, players that are eliminated can return to the battleground via helicopter with a random weapon. This greatly increases the gaming experience. In addition, we've added the NS-2000 shotgun and tactical crossbow to the arsenal. The NS-2000 is accurate to close or medium range. Hip firing uses 12-gauge shotgun shells, while slugs are used when aiming down sights. Players can switch their firing mode based on the target's distance, status, or their own personal habits. The tactical crossbow can be loaded with ordinary bolts or flame bolts, but the flame bolt can set some structures on fire and destroy them. It's both practical and fun. During combat, the tactical crossbow is rather silent when firing, making it a great stealth option. It's great for sneak attacks. When it comes to moving between areas, we added a new 2-person vehicle, the Quad. Its lightweight and flexible design allows it to traverse the undulating landscape quickly and with ease. And it's great at driving up inclines. Players can use it to easily move to a different area. Additionally, at various designated spots on Nusa, you'll find many zip lines for moving between areas. Players can approach one to quickly zipline to another area. It's important to note that ziplines are fragile and are easily destroyed. You may not be able to safely zipline to your destination, but if you happen to be holding a tactical crossbow, you'll be able to fix the rope and repair the zipline to quickly escape from danger. Besides that, there are also supply crates, beach balls, a swimming pool for recovering energy, water jars for hiding in, as well as many other interactive gameplay elements on the map. Have fun playing around with them all. Gather your friends and explore this new map together.
It's here! The long-awaited new Nusa map is finally here! With a size of only 1 by 1 kilometer, Nusa is currently the smallest map in PUBG Mobile. It may be small, but it definitely offers a massive amount of content. Not only are there new firearms, what's more, there's also the highly interactive tactical crossbow. Setting huts on fire and repairing ziplines are not a problem. Speaking of map interactivity, Nusa is simply full of surprises. An elevator that lets you go to different levels of a building, a pool that restores your health, fast-moving ziplines, and crates in the wilderness can all better assist you in drawing up tactics to defeat enemies. Even if you get careless and get defeated, there's no need to let it get you down. Noosa's Super Recall will allow you to respawn once more. The small, fastest-paced map lets you rank up faster. All right, I'll leave it to you to explore rest of the content for yourself. Hope everyone ranks up and gets that chicken dinner. The new map officially launches on September 13th. Stay tuned. Think you're playing the wrong game? Hold up! This is still PUBG Mobile! Feeling hot and bothered? Come cool off in the new Noosa map! Besides the various leisurely activities, there are also several practical features too. For example, elevators make climbing stairs a thing of the past. Reach the 7th floor at the tap of a button. There is nothing greater than this. Don't forget to pay, or this might happen to you. Zip lines will also appear throughout the map. No need to run, just zip straight across. That's not all. There are new weapons and vehicles too. So that's the resort island Noosa. But Arangel has seen some improvements too. Guess what this is? It looks like a port, or maybe not. This is one of the ports on Arangel. A huge crane is visible in the distance, as well as a dazzling array of shipping containers. Compared to the previously vacant beach, it sure has become packed full of detail. There are still more map improvements for players to discover too.
If only I had a weapon, I would take over the punching kick.
That's nothing. I clearly took down the enemy. If we were to keep the score, we'd definitely be higher than me.
If I hadn't thrown the wrong grenade, I'd be eating chicken dinner for sure.
Smoke! Smoke!
What's wrong, guys?
If you don't agree, let's play Ultimate Arena.
Arguments don't matter. Ultimate Arena decides the victor. Stalemate? No problem. Ultimate Arena decides the victor.
Hey there everyone! PUBG Mobile 2.1 is officially here. In this update, we've introduced a new arena mode, Ultimate Arena. After entering the game, select Unranked Arena, and you'll see the Ultimate Arena mode. Choose between two maps, Erangel or Livik. Ultimate Arena is based on the conventional arena, with the addition of a final circle mechanic. Players from both sides will undergo 7 rounds back-to-back within a limited area, and the first team to win 4 rounds will be the ultimate winner. During the match, players can use their shop tokens to purchase weapons and equipment they require within a time limit at the beginning of each round. At the same time, random maps and weathers will rotate every round, and player movements will be restricted to certain areas within the map. For all participating players, this will be a new battle mode filled with excitement and challenge. In Ultimate Arena, familiarizing yourself with the Battlegrounds environment will greatly affect the outcome of a match. In Erangel, when you encounter a map with loads of houses, you can use the complex terrain as cover to approach opponents and catch them by surprise. Meanwhile, on a map with no cover and lots of hills, you'll need to make the most of the terrain height difference to avoid taking damage. As Livac has a relatively more hilly terrain, it's easy to get ambushed by the enemy when fighting alone. So work with your teammates and use cover such as trees to avoid taking damage. Weather is also an important factor that will affect the outcome of a match. The sound of rain and rainy weather will mask the enemy's footsteps as they move, making it hard for you to detect their movements accurately. Therefore, you'll always need to remain aware of your surroundings, stay vigilant, and make use of cover as much as possible. Of course, you can take advantage of rainy days to attack with throwables. As enemies are also hampered by the weather, they're less likely to be able to avoid sudden incoming throwables. In foggy conditions, the low visibility makes it hard for both sides to observe their opponent's movement accurately. So you can set up cover with your teammates to avoid being blindsided when you lose sight of the enemy. At the same time, you can also seize the opportunity to strike the enemy with a fatal blow together. Although twilight and cloudy conditions have little impact on players, it's no time to be careless, and a certain degree of vigilance is still needed. In Ultimate Arena, shop tokens are the most important resource for players. At the end of each round, the system will award players shop tokens based on 3 aspects: the current round, round outcome, and elimination results. The amount of shop tokens obtained from rounds is fixed, but differs depending on the current round, from round 1 to 6. Regardless of the round outcome, players will obtain
900, 1800, 1950, 2100, 2250, and 2400 shop tokens respectively.
Shop tokens obtained from the round outcome will vary depending on if the player won or lost the round. In each round, winners get a fixed 450 shop tokens, while defeated players get 300 shop tokens. However, when defeated players are on a losing streak, the losing streak reward mechanic will be triggered. A 2-round losing streak grants 900 shop tokens, while a 3-round losing streak grants 1500 shop tokens. Losing 4 rounds means losing the entire match. If the player wins a round and breaks the losing streak shop token reward will no longer be in effect. If the player's team loses again in the subsequent round, then the previous losing streak does not continue. Players that lost the round will only get 300 shop tokens as a reward. Elimination results also impact the number of shop tokens players earn at the end of a round, with 100 shop tokens for every enemy eliminated. If a player gets the first elimination, they'll also get a bonus of 50 shop tokens. According to this rule, if a player enters a 2-round losing streak in round 3, eliminates 2 players, and manages to get the first elimination, they'll obtain a total of 3,400 shop tokens at the end of the round. Meanwhile, a winning player who has eliminated 2 opponents will obtain a total of 2,600 shop tokens at the end of the round. According to Ultimate Arena shop token mechanic, players can calculate the amount of shop tokens they'll potentially earn to better prepare for the rounds ahead. As it can be difficult for players to gain a shop token advantage from winning and losing rounds, how shop tokens are spent can mean a huge difference. At the start of a match, players are given a level 2 helmet, a level 2 armor, a P92, and 750 shop tokens. If you're confident in your own abilities, you can use a pistol to eliminate players and use the earned shop tokens to purchase a level 3 helmet and level 3 armor to improve your survivability. As for weapons, you can loot the equipment from your enemies to strengthen yourself. If you don't have enough shop tokens to purchase a weapon, you can also ask your teammates for help and pool your resources to create a super combat unit. You can also choose to spend all your shop tokens on weapons at the start. All weapons purchased in the match come with their own attachments. You can use your weapon's firepower to suppress the enemy and gain additional shop tokens from eliminations and wins to gradually fill the holes in your defense. Other than a variety of classic weapons, you can also purchase riot shields to provide cover for your team. When your team is on a map with less cover, riot shields can be extremely useful. In addition to knowing when to spend your shop tokens, choosing the right firearms is paramount as well. When your team is situated on a flat terrain with relatively little cover, the open terrain prevents both parties from acting rashly. When this happens, a sniper rifle with high damage at long range will come in real handy. In maps with many houses and complex terrain, you can choose to use an SMG with a high rate of fire and stable recoil in tighter combat areas to gain the upper hand in head-on confrontations, and ultimately attain victory. That's all for this video. If you wish to know more about Ultimate Arena, don't forget to follow the official PUBG Mobile community. See you next time!
And welcome back once again to the PMRC Survivors. You are witnessing the clash of the year between some of the best teams hailing from the PEL region to fend off against PMPL of Southeast Asia. So with that being said, first, the race is getting closer and closer for some of these teams out there to vie for the top spot. The Infinity is still hanging on that #1 space for the moment, but last game, NV have been able to pull themselves forward. It's Contra as well as this Jenny here, taking you through all these actions. But before we kickstart everything else, we have the new collaboration coming real soon. October, baby. That's where you can get your hands on some of all these exclusive goods. That's going to be happening in moments' time.
Yes, and this is Bubble Boy, where it will be premiering in PUBG Mobile anytime soon. It's going to be, we are coming into the month of October already. So you guys stay tuned for that. And here we go, looking into Rabu Padu. I've been playing this event also. And true enough, when they say about double up, and you will get to collect a lot of these things just only for Wednesday. So you guys need to go in and, you know, have this sharing session of Rabu Padu memang selalu. It's true. It says that when you go in PUBG Mobile on Wednesdays, you'll get double up, not only just by the points, a few things that they will offer in for Rabu Padu. But now, where are we?
Well, we are going to head into our new Nusa map. Well, actually, you guys will, but of course, the pro players have their matches to play about. So, Nusa, my friend, is a new map that can offer you a whole lot of fun, whether if you're playing in squad mode or you want to duo with your best friend out there, or you want to take on everybody else as a solo, you could go ahead and do so on this 1.1 kilometer map.
Yeah.
And it's so interesting, right? Like, usually you think, oh, Sanhok is small enough.
No.
Wait a minute, there's even smaller. Like, even there was the other map that was like 2x2.
Yeah.
This one packs a punch. Action everywhere as it should happen. And speaking of action here, here are some of the teams that we will continue to keep our focus on.
Yeah.
Infinity, despite having rough round back in Myanmar, they've been able to show up big time inside of the Angle matches. Same could be said about Bacon Time as well as Nova, as they've always been around the top 5 of the radius. But we take a look quickly at the most damage being dealt by the players.
Order, again, we are not surprised by this. It's coming from Nova Esports, and we've got Boom, Bobo, Who, and then lastly, oh, that's a surprise. We've got Yuhai now. Oh, that's nice to see that our Malaysian region is coming up getting the most damage. And this is, of course, looking at match number 2 earlier, because we know the fact that Geek Fam managed to have a few scrimmages in the early part of the game. But now we're going to fly into our OG map, Regal, where the party begins. Because, you know, the players have taken this rotation, or let's say this format, as an advantage when it comes to Regal. They show us their A game and how they actually farm these elimination points. And you know what? Rotation don't exist in these Erangles anymore, because they will have an early battle as early as 3 minutes already. You will see a lot of teams, not just 1 or 2, but a whole lot of teams will target to one another while making that rotation. In a way, you are landed into your drop spot and the circle is there. Don't move.
Exactly, and I think the majority of the case of all these matches that we see is all about positioning.
Yeah.
When you do have that form of advantage, that will be able to give them a little bit more significance heading into the late game. And I really want to switch our focus on to predictions, because, okay, I got one right so far.
Yeah.
One wrong. Let's try to get on the streak. So you're saying the Infinity can match up to the tempo that NV is currently bringing?
Yes, definitely, because they have been getting chicken dinners in the first part of PMRC, have yet to get back up so far. They have been getting points here and there, but maybe today's the last day, right?
Yeah.
So they need to definitely have or end the entire PMRC with 1 chicken dinner. Maybe.
That's right. And, you know, speaking of chicken dinner, Yangon Galacticos has gotten 3. And why not add more to the block? Because I want to see a 4-way horse race. Well, technically, there's no horses in PUBG Mobile yet. Yeah. I say yet, maybe one day.
Maybe one day.
We'll get the right horses. But teams who are basically racing on the leaderboards. I think Yangon, sure, they have shown strides, especially back in Sanhok, where we all started to see, oh, this team could basically advance forward with all their aggression that they've been showing us from game in, game out. They're typically a little quieter on that early game, but when late game strikes, I think like they've always put themselves in the position where, okay, it's not about I'm just gonna sit there and wait for it to fall upon me. They fight their way from that outskirt all the way inwards, and I think this has worked out many a times for Yangon Galacticos. So I won't be all too surprised if they do back one more for themselves. However, for the case of teams like FaZe Clan, which we saw back in top 5, slided out of Kado. Like, did we expect it to finish so early? Because that fight between them as well as another team from the PL, I do believe, was it LGD? Was it? Well, I have to recall because that fight, SMG, a perfect call there. They made it swift. And that, I think one of the most spectacular play was carried forward by one of these players. Let me get the name. Memory. Memory, only with a pistol. 2 guys got taken out. And then after that, you give him a weapon, that's probably 3. So, impressive stuff. I just love watching all these teams that play. And for the first time, when we see the PL versus PMPL SA, it's just a monumental stage for us to see how much have both sides grow throughout the years.
You're right. I mean, it's true when they say about how the skills is being applied here. Knowing that, again, this region that we're looking into are full with firepower. And it seems like survival is similarly at stake. Even if you survive the longest, doesn't mean you're going to, you know, get a chicken dinner like that. In fact, Senhao, we have not seen a healing game at all.
Yeah, and I love this approach. This is the best way to play out. Like, sure, some teams might just think, okay, I'm just going to heal up and get those points. But
no,
this is how the game is meant to be. Take those battles head on. If you don't win your battle, you don't deserve that chicken dinner. Simple as that. And then now, with that being said, we get ourselves 3 rounds back to back in our 8x8 map, which is Regal, of course. So let's talk through some of the matches that you've been casting, like yesterday. Trajectory of the flights, of course, that is not the most significant part of the matchup, but circles, where have they occurred more frequently than not?
It's more in the north. And you know, Chuchu and Cloud, they have a wish list.
What's that?
And it's not granted yet. And hopefully today we'll get to see it.
Island Circle?
Yeah. You know them so well, huh?
It's always going to be an Island Circle for 2 as well as Cloud. So, hopefully we're the lucky ones. That's the perfect stage for a grand finals on the very final day. And speaking of which, well, sis, I think you got to take us through this flight.
We will take off into the land, the OG, none other is Regal. And of course, we want to see where exactly the flight route will start. And to know exactly where the circle will be, that is the question. But let's fly over to the land of Regal, the OG. And you know what? It starts in the Straits of Regal.
Yeah, I mean, wherever you start from, it is always in there. Sure. By the Straits. It's perfect. Cuts across from the mainland as well as the island. And it's going to bypass Stalber, giving every team an option to take whichever town, except for Zarki. Honestly, what are you guys doing in Zarki, if ever the case? Like, when you're in a competitive match, starting in Zarki isn't exactly the best location. Well, many would wonder why. Like, if you've played in Zarki enough, you notice that the vehicle spawn rate isn't really the best. And that township probably will not have the best enough loots for a full spawn. And if ever the case, you might want to send some players into North Church of Pole. But speaking of which, we've already seen some of the teams dive into the islands itself, as Alter Ego will be starting off with the military base. GID will be on the corners of Timos. So options aplenty over onto the far western end of the map.
And as per normal, we are looking into teams will go into their respective route spots, like Alter Ego and Bound now will go into Novo Repnoya, and Alter Ego will be comfortably over in Sovnoska military base. As of the contentions we've seen yesterday, it did not happen in the early part of the matches, but you know what? The circle, it's not going to be the wish list again. It is going to go all the way west.
It's absolutely fine. We're looking at an absolute clear circle for Nova Esports. Or should I just call them NV for now? GD, they've been looking mighty fine for a couple of all these games, but today hasn't seemed to have been at their most consistent form. But overall, like, there were plenty of times that they were willing to go head-on with fights, and we see Initial to be able to also chime in with great results of its own. Meanwhile, for LGD side, what do you think of this team so far?
Oh, they are feisty. I mean, when they get in the circle and they are one of the last, let's just say, when they get into top 7, they will fight their way and they will mean it and they will try. We did see how they fought with 4 Rivals earlier. And
Ooh, what?
What?
Oh. Like, where did that come from? Okay. I love the angles. Thank you very much, cameraman. Will you get Shirty to show us a little bit of moves along with Isis? And he's just going to go for more. Okay.
Okay.
He fumbles as we speak of it. That's the last of the ride. They'll go in for some loots. And speaking of loots here, Mount Barang will be stepping in favor of Adibs who have contributed in the past matchup.
They will try to bring in the IGL for Erangel. Every single Erangel Manpower will be playing. We all know that it's between EDs. Adibs or Harms will try to be the one to swap up. But here we go looking to LGD as the feisty teams. One of them with great firepower. And it looks like they will just be in the ages or the areas of Yasenaya, Pollyanna. Bound Now will take over Novo Repno. Yeah. So talking about Bound Now, they have been doing a very good job in coming to play when it comes to the smart gameplay. But okay, let's talk about this for a bit. We know that Damroad is the best IGL for Geek Fam, and he's going to be swapped out with Mika. You know, yesterday they actually tried something different.
Which is?
They didn't play with Damroad.
Oh,
they had Sonic.
Interesting.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, it's good for experience and exposure for Sonics to eventually be able to, you know, fend off against strong opponents, especially from the PL side, and also all the other teams of Southeast Asia where we don't see as much game time for Sonics. So here, sure, the stakes might not be as high as like a World Championship, right? Which teams have been looking to qualify for. And sure, prize pool is definitely a bonus if they do gain any form of monetary value out of it. So Geek Fam, if they're not vying for the top spot, I think they're in that learning process, which I think that for Damroad to sit 1 or 2 games out, it's still going to be A-okay. And have a look to your left of your screen. You can scan that QR code, and you could sign up for the upcoming PMCC Campus Championship for those of you guys who are currently studying in varsities, colleges. Well, don't mind Pig Feet. He's going to be okay. Yep, and that's PMCC.
Yep.
40,000.
That's a lot.
If you're a student with 40,000, what's the first thing you do with that money? Are you going to be that responsible kid to pay off student loans if you have any?
Yeah, probably. A portion of it will go to that, and a whole lot of it will go to a new PC.
New PC, sure. Okay. I thought you were going to say a phone upgrade or something for PUBG Mobile.
No.
Oh, your phone's decked out already. Is that the case?
Somewhat. I mean, I want to go for streaming.
Just being humble about it, right? Anyways, back to the matches we go. Rozok sees a glimpse of that circle. And of course, the last we saw was around the fields of Gatka. And keep in mind, NV starts in Nova itself. And that could be a golden opportunity for them to find advantages in the early game.
Right, you're right. But I have a question for you, Contra. What do you feel and think about 4 Rivals at this point of time for the representative, one of the representative of Malaysia, knowing that they are going to be one of the teams that will represent for the PMGC, and looking at how they have been playing PMRC? As a person from Malaysia yourself and casting PUBG Mobile for the longest time, for a representative for 4 Rivals, how have they been doing this tournament for you?
I have remained to be the most unbiased of them all. In terms of international tournaments, I think that, like, they do suffer a little bit of a dip of performance from time to time. But in the past couple of tournaments that they've been through, they've been trying to regain the form that they've had before the addition of Voki. Sure, when you add or subtract a player off of your squad, the dynamics always shift.
Yeah.
And when that happens, like, you just want to make the best out of it. You can still fall back to the old formula, sure, But teams have always been adapting. Teams have been learning.
Yeah.
And I feel like For Rivals still is in that phase of adaptation that they will have to find a good common ground that they could basically stick with a certain formula that has worked out. But once you're stuck with some of the best out there, I still say that For Rivals stand a really good chance. But 3 days have passed, now sitting at 14. Likelihood of winning championship, low. But likelihood of getting chicken dinners, still available.
Very well said there from Contra. Of course, we want to see the best out of them. But you know what we can see right now is SMG trying to pry on towards areas where Geek Fam is making that rotation. And seeing a similar kind of game style here where Regal will be caught off by early rotations. We're talking about only the first circle. But at least today, we are only seeing one attempt of pressuring fire, which is SMG towards Geek Fam. Yesterday was a whole lot more by the 7th minute. A whole lot of teams was already back in the lobby by then. But today, probably they will play a little bit smarter in a sense of choosing their plays, exactly routes on where they would want to pass in. And if you can see earlier on, Geek Fam didn't even want to pry open to any pressure fire because they know for a fact that if they do that, it's going to be a commit. Immediately, they have to commit to that fight. So right now, they're making a wise decision out of it. And looking into Eagles, they're just going to loot whatever that is left.
But Eagle Esports currently placed at 7th, are by the blue zone with a few of their members. Eagle Esports have been able to show up strong, and they've been a team that has been able to qualify to multiple regional championships overall. Though there are certain seasons that we don't see them in PMPLC, they still have solid names like Namshin that has been around the scene since 2019, and from then on, everyone knew he had something special in him. But what's special is this circle that still ends up by the corner of Shoreline, and most of these teams are finding it difficult to find a good ground as coverage. Therefore, a lot of all these open terrains have to be utilized in effect. And at least for the current measure, as teams are rotating, they'll be able to at least plan themselves into a safe region. Some damage being done to the Infinity already as Deb trails right behind them. No shots can be fired from Deb, no passengers to be on the board, so it'll be a pit stop for the rest of Infinity to try to cut across members of SEM9.
But that was because SEM9 earlier they passed through, and then I think SEM9 pried towards them. But now looking to SMG, very close by FaZe, and again getting the pressure. The firearms was already firing towards SMG, but immediately they U-turn. Not saying that they don't want to commit, because you know what, this is one of the last few Erangles that they might play, so they have to make a wise decision out of it. But looking into Envy, let's follow what Contra is saying. Envy.
We got Frozen.
But Envy, Frozen now, will just focus on this area that probably the IGL said this is going to be our prime spot. We're going to wait here first, even though they are right beside a few teams. That's actually one of the good spots to be in, honestly.
Yeah, on top of that, they have positioned their players into a certain formation where they still have good coverage of the entire sector of the hill, and FaZe Clan could not simply approach forward because of that. Now LGD getting invaded by the rival of Bacon Time. They're going to full send it with a full squad arriving on the field. And Journey immediately gets them tagged up. Only one member inside the shack. Cuties will be out, but oh my! A run over being brought forward by Eagle Esports as they try to crush members of Yangon Galacticos.
And true enough, this is going to be a build-up fight because Eagles is opening up, prying open, flanking out. One is going to go down. Marnet getting Chuan here. And then one sec is going to be the next one. Will he be spotted? He's been spotted already, and this is in the middle of nowhere. Now looking into one more player left, one each. Marnet managed to get that across.
How swiftly it goes! Eagle Esports make it look all too easy. And now LGD still taking down members of Bacon Time. The exchanges are happening. MVM goes down, but it will be Onsdown, the last one to bite the bullet. LGD wins yet again.
Those two fights have similar in the timing.
Yeah,
it was so quick.
And both were just very calculated shots.
I know, right?
This one was the call of Bacon Time. They thought that they can win this fight. So this perfect defensive setup coming in from LGD has been able to bring them down, not only on their knees, but just have that perfect shot call to know every info that was vital for them to have that clear ace. All 4 pointers on both ends.
And you know what? Another fight is about to happen here. And this is two Malaysian teams. Epi having to go neck on neck with the entire Sem 9. I don't know if there's going to be sense of survival here, but the rest of Forever is about to come in. They have answered already. Now Putra taking control here, but I think it's a little bit too late for Forever to question. They're going to go into somewhere else. It's being very dangerous for them because they're currently in the middle of nowhere.
And most of these Malaysian teams tend to face off against one another very early on. And with this sort of tough bout, there's more teams that will cross by Sem 9's territory, and therefore, for Rivals, they'd say, okay, it's not worth the shot. Pull back, we got other places to try to book out for. Meanwhile, look at where NV is currently at. Still in the middle of the pack, not really budging off, where 4 Rivals also setting up a formation against the teams that are about to arrive. They're up in the air, and 4 Rivals, they're also getting demolished. They're not prepared for this fight.
Oh no, another one goes down, leaving only with Jumper. He's going to be the only one to clutch. Is he able to do that? Apple goes down next. And then it will be just Jumper going to be chased by the entire DX here. Now only leaving with one player, Lamborghini. All Jumper got to do is push against towards the house. Going to throw in a grenade first, and he will build it out. He will try to heal up first, and that has already been done for Lamborghini. And we are going to wait for this reset, because Rabbits will tell that information.
It's hard for them to achieve a reset all too quickly, though. Pone just dropping nades after nades upon Sem 9, but still not really finding the cut. Putra still on the ground, though, needing a little bit more rescue, but that grenade will clip. Capone secures one. Mamparang trying to find a little bit of angle inside of the shack. This is getting too close for comfort for members of Sem 9. But more bullets come in the way. They do find a knock against Harm. But all these Shroud of Smoke blocking their side, but PN United still wins the trade.
Oh, that's living only with Harm, and he's behind the room, and he will be spotted. I think that's going to be the end. And it's true, the entire Sem 9 went down right after finishing a team. I mean, obviously, they were trying to do a pry open towards 4 Rivals, but they only managed to get only Appy back in the lobby and have to contest right after teams. And now looking into Alter Ego, going straight into SMG, but not enough time to even hide. Getting the shot across, and that's it, the end.
He'll definitely remember this for his entire day after having that sort of push. Never challenge, remember, on a close quarter combat. Now, this 1v1, though, needs to be settled by Lamborghini. Jumper still hiding pretty close by. Is that Molotov being tossed right into the lower floor? Jumper on the other side of the wall will be able to hold out for temporary measure. Man, within the past 3 minutes, fights have been going wild everywhere, Jenny.
I know, and it was just within a few minutes. Oh wait, seconds. It was just seconds, guys. That was how fast their engagement was, the intuition, everything was in play here. And now looking into Infinity, they are trying to play out something, building up a game here, but Ellen already has spotted that, but he only had to tank the damage of that vehicle.
You don't really want to challenge Newsy, but what you could do is just to chase him off of this whole territory. They're still by the edges of the circle. Shouldn't be all too hard for them to manage, but Yuhai will have to take the short end mistake here with this grenade. Lobbed so perfectly by Mela. And the rest of Geek Fam tries to keep the rest of Infinity at bay. Logan will be able to secure the kill for the team. Meanwhile, another fight breaks loose. It's Eagle versus LGD. And swiftly as they go on this again, YZZ coming with that UMP spray, which wasn't enough as he enters the compound of the Eagles.
Yeah, I think he actually thought there was only one person left, but there was an assisted fire from the back. So unfortunately for LGD, they tried. I mean, the timing was perfect, but you know, they had more in manpower when it comes to Eagles. And now looking into Geek with 2 left. What are they going to do knowing that Yuhai is already out and Infinity will come closer into where Geek Fam is?
Yeah, I believe that for Geek Fam, all they have to do is to hold on to their spot for a little bit longer. At least there's a little bit more of a distance of coverage before any teams were to approach if they were ever to rotate into that territory. So teams are just trying to hold on to the ground until the next phase appears. BN United will have 4 Rivals, the Savior, SMG, and FaZe Clan all surrounding them, though. So BN United, as much as they are on the streak for the past 2 rounds, this might just be a really difficult bout for them if they were to continue forward from this direction.
Yeah, I think they have been playing and showing us how exactly what it means to do homework and actually utilizing it. We can see that happening right now. But Envy will get information as to how many teams that is in front of them. They will not push any teams as of now because they have such a good place to be in. They are in the circle, if I'm not mistaken. Still okay. They have cliffs to play with, but you know, Geek will not be pushed by Infinity any moment now, though there might be a sandwich.
Yeah, as for the Infinity, they're left with 3 members to play out. They've had the difficult round inside of Myanmar, and now they have to put more points on the table so that Nova does not really chase up upon them. Being United, though, this is what we have expected out of them. If they march forward, they will meet many other players in front of them. Capone tries to hold them back, managed to get 1 member out of the SMG to be knocked down. Memory to be saved here. Not on a USB stick for sure, but BN United can at least get a little bit of cover from the back of that hill. Now remember, has a heavy duty at hand just to hold the rest of BN United back.
Yeah, and it will be a well-paid waiting on for now because they still have like 3 men on board. They're going to do a little bit of that reset, but while that is happening, Capone will not wait any more longer. They know they're going to take advantage of this because they got the vantage point. I mean, come on.
Oh.
What is the team going to do when they have this? But the shots are coming in from Remember. Don't challenge him, as what Contra just said earlier, and sprays are still happening straight onto Capone.
And he's just pushing all alone, and he's doing so much damage by himself. This is going to be a really good nade being primed right forward. And he has got to make a move. Capone still getting the damage, but remember, we're brought down by a nade being cooked by Capone himself.
Oosh.
Noah's still looking out. He's been able to spot members of SMG, and that will clip 1 member out. And that leaves only a singular target left for Team SMG. They managed to get 5 points whatsoever from all these early fights that they've committed into. But that has not really paid off all too well now that they've lost too many of their own.
You're right. And you know what? I have this question in my head. Why didn't Bow Now play like this in the early fights? I mean, currently they are in the overall standings at number 15 and they're playing so well ever since Sandhawk.
And this is what teams are supposed to do, even if you're on the lower side. But we got to finish up this one with Jumper still trying to fend things up. That jump shot will come right into the corner, and it's Capone yet again being unstoppable. But there's still Lamborghini hiding by the shack.
Oh, there you go. Lamborghini will try to get information here, knowing there is vehicles passing by, and still Bow Now will make everybody else bow down. And sure enough, look into Lamborghini's health. Super low and just trying to find him behind the walls. Is he able? Oh no, he will get burned alive by the molly.
Oh no, and there's just more damage to be done right here. It's FaZe Clan that has caught a glimpse of everything. And FaZe Clan doing much better than before. All 4 players left intact, including 4 points to be backed up inside of Erangel so far. We're moving into Phase 5 here. 1 minute and 15 left before we go into Phase 6. And Jimmy and the rest of Nova now cutting right through. Capone now tagged up. That will be the last of BN United. FaZe Clan eventually has to challenge a few members of Eagle Esports to get by. But just a lot of safe section here that has been covered up by the rest of Nova Esports, though they may not be in the fight. And speaking of which, this is actually the final member of BN United instead. 7 lineage points, 8 plays.
Not too bad.
Still a great day for BN United.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I wish they played like this earlier, like I said. But anyways, it's not too late for them to push whatever numbers that they're on in the overall standings. Like what Nova is trying to do, you know, they have been listening to all the fights here, and they are pretty smart when it comes to pushing, at least for the last day that we are witnessing right now. They have heard all the fights, but all they are doing right now, they're just distributing their men. Okay, you're going to hold this fort, I'm going to hold this fort, while we wait for the big war to happen, because none of that is being touched right now.
Especially for Infinity, right? Not move ever since that challenge.
Yeah, very smart. Even though they know there's a team right in front of them, and you know what, GIDS, in fact, right now is trying to tap away because they want to have a good compound to play in. I mean, right now, they are in the circle, yes, no doubt about that, but it's a place where everybody can see one another, and sure enough, the circle has shifted, and probably this is the time Infinity will push.
And there's so many crowd over on the south end of the map. Infinity eventually joined by Nova on the southeastern corners as well. But for Eagle Esports, They're all inside of the compound where FaZe Clan is about to pursue forward. Oh, Tony K. You can't just do him like that. Immediately snapping onto Eagle Esports, and now Tony K will challenge Twan 2K. But look at that. We got Hexas also chiming in, and those tags have landed onto Tony K. Secures one for the team.
Oh, Boom, such a smart place to be in. They are just picking as the third party, and even Victoria's getting tagged from Boom.
For Boom Esports again?
Yes.
They're so sharp. I can't even see where they're aiming at. But they're the ones that actually stop FaZe Clan from pushing Eagle Esports. So Eagle have to thank them for that. Twan, he's got 2 grenades, trying to cook them up. FaZe Clan, they just couldn't move a muscle. They're just being burned out every step of the way, and now Boom is here to play.
Yes, Boom, right after knowing the knocks that they have been getting, why not be a third party at this point of time, cooking all the nades? And this is going to be the end. This might be the end for FaZe Clan. Vin Torres can't do anything. He can't get information. Taking the damage here. MR5 trying to pry on towards Eagle, but now the attention has to come to Booms because the entire team pushed forward.
Torres, he soaked a lot of damage out of the nades and finally fall to his knees. But Infinity, this time they finish on 7th place. Nova will be able to chase upon them, hitting into the top 5, and FaZe Clan will be crushed to smithereens. And Eagle Esports still defending, not even losing their members in the process, but now they do. The nades fall in from Boom Esports again. And FIDM is just trying to see whether or not can he catch any more members of Boom. Look at the confidence of Boom Esports. It's just brimming at its peak. But still, the Eagles are not going to push over here, holding them back. Got the S12K ready to blow. Shots being fired. Octa with a Scar L. He's trying to go out, but they're just all surrounded. Eagle Esports, next one to fall.
Next one to fall, but Boom, such a good gameplay. They planned it out well, managed to come in, not just getting by one team, 2 teams in fact, in the plan while coming ahead. That was definitely terrific coming from Boom. They don't want to climb up the steps, and they have been getting elimination points along the way. But Geek Fam is also another team that has been quite passive at this point of time, because knowing that there are only 2 men left, and this is going to be an advantage for them, being a kingmaker, if they are able to, you know, be quiet on that. But I'm seeing somebody having the MG3, which is Ellen.
Oh, it will be a huge advantage for GID. Meanwhile, MV has kept themselves alive for the most part, not really playing as offensively as they did on the past few rounds, but this is what they wanted, the positioning points overall. Boom. The ones that have been hunting out like they should, as these wolves are out for a hunt. Damage being done. Not enough coming from snipes of Geek Fam. As you can already tell, it's going to be a little bit difficult for them now, playing on the outskirts, needing to get by. At least the other teams are much more occupied, so Geek Fam can still find their way on foot. But every other team will just have to play by the edges of the circle from here on.
Yeah, playing by the edges, and right now seeing each other in the crosshair. They're waiting for the right time to push in. Nova having the places by themselves, and this is quite a good position to be in. Similarly to GID, throwing the nades over, not clicking onto either side. Order trying to get information exactly to where the rest of GID is in, but the sprays is coming from the other side. It's coming from Boom again, using the same tacticality, which is right on top of the rooftop, and it's working very well. Jimmy even gets that.
My goodness, Boom. They just have absolute control. Like, even from the corners, look at Yummy. He's just gonna find slimes so easily, but Powerboy that is gonna be trying to claim those slimes. It will still be in the hands of Boom that will take out that member of Geek Fam. Sonic's last hope left. Geek Fam, what can they do? They've already made it into the top 4. Yummy doing so much damage in this match. Still couldn't find a kill, but it's Nova and the rest of them just hiding inside the smoke, trying to challenge GID. Powerboy finds one, finds two, tries to go and wrap around. He takes down 2. Now he couldn't find any refuge behind that buggy, and it's Nishal that saves the day.
Yeah, but that was an awesome display by Powerboy. We did see how he controlled the UMP. It was out of this world. It was not a super gun. It was just a normal gun. He managed to take 2 and still strike for more. But they got in manpower. It's probably where he went down. But Hexa's next, going to toss in the nades over to Sonic. But not going to make it because Booms has come forward, coming down from the rooftops. And they are definitely the kingmakers.
And this is how they want to end with a bang, with both Indonesians out of the PMPL here to play. It's 10 elimination points for Boom Esports. They can secure that chicken dinner so long as they play the same exact aggressive way. But Alan, as you said, has the MG3. This weapon has been feared by many, and they will definitely deal a whole lot of damage with it. Alan's still running around though.
Yeah, when I'm with the MG3 in a good position, you know, when you're proning, that's the best angle that you can get because of the recoil itself. And he's getting ready for anybody to come in. Although he's tanking a little bit of the damage by that grenade by Hexas, but the entire team of Boom and also GIDS has kind of opened up while we have that main person on the rooftop. He's the anchor point.
Yeah, and he has already gotten every single intel he needs with this play itself. Yummy now finally gets spotted out. And that's Boom's that will relay that information. Snishel concentrate right back, and this fight seems all too familiar for the defense of Indonesia. Alan now trying to clutch it out. Still got a UMP at hand. Will try to get the reloads done. Boom's dishing enough damage onto Boho, but he's just going to be getting enough cover to last out the round. But Boom gets caught out, and suddenly the tides have turned. GD, they can find the ways to close out against Boom Esports.
And now only living with Okla and Yami in Boom. And he gets the information here. This is going to be an easy chicken dinner with somebody having an advantage point at this point of time where Okla can be the support system right now. And he's setting the taps but have not connected.
And Okta's going to be lobbing those nades. He does clip out Snishel, not enough to take him down, but the final tap of the bullet will do the trick. Okta here to close the game. And now it will be Boom Esports with the victory.
Whoa, that was... I really like the fact that they used that anchor point. It was on top of the roof. They managed to not one team, a whole lot of teams along the way. That was out of this world, and hence the name of this team, Boom.
Definitely ending the game with a bang here, and Boom Esports, well-deserving victory that have been claimed by them by sheer hard work and determination. Well, Boom, what can I say? These guys look phenomenal whenever they can get into positions with pressure point.
Yeah.
And that play by Yummy, honestly, is game-changing.
Yeah.
Like, even Nova couldn't stand a chance. Though that was a fight between them as well as GID.
Yeah.
Like, well, they just basically have to tap from afar. So far, all the other teams that were around the other sectors, they were just taking slow precautions. Sure, there was a lot of compound rushes. This has been one of the best angle matches that we've seen with high tempo play from everyone on board.
Yeah, you're right. In fact, a whole lot of them been caught off guard by... I'm seeing a lot of teams who were caught by that rotation. In fact, right now looking into the highlights of what happened here. These are two examples here of teams who actually rotated and met one another. And then coming on to the next team, Bacon Time versus LGD. And this was a very good intuition coming from Mila, Infinity, throwing that nade. And I'm very sure Yuhai didn't expect that coming on towards him.
Indeed, and BN United, back-to-back games here with a whole lot of takedowns overall, and I think the highlight was all over on Capone and how he managed to storm his way through all these sort of sectors. But this was an interesting fight where we see FaZe Clan trying to initiate, and Boom, they made this game-winning play where they third-partied on both FaZe Clan as well as Eagle Esports, won that trade, took over this sector, and then take control of this match in the late game.
I really like the fact the timing was right. I mean, they were on the rooftops for a while, and they kept quiet to wait for enemies to come in. That's probably the reason why they are able to spray, because they have no idea there's people there waiting for them there. It was definitely a good tactic here. Now looking to the finishing, Alan, even though MG3 is no longer available, he tries to go for more. Not enough for that, but again, Yummy being that main person on top was the informer, the anchor for Boom itself to win that chicken dinner.
And of course, with such a phenomenal performance, we just have to take a look at those stats. Utility usage has to be high in order to close out games, and therefore you see both the Indonesian team, Boom as well as GD, basically expended every single charge of grenades, but that's 20 frag grenades from Boom Esports, right? Like, I want to see what the numbers add up to later on, but Geek Fam, I think even though they were having 2 members to play out with, they've been able to challenge the remainder of the team. So Envy, I think what do we say? This is the most consistent team that has been able to rise since day one of having a bad start, but have that tenacity to hold on. So now, let's quickly take a look at the match rankings.
Yeah, with that amazing amount of elimination points, obviously will be rewarded a chicken dinner for Boom itself. GIDS not falling too far behind with 7 elimination points. Number 2, number 3 is 2E. Again, a team that we did not expect to get there, but they managed to do it very well by winning the circle. And of course, at the same time, looking into the elimination points, they have 9. They have been conquering.
Yeah, and every team were in battle. Like you see, every single one of them at least have 1 elimination point on board. Nova Esports, despite being pretty much existing into the late phase of the game, they didn't manage to get much takedowns. Even with Paraboy knocking down 2, he didn't basically shut down the entirety of GD, and he didn't close out with those points.
You're right. I mean, there was definitely, if they had the manpower, I think it would be a reverse gameplay. But Octa here, being the player of the match, I thought it could have been yummy. But because probably he was the first person in front getting the damage, and plus we can see that he has 5 elimination points in his own pocket. And this is PMRC we're talking about. So that probably was the highlight for Boom itself for Octa.
He did close out the very final takedown that has secured the win for the team. And of course, congratulations to Boom Esports. Now they place themselves into 5th, skyrocketing their way up the leaderboards. And now, even with DX sliding into 6th position, things are looking very uncomfortable for teams in the middle of the pack. However, we look at the results between Infinity as well as Nova Esports. It's 3 points to separate the top 2 teams.
You're right. They're not too far behind for Infinity and Nova or NV by themselves. But the rest of the other teams looking into page number 2, they're not too far behind also, just by a few points, trying to battle it out. But of course, looking into champions here, the only one that can be able to challenge Infinity is still going to be the only one, which is NV. Unless Bacon Time can finish a game with a chicken dinner and a huge amount of elimination points, probably they're going to get themselves a little bit closer to 2nd position.
But we see like the resurgence of power for the PMPL Vietnamese side, and that has basically turned the script around for those who are contending for the top spot.
Yeah.
Like, you look at how aggressive they are from the early game and BN United, they don't care. They're just going to run at all these players and try to get all these numbers. So we quickly look into some of the instances of the rotations of this matchup. So, of course, we see the circle that will appear around the Galacticos region. So each respective teams get their areas of play. Now, what's interesting to me is that usually Geek Fam, in occasions like this, they'll take over Hospital, right?
Yeah.
Instead, they'll be moving into Fair Pier, as well as the south side of Pachinki, to get access, which is honestly not too bad because they still get to be around the circle. Nova Esports, they didn't really have to worry about the circle all too much. All they have to do, book themselves the key location to where they need to be. At first they think, okay, might be the hill, so they move upwards and they have ample time to reposition. However, look at Boom Esports. They came from Kameshki to end the game.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
It's all the way on the other side, and at least it kind of gives them the advantage to play a slow game in a way to build it up. They have information from whatever that's happening around the corners, and they know exactly, okay, which area to go into and not
the north
butt
side
into
is
people's
absolutely
fight.
clear for them as well. I think it's a smart play that has yielded them the perfect result. But heading into the final few battles, it's still going to be all about decision making, right? So the decision that was crucial for Boom Esports was to launch the attack against members of FaZe Clan as well as Eagle Esports. Here's why. Because you take a look at this sector, that is the focal point. So you might not see it all too much, but the fight has already been over. So Boom Esports take that real estate. So it's a big wraparound view. 180, all secure.
Yep. They always have somebody lingering on the odd angle, I would say. Like, looking to now, Yami will not leave that point, knowing that it is part of the circle. So that is definitely crucial for Booms, like what Contra was saying. I second that. They had every angle being targeted upon, anchored upon, and probably that's the reason why we've been saying they have built up the game, plan it wisely, and then executing it and putting it with a chicken dinner.
Exactly, and of course, Octa, he may be the MVP out there, but we saw Yummy was the sentry over on the top side, and that itself, just perfect display of teamwork and understanding of the matchup at stake. So far, Of course, we see multiple different winners of the chicken dinner for the past 3 games. And there's only 2 more matches remaining before we find out who will be crowned as the champions. But before that, you can be a champion too. If you guys are studying and you guys want to get a taste of competitive play in PUBG Mobile, sign up for PMCC, hashtag 1 squad, 1 goal. 40,800 ringgit is at stake, and we do have the first qualifier for the campus leaders out there. So make sure you scan that QR code and register now, because this is the last chance to PMNC 2022.
Yeah, definitely for you guys. If you are from an institution above 16 years old, you want to be a closer step to our PMPL. This is your chance for that close step after going into PMCC, going to PMNC. But you know what is coming very close than the PMCC is actually our new ultimate set coming soon. So if you open your PUBG Mobiles right now, there will probably drops of hints on what is coming up next. It's something sci-fi, and I kind of had a clue exactly onto what is coming up. It has this alter ego utopia kind of look. But that is for you to discover, and now we have already a new map, Contra.
That's right, and a whole lot of cool stuff for you to explore. I haven't tried the NS2000 shotgun myself, but I know that it's the shotgun meta, so this will be fun for you to play around with your friends and launch some sneaky attacks against other players vying for that chicken dinner. We also have the quad being added up into the game along with the tactical crossbow. Sure, some of all these players think normal crossbows are a little boring.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that tactical crossbow, you're going to have a lot of fun.
Yeah, I mean, that's the only crossbow that you can put a house on fire.
Yep.
And you need to find it in Crystal Bay. I mean, there is other tactical crossbows, but you want to go with the firing edge, you have to find it in Crystal Bay. But you know what? Let's check out our team summary on what we're going to see here. Is, of course, head-to-head with Boom and GID or GD themselves. And looking into the damage and plus time in blue, so Boom definitely made that worth within that 1 minute 20 seconds. They not only just have to tank it out, they managed to get home with a chicken dinner.
That's right, and you see it's the rise in power for the PMPL Indonesia side, where we have already seen them doing so well throughout the entirety of the season back in their local league. And well, we got our fine-looking gentleman here on our screen. Remember, was SMG's strongest unit to charge their way into any battle, and he managed to clip out a lot of these players with 872 damage being done. Octa, who scored on the chicken dinner himself, will be on 2nd place, and Namshin, loving the hair, my guy, 706.
Yeah, he has cool hair, blue hair. You have what hair? What do you call that, blondie?
Me just turning old. That's what it is.
No, it's not. Nothing. Nobody's turning old. Not even the matches here, because we still got 2 more Urangos to go to. And we're going to fly into the second last match of the day and the entire PMRC. So teams definitely are having sweaty palms. Heartbeat is racing, because who will win that last 2 chicken dinners will change the entire game, especially if it's coming from the top 5, because we know how close Infinity and Envy is right now. Neck on neck with the points.
That's right, and speaking of which, it's down to these final 2 games, and we haven't seen all too much from the Infinity today.
Yeah.
They were not playing as aggressively as we expect them to do, and we understand why. You want to maintain that #1 spot, but when you're too passive, you won't be able to get all too much being done. Plus, the rotations that they took have always collided with other teams as well, which wasn't really favorable for a team that really wants to hold on to the late game, where we saw even 7-9 players were chasing right behind them, and it's a really telling sign where they are having struggles, but if they can fix it within the span of 2 rounds, they will be the champions, unless if you see Nova continuing on this same exact momentum, which isn't #1 all the time. Sure, they got 1 chicken dinner on the past round before starting off Arangel, but all you need is just top 4 finishes, decent amount of knockouts, and that should be it.
You're right about that. You know, knockouts, to finish it off is actually the harder portion.
The difficult part, because everybody else is ready to see.
You're right. You're right. I mean, we did see how Paraboy tried all, you know, his might earlier, but it was just being stilled by teams just openly like that, especially from Booms, whom already have eaten a few teams from the back like a wolf. In fact, FaZe Clan had a plan. We saw what happened, and then out of a sudden, their plan went topsy-turvy because of Yummy.
Exactly, and I think like it's just brilliant plays overall because once again, you take leverage on a few factors. The high ground advantage whenever you do get a glimpse of your enemies from an optimal angle, you always will win out that sort of trade. And even not, the information provided, like you said, has been vital for that success. But the couple of other matches that we saw, in the case of Envy and Nova, they just know how to basically execute as a team because their shot calls have been in perfect crystal clear form where even in Myanmar we saw what happened right there when they secured the win itself. There's definitely multiple approaches to the game where even if you're on the low ground, there are ways to counter the ones on the top side. But for players to adapt on the fly, I think that's that special thing about the competitiveness that they are showing here, because not only is their reflexes are on their top level best, it's just the sort of hindsight that they have on when and where to move, what exactly to do, and who should take out. I think like when they have that sort of hinge of an idea and just go for it, just don't hold back.
You're right.
They'll be able to get something.
Exactly what was executed by some of the teams earlier, Infinity and also a few other teams. In fact, FaZe Clan was doing it also after they get a confirmed knock and immediately pushing in front. But of course, when it comes to PMRC, your backs is never safe. You have to watch your six. And I'm sure it's pretty much cracking the brains of not just IGLs, the coach, even managers are probably taking part in this, thinking a way on how are we going to get ourselves secured to fight at the last few circles. Because what we saw earlier was teams who are able to fight, but because they got off guard with the timings, they were like forced to fight and they were being surrounded. There were so many instances where we did see only one player being in that particular compound, and they still had members. It's just that they didn't come in on time. We were looking into in Miramar, we were seeing that a few teams had that experience similarly to this Erangel. So in a way, that's why we kind of thought about that circle. If that drop spot is yours and you don't have to move, just make small movements. Unless you're like Booms, they went all the way outside. But of course, it has to sacrifice in a sense of you have to think about your first aid, your fuels. Even though right now you can go drop by in the petrol station and then top it out with one token. Those things. In PMRC, I'm not even sure if you even can wait for a minute because you might be shot in the distance.
Exactly, and we're talking about the finest players of PUBG Mobile that we have in respective regions of the world. Of course, let's count it as an Asia-Pacific tournament overall, right? Because we involve teams from China who have been on prime form in every international tournament that they have been able to participate. Nova Esports have proved to be the ones that have always been able to have the perfect stamina to run the marathon time and time again. And when you add up to the mix, Team SMG, the up-and-coming team that has been able to win the championship back in their home ground, still having a certain learning curve in their run so far in this current circuit. We have all the other Southeast Asian teams that have been so competitive that almost given any other day and any other match, you'll see different winners like we're seeing today.
You're right. And this is not going to look good. In fact, it's going to be our second last match. And who are we thinking to win this chicken dinner? Of course, we're trading sides. I chose Infinity earlier, but they didn't get to. But probably this is the time where Contra is going to get his prediction right again. Or probably it's my
I'm not too sure, but just basically throwing one out of back because we see a few games now, the Infinity hasn't been making drastic measures to bring points back for themselves. And you know what they say, desperate time calls for desperate measure. So this is where I want to see them be a little bit more confident, right? Because I understand, like, sometimes being at the top, you just have a whole lot more pressure as compared to those that are currently sitting from, say, anywhere from 9th till the bottom. It's still a very playable game for them, but The rest may not have as much to lose as compared to the Infinity. And I think like that makes the narrative a lot more interesting because now it's just points apart. I wanted a fight till the very end, and I hope that they give it to us.
Right. Similar hopes to myself because Malaysia only had one chicken dinner so far, and hopefully this can be the second one because it's the last day and it's going to be our second last Wrangle with 50 plus more seconds left before coming in. Again, it really depends on where the circle will be, and even though if the circle is in Sovnoska, the wish list of Sir Cloud and Choo Choo, it's all about the timing. In fact, we've already seen equal circles where it comes straight in the middle or all the way up north or even west or east. It's still the same problem where they have been disturbed by movements in the first few minutes of the game. So this is a problem for a few teams. Like, how do we get out of this? So this is not easy. And you know, the moment you want to start an engagement with a team, the circle shifts. Like what happened to N9 earlier.
Like when we saw the circle move into Gatka early on, it was a few cutoff points, but at least on the main ground. So we expect a different type of circle to appear as we're about to head directly into our penultimate round of the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash, diving into Angle for the second time coming, as this is match 4 out of 5, ready to roll.
Ready to roll, and we are going to fly from Quarry all the way cutting across into Lipovka, and this might be a Sovnoska circle, honestly, looking into this, because I've seen this kind of flight route all the time, and sometimes these are the kind of routes that will actually close into Sovnoska itself, and this is going to be quite insane where, you know, sometimes when we get to see this, it might just hope to appear in different senses, in a sense of where the circle might pop in. And this just, again, like I said, it might be the wish list of Contra and Choo Choo. But you know what, teams, again, they know for the fact that early contention is not worth at all. They're going to just focus onto their drop spots, looking into exactly where they would probably try to, you know, do their rotations and things like that. But yep, it's quite hard to see this because every teams are like cracking their heads thinking that, hey, I was one of the champions. Yeah.
Like, the most important part is that they managed to reach their designated start of the map, and this flight paths allow many of the teams to be able to get cut through. But the teams that are supposed to be on the north part of the map, like Severny or maybe even, say, Gabaski, like what Boom did early on, they need to make a stretch.
Yeah.
But look, Deja Vu,
oh my
circle's
God.
pretty similar. It's just sliding a little bit
yeah, it's a little bit, yeah,
compared to the other one. But I don't think lightning strikes twice.
Yeah, right.
So probably the circle will be still around Gatka. I'm hoping for the open field fights because we haven't seen that type of brawl where everyone's just on flat grounds. No advantage given to those that are on hills, etc. And Bacon Time, having struggles of their own to hold their spot, has been on third place, still behind Nova by 30 points exactly.
Yeah.
But huge chicken dinner with multiple targets being on their crosshairs to be able to secure maybe 15 kills a game. Might just see them go up. It's just a big maybe though.
Yeah, and they need to get into top 3 for that, if that were to happen, at least for them. But looking into it, this is a similar kind of wrangle that we saw yesterday where the circle was repeated twice, similar circles appeared. So probably we are looking into the same kind of circles, at least for today, because we did see the previous circle and this circle is almost the same, where teams will go into similar rotations. Namshin, be careful.
Oh, yeah.
Be careful, guys.
A lot of the teams are rotating even earlier. And if you play in competitive setting, you need to set how much time do you need to get all your goods.
True.
And sometimes you don't have the luxury to say, I'm going to try to get all my level 3 gears in whichever hut that it might just be hiding under. Could be somewhere in the basement or so. By the time that you have done your loot, you're going to be so far behind compared to all the other teams that have booked themselves a safe location. And on top of that safe location, they have all the intel. They know when these teams will make a move.
You're right.
And if you're going to come in late, you better be the last one guy to come in.
Yeah.
Right?
Like what Booms did.
Yeah, like exactly like Boom. Like you want to find the safest spot by being late, and it doesn't always turn out that way. What if another 5 teams decide to do that? Then you are at risk of being at the bottom in 16th place.
True, they have to think out of the box in order to do this. But now looking to Nova or NV, making that rotations early, trying to get into places where probably they thought like earlier, you know, this is an advantage when it comes to similar circles. So they would probably like relearn whatever they did earlier in correction and think about the fact that, hey, this win that was by Boom. So they took this place. If they have the chance to actually watch this stream, obviously there is a delay and definitely they are not able to watch this instantly. They would probably copy the idea of how did that team win, knowing that it's almost the same kind of circle. So this is again an advantage for teams who would probably want to get the fact that, hey, you know, it's not about the place, it's how we win this, the strategy, and etc. etc. But now looking to Infinity, they are over in Milta Power, again being very far from the current circle, and they are not out yet. So probably this time they're going to play a late game engagement.
Indeed. And for the Infinity, they're just looking upon the horizon here, weighing their options. As this is still going to be a difficult rotation for them to get by. And therefore, like what we've touched upon multiple times already, this is the team that needs to play safe, and we understand the style of play that they're currently at. It's just that for them to even cut through, as compared to Nova, who's always in the circle, it's just an edge that you have one less thing to worry about. And therefore, the Infinity is not in the comfortable spot at all. Meanwhile, 7-9, of course, we see them taking very radical approach to fights, where they've been out and about, trying to lock onto targets. The last time was them basically planting themselves in the foothill of Mount Gatka, where a lot of teams will pass by. And 7-9, at least they've been able to readjust to the measures that they've always been able to present back in their own regional league itself, right?
Yeah.
That they've been able to show up. But I think there's still a lot more to learn from the Malaysian squads overall throughout this course of the tournament, because every other team is just so feisty.
Yeah, and about to approach is actually SMG versus FaZe Clan. Again, these two teams always meeting neck on neck with the DBS arm. Not going to hit right on target. Yeah, it goes down first. Next one to go up. Everybody is arriving here, but Beautiful is doing a beautiful shot over. One after another coming down like a domino. Now looking for the last member. And remember me goes down. You know what, Vintorres? It's just the timing. Unfortunately, again, it's the same team always meeting up one another.
And they have won it outrightiously so. SMG, you saw what happened right there.
Yeah.
It was a perfect hole by Beautiful by the staircase. Usually players would be able to get one. Yeah. That's understandable. But that full rush being sent out by FaZe Clan did not work out because of Beautiful's angles that he immediately repositions from the stairs all the way to the top floor and still looking upon, and kept on creating that pressure that with FaZe Clan unable to quickly re-strategize and still having players on the outskirts, they're just not ready.
No.
SMG is just always one step ahead of them.
Yeah, you're right. Even though just now it was an advantage for FaZe Clan initially. That was a bummer, totally. I'm very, very sure right now FaZe Clan is so angry in the sense of like, why we keep meeting them even though we're not in the same place?
And look at that. Like, remember we started off the day with FaZe Clan being on number 5?
Yeah.
Every other team, they're overtaking. Yangon Galacticos have been moving up. Boom Esports won themselves a chicken dinner. And honestly, anyone can make up this top 5.
You're right. I mean, if Bacon Time decides to say, hey, it's time to win some bacon or chicken, I think they are able to do that.
Hey, that exists.
Chicken bacon. Yeah, it's nice. Turkey bacon.
Turkey is not chicken, though.
It's a
they're
family.
relatives?
Yeah.
But I get you. I get you.
Yeah.
Like, it's a bigger chicken, right?
Bacon chicken. I mean,
But
They
it's
can be
fried
the chicken.
chicken. Chicken still tastes better.
Yeah, you're right.
Anyway, enough of chicken jokes or thereabouts with turkeys. We have to circle now, shifting towards ruins, a very difficult area of play. And look at how crowded up it does get. And to my surprise, being United, Alter Ego, they're not even leaving the island just yet. They're still inside the blue zone in phase 2. Sunoa's still playing out against Alter Ego. And Lamborghini gets some of all these takedowns on the other corner of the map. Sunoa's forcing Alter Ego to stay put. 1 HP left. Oh my goodness, he almost dropped to the blue zone. And now trying to go for the repeat. My word, Regal Rex does get it secured though, but Silence managed to pin him down. Swiftly goes in for the flick with DP, spotting out the guy on the hill. Alter Ego will find a little bit more of a challenge, but Pombi, he's just going to be able to push right through.
And over. Looking into the elimination feed, there's also something happening here by looking into Alter Ego, who's building up one by one. And oh, that was a Kobe by a Penbit, and he managed to get 2 out of that. And now it's going to look into a beautiful trade here by looking into the last but not least Silence, who will try to come and rescue. But also looking into Penbit and this distance, it's going to be an equal trade here. Looking into that, and look at that 3 times. Does by the pick and shooting straight, getting them eliminated as a whole.
My goodness, Pombi, what a monster he is. He's been able to outlast the trade and still find those final touches. Newsy does get those shots. Now the Savior and left with 1 member left. Frankie's just got to dash off. Bamboo, as always, calm and collected, pops a drink. Ooh. And quite a run in. Frankie somehow misses some of all these shots while Newsy managed to find his way. And what kind of angle was that? He got a headshot. Newsy's insane.
He was initially being pressured, not the other guy, and he managed to do a reset even with the Bison. But I don't know, Newsy.
I can't brain it, says Jenny.
Me too.
And he just took that opening peek.
Yeah.
It was immediately a headshot.
Yeah.
This guy.
This
guy's something else.
You know,
Built different.
He looks like Johnny Depp in Pirates of the Caribbean.
If Johnny, if Jack Sparrow were to be deprived of a little bit more food, maybe. I'm pretty sure he could use some rum.
Oh, that was perfect shot there. But that's, with the nick of time, Newsy immediately decides to move away, and that probably one more tap he could have gone, knocked somewhere. But because of the timing, the knowledge.
Impressive angles from 4 rivals in it.
Yeah, probably also with by booms.
That too. Like I think like being out in the open from Newsy, risky move to make. Overall, beautiful though, and the rest of SMG feeling rather confident to go in for a challenge. Now 2 Tigers are next to each other.
Ooh.
Chilean Tigers versus
Siberian Tigers.
Siberian?
Yeah, China.
I think that's further up.
Yeah, in the north of
probably.
China. Yeah.
Which specific archetype of tigers I am not as knowledgeable to identify, unfortunately. But first, this is where we get more action inside the ruins though. Yangon Galacticos going for the exchanges there. 1-1, but LGD, they've already lost 2. Relying on MVM as well as YZZ to hold off this bunker. MVM on the basement though, going in for a reload. But Geek fam, they want to just send their way through to third party this action. And I wonder if that's going to work out because they're by the edges of the circle too. And there's Bacon Time on the hill.
Yeah, it's looking into a 4th party right now. 3rd, 4th coming in, and Damroot getting tapped by the back by Bacon Time. He's trying to drive away while the rest of the other teammates here trying to push into the party that's happening here. And it's going to get pressured so much, at least Yangon Galacticos. And LGD trying to find an angle, but the one that goes down first is Dickman now starting from the edge. It's getting 1 by 1. 1 more to go. 2 already down. At least Yangon Galacticos is away from the target. And you know what? 5th party has arrived. This is Nova. And it's going to get even more Fiesta-like right now, looking into this.
What a battle between all these teams, and Nova also prying upon this chance. Let's see if they do get any though. Bacon Time on top of the hill has already arrived to the scene. 9 Noise coming out with a bang. Oh my goodness, that nade connects onto 2. And Yangon Galacticos, we thought they stood a chance. Apparently not. Another nade comes in. YZZ stops Nice from moving forward. They've been looking for the angles and the entry to the bunker. And there's just no room for them to pick on LGD.
And you look at 9 Noise, not making a single noise out of it. He did the jump punch to hide the movements of where he is. They are going to get ready for this push, and it's not going to look good for LGD and also Geek fam. Damroot's coming for assist fire. But I hope he knows the fact that there is other teams that is actually disturbing them from different angles. We're talking about Bacon Time and Nova from the sides here, and now still spraying on towards Damroot. Bacon Time will try to find a way to get in.
ISIS now out in the open though, but they will have the upper hand when they do rotate into the ruin sector. So they say, try as you may, you can finish up the fight, but once you're done, you gotta meet me outside. So yeah, that sounds pretty gangster, I know, but yeah, Kill Gangster, we had that collaboration as well.
Ooh.
And YZZ, he's still holding out. LGD being so clinical on this approach, but it's going to be Sonic 7 days that will have his days number up. Geek fam now 12th place, and LGD, they lasted so long in that scuffle, and they still won.
They were hiding, but you know what? That aside, Nova right now having head-to-head with their brothers and look into SMG 1 by 1 goes down. Even the jump shot will not get over. Only Jimmy left alive right now. And the rest of SMG will feed on towards NV, while Jimmy will find another opening or somewhere else to go. He knows he has to leave all of them behind.
And now chance is in the hands of the Infinity after this crushing blow dealt by Team SMG. Surprise attack as the vehicles fly through. So do their own members. Beautiful though, getting tagged up. Mela hoping to secure this kill from a distance. Remember, also getting his health bar chipped up. Looking to be dire for SMG as well.
Yeah, I'm seeing a whole lot of long distance shots here coming from Boom and also Infinity. Just targeted into the areas where they would see, and having the instinct of a player might be there right now and knocking them in the open. SMG still getting their health back up, running around like a cat chasing a mouse, and being targeted by 2 angles.
If that's the case, I don't think a cat chases a mouse from nearly 200 meters away. Probably the mouse will have won.
Yeah.
But doesn't seem like they're running all too far. But
kill.
Just a little tap from the back. They didn't even notice it. Style actually gets 1 corner in, but Snitchel, oh boy, it's that does save them though. GID still has 4 rivals here to tack them through, but Sem9 secures the point. Same goes to Style. They take 1 member off. Everybody wants a piece of the pie of GD. And unfortunately, GD just crashes off. 9 more teams remain.
9 more teams we're talking about, and the circle is just like what Contra wishes of. It's no man's land where everybody will have to see one another. And look who's playing the roof right now. It's Mila.
Boy, oh boy. I don't know about this, but my predictions have been scarily working out, which is, of course, to my favorite for now. Infinity still has 4 members. Does not mean that they will have the chicken dinner just about yet, though. Sem9 on the south side. If they do win the trade against Alter Ego, that could be a good challenge for the Infinity. And Boone, they're still playing over in the northern region. One of the teams with the safest approach in this matchup. And by the church rooftops, it's going to be Depp holding out that mini 4 team. Gets himself a little bit of boosters here because he's expecting to make a dash for his life, while Jimmy has to play the safest possible game in order to keep the hopes of Nova Esports Championship title alive.
Yep, and they are trying their best in many ways, even though only one is alive. Jimmy will try his best to stay alive in whatever manner that he can. But you know what? Sem9 here have been holding on to church for quite long. Now trying to do the sprays. Alter Ego will take that in hand. But no thanks about that, because that will go down first and he will already get information. Now the rest of Sem9 getting ready for the fight here over in church. Ultra is going to keep quiet first, and the troubles are coming in 1 by 1.
Putra still hiding inside of the church, though. They still could not get him clipped up while they're just fighting on the outskirts instead. That's going to be a big nade coming from Potato. Immediately drops onto Myanmar, and that's going to be 5 eliminations secured. Putra has been tagged out, and that's by Bacon Time for some reason. Wow, that's a really long shot coming on the outskirts of Pachinki. But Mela will try to give a little bit more pressure onto members of Boom, who are rotating away on the convoy in the middle, open, challenging the rest of the Infinity. They arrive neck and neck. Logan on the ground, could not do the wraparound on his body block. And he was on his belly, not having that spin enough to take them down. Boom takes over this spot, and Infinity, they are in trouble.
Ooh, and that grenade might just do a Kobe, but no, it's going to just tank a little bit on towards the side of Boom. And you know what? I don't think Infinity is going to be happy about this. They're building up this target, trying to put a hole into Boom. Enough of this. But no, you know what? Someone else getting spotted from the distance while Boom Okla looking into areas of where he would probably think that Infinity is coming the shots in. And you know what? Look into Bubo. He already have rotated somewhere else from the back, and someone else getting crashed, and it's SMG towards 4 rivals, both of them getting eliminated already, which is SMG. Sorry, SM9 and 4 rivals. But again, look into Infinity, still targeted into the areas of Boom.
They just have to clear this fight out. Even though they are on the lower ground, they understand the pressure that is mounting upon them. Jimmy, though, he can slowly hide his way through, and when it's an opportunity to strike, he will do so. Jimmy now in the middle of the circle. Great prediction from the single player of Nova Esports for now. Infinity still hoping to get that first pick against Boom Esports, which strategically plays upon those hills. Over the southeastern corner is where we will focus on these two teams. But look at how much of a damage they have done, even by playing on the low ground. Okta already being on his knees, and it's going to be joined by Yummy, all thanks to Newsy, who's been so lethal throughout the tournament.
Yeah, Newsy collecting information and going to help the team itself from that skirmish earlier. And now looking to Eagles in the middle of that prime position, actually. I really like this position of where Eagles is in. And Newsy will take into Boom's action, but he will not pry open yet. He will call up for the backup. And true enough, 1 by 1 will go down from that. But, you know, from that distance, Penbit is looking into this fight.
Oh, great tags coming in. He does drop Hexus. Now leaving Bo Ho Ho. And that's just him trying his chance on that buggy, but too little too late. The Infinity now secures 7 points. And it doesn't even matter if Nova does survive much longer, because now into the top 6, they just have a lot more points to book out, and they don't have firepower coming in from Jimmy.
Jimmy, all he got to do is just have to play passive, and quite a good position that he actually chose. He's still got smokes to probably use in the last few teams that will stay alive later on, but Eagles is neck on neck with Nova. Not Nova, but another team on the other side. Didn't really get to see which team was that, but Alter Ego now looking into Bacon Time, already released a few shots. Not going to attempt to commit.
It's a difficult decision to be made by all these teams out there. SMG now will try to take on the rest of Bacon Time that just arrived at the scene, and damage has been dealt from both ends. Memory gets spotted out instead. 9 Noise just being all too clean, and SMG didn't stand a chance. Way too swift for them to handle. Juan's now getting a little bit of tags coming in from ISIS from the far flank. Good coverage from the Bacon Time player while Alter Ego makes it to the top 5. They can approach this from the back though. Pombi still driving around to scout out ahead. Jimmy still lying away. Oh, he does get the angles. Stun him high for a little longer as Chua spots him out. Eagle Esports, 4 players intact, but we don't see them securing much numbers. And now Potato coming in from the back. Just have to dance it all out. And somehow, Jimmy survives.
Yeah, he managed to see somebody in his target, but not getting any bullets through Jimmy. Jimmy just probably have like that imaginary wall in front of him. But that aside, Potato trying to get into Mila, also not hitting exactly to get that knock. Alter Ego has to come into the game right now. They have to come in closer. And now looking into Eagles, tapping on towards areas of Bacon Time. Where exactly is so close to where Jimmy is in.
Yeah, and Jimmy, at least he's found himself a safe refuge once again. Though it's really tight corners that he's been hiding, he can't even peek to secure these kills. And speaking of which, we see Alter Ego trying again and again, but the shots are not landing upon Bacon Time. Newsy, he's just gonna wait till the moments happen in their favor. Got Tuny. They got this compound for the longest of time.
Yeah.
But problem is, the circle's not there.
The circle is not there, but they managed to farm a lot from that particular angle. You know, they waited for the fight to happen, and then yeah, he's been spotted already. Penbit, on the other hand, being spotted by Chua. Nuzi trying to tap onto Alter Ego, who's trying to move into the circle. Now they are trying to get into the circle at the same time, but looking into, again, like what Contra said earlier, they are focusing a fight. After a fight, then they will probably prioritize the circle. They know exactly which angles that they want to go into. Probably this is working very well for them. Look into the elimination points. They got themselves 7 by focusing their fights one angle at a time, and now tossing in that grenade towards Potato. Oh, it's a little bit too far, taking a little bit of the damage.
Yeah, not enough to take him down. While Gatiuni is finally making a move. Shirty from Bacon Time finds Twans. But thankfully enough, Eagle Esports still has numbers here to get themselves reset it. More and more of these smokes have to be utilized by the rest of Alter Ego. Now, Circle moves further and further away from them though. Phase 6, and now left with 4 teams. Noise spots out Infinity from across the corner. I don't think it's going to be feasible for them to land those tap shots. Oh my goodness, he lost the tire and it left him spinning. Alter Ego loses their members.
Ooh.
And now they are out of the match.
Man, that was really a neat way to finish it off. Infinity really play by the ages just to win this. And even if they don't get that chicken dinner, they already got so many elimination points to begin with. And now Eagle is going to have to contest with Infinity, the gods right now. The eyes of an Eagle from that vantage point that they've gotten. They got themselves 2 different targets, both of them facing towards Infinity.
And Eagle Esports finally taking this approach to launch an attack. It's still Bacon Time here that needs to move directly inwards. They have already lost their vehicles, and they have to form this trail of smoke. Players from the other corners should be able to try to find ways to spam bullets into the smoke in order to clip the rest of Bacon Time. So this is a difficult scenario for the Thai team. Meanwhile, Vietnamese side out on the attack, looking for Infinity. And more damage being done to Nuzi. The only player that's going to be on the top side of the hill. And for some reason, Bacon Time still survives for so long. And Ounce now decides to go in for exchange against Eagle Esports. Now they finally clip one against Bacon Time. ISIS on the floor.
And that was through the smoke by Gotuni, getting one after another, falling like a domino in the open field. Bacon Time will not have a good one this time. Yeah, big chase here. It's still looking from afar, getting that straight onto the head. And now they can focus on towards the fight here. This is between Eagle and Infinity and beyond probably, because right now Eagle have to come into this area. They don't have to push. They have a good wall to play with. And now that jump shot giving that clue to one. But Gotuni will not land the shot straight into the head.
But the problem is Gotuni's area is being exposed. They know that they're on top of the roof. But the problem for Eagle Esports is that they're all hugging behind this tight section, and that's where they're coming for the flank. Mela tries to find an alternative angle with such a deep position, and they drive directly into the circle. And now, advantage over onto Infinity.
Ooh, and look at that. Grenade being tossed. Will that give a damage? No, not. It's too far. And now Mila will try to do a little bit of the reset, waiting for the time to come in. One by one comes in. And you know what? Got Uni, even though they have blocked the target here, but they can build this game out. We're going to take some time.
Yeah, and the problem is they just basically won out this whole war of nutrition by taking the whole circle, having Gatsuni to fend them off, and he's finally getting a little bit of damage from the Molotov. Doesn't even matter, right?
Doesn't
the
even
rest
matter.
of Eagle, they really have to be playing on this timer. Oh, the grenade though. Oh, it does land. But Nuzi survives. But here comes the push. Eagle Esports, just storming in.
Oh, that was really beautiful being executed by Doozy. Now we can see the skills get CQCs a little bit, getting assisted from the side. Wow, was there no chance? Got Tuni coming from the sides here and now giving assisted from the corners. Just looking for one more guy.
An option goes down. Infinity, they will close out with their chicken dinner. Is this enough to get the championship title here on the penultimate round? We still have one more game to go. Are we looking at the champions yet? That is to be told. But what a spectacular game. The idea is, says Jenny, got Tuni from the back. And doesn't matter if Eagles want to run directly on the other guys. You saw they were just pinned down from every section from then on. Spectacular finish from the Infinity to hold the top podium by the end of match 4.
I can't brain this, Contra. It's just so much. I mean, like,
highly mechanical plays.
Yeah, I mean, they still had buggies. They had the circle, they had everything. Even first aids was still available. I'm like, what?
And the decisions that they made was out of this world.
Yeah.
Especially the fight that they were taking on against Boom Esports on the top end of the kill. And usually think, oh, it's not going to be feasible to challenge, but they pulled through. And this was one of the rowdiest fights that we've seen in a while on the south side of Mount Gatka. And LGD put up that perfect defensive setup, all thanks to YZZ as well as MVM, that has worked in tandem. And by the end of that sort of fight, Geek fam had to tap out. And this was interesting for coming from Logan, right? That was the only member that Infinity lost throughout the span of the match. And trading against Boom was so difficult for them. Still, they keep doing chip damage until Boom Esports wear out.
Yeah, they managed to focus onto teams after teams and at the same time still taking care of the circle no matter what. Because at the end of the day, the last circle actually closed into Tuni. So it was definitely a perfect fight here, looking into the areas where they kind of angled it and two of the players immediately ran into the circle, which was Nuzi and Mila. Yeah, it was just a good gameplay. It was really planned well, executed well, and I'm just out of words.
Well, of course, you can leave that to me because the Infinity has been looking at their finest thus far, and we just need one more game from the Infinity of the similar result to confirm their first ever championship title for PUBG Mobile Regional Clash. But don't count out Nova just yet. Envy, if they can match up to this tempo, if they can find that chicken dinner, and what if the Infinity bows out too early? That is the only probability that we'll be looking at for our final game of Erangel.
You got your prediction right again, Contra.
Exactly.
Nice. You got 2 in a row, guys. 15 elimination points, a winner chicken dinner for them, and definitely 1 chicken dinner for Infinity, and that is definitely already marked as a checklist. Already done, and they're gonna get more points as we speak. And Bacon Time at number 2, Alter Ego number 3, SMG number 4, Eagles at number 5, Boom number 6, LGD number 7, Nova, Envy at number 8, and Sem9 number 9.
And Envy, they only walk away with 3 points. So the deficit to this, currently we're looking at approximately 27 to 28 points. But of course, let's take a look at the player of the match. Or should I say, the player of the entire tournament? Is this man has not stopped firing all cylinders because he's got 7 eliminations again. Like, this is like his average by now. Like, when he does perform, he hit the high notes like a soprano.
Alright, the soprano of a Jack Sparrow looking player. Definitely, he is the captain looking into this. The way he frags it out, he's showing all the other fraggers, this is how you play it. But Infinity getting more and more points, guys. 187 already.
25 points to be the difference maker. And to break that off, it's 26 points, right? 26 for Nova to overtake Infinity. So all the Infinity needs to do to not be knocked before 12th position. Or should I say 11th or so.
Yeah. They need to get a chicken dinner to be safe.
It's a must.
It's a must.
I don't see any other possibility like this.
Yeah, of course.
So Nova Esports, it's now or never. That's the only narrative that we need to know right now. But if you guys want to find out more, sure. Eagle Esports now, top 4 finish. Great stuff. Boom, maintain at number 5. And Yangon Galacticos, as well as DX, they slide down to 6 and 7.
Yeah, but 4 the Malaysian teams very close by neck on neck. We are looking into Geek Fam being on top of Arrival and 7-9 currently, at least for that region. And I'm sure they want a chicken dinner, another one at least, because, you know, it's going to be the last match after this. But let's go through the recap first before we jump into that last match. This is what happened here. How did Infinity win that chicken dinner? We know for a fact that it was a good gameplay, all planned out well, and they had to go fights after fights, but just going into the momentum, knowing exactly what to do next, focus onto one team at a time, and it's just a masterpiece at the end of it.
Indeed, and Alter Ego, sure, they managed to cut across the island by taking a fight against, if I'm not mistaken, BN United. That's how BN United crashed out early. So for Bacon Time, they weren't exactly all too far from the circle. They moved up to North George, and they started off from ruins, and they understand the sector that they came from was absolutely clear. They could use the same passage to get back into ruins. Meanwhile, for the rest of the team who have just secured the victory, the Infinity had to cut directly through Milta into the areas of Pochinki, and from the outskirts is where they planted themselves into that top point of the roof, and they've been playing from there onwards. The only challenge that they had that could prove to be lethal was Boom Esports, and once again, this fight, uphill, the setup was basically to also blind Boom Esports with the smokes, and by then, you can try to leverage on peeking slightly every time you send a member up, and still have a way to back your own team at the very same time. So once you get that cleared out, there was that leverage on Infinity to just have the entire western side of the map to be on their own.
Yeah, I really like the spread of how Infinity is utilizing their terrains here. Everybody having a level on their own. Nuzi has that level, and similarly to Gertuni, none of them is looking at the same thing. So they have a lot of information here, and plus for a team to focus fire onto one of the Infinity players, it seems impossible. The moment they pick and look, there is Gertuni covering the fire and coming into Mila, and also Nuzi on the other end. So this is really well planned, and plus the synergy of each other as players in Infinity, we know for a fact that they know exactly what to do.
Exactly, and it is just so dramatic that the Infinity were fighting so hard for a victory, and they finally got it here on the final day. So the question is, this 25 points or so that is up ahead against Nova, who's still putting up a good performance. We'll see where or not will they be contested, and for that to of course catch a little break, you guys should come back real soon too, or don't even leave, because we'll bring you the final match of the PMRC in moments time.
It's here! The long-awaited new Nusa map is finally here! With a size of only 1x1 kilometer, Nusa is currently the smallest map in PUBG Mobile. It may be small, but it definitely offers a massive amount of content. Not only are there new firearms, what's more, there's also the highly interactive tactical crossbow. Setting huts on fire and repairing zip lines are not a problem. Speaking of map interactivity, Nusa is simply full of surprises. An elevator that lets you go to different levels of a building, a pool that restores your health, fast-moving zip lines, and Crates in the Wilderness can all better assist you in drawing up tactics to defeat enemies. Even if you get careless and get defeated, there's no need to let it get you down. Noosa's Super Recall will allow you to respawn once more. The small, fastest-paced map lets you rank up faster. All right, I'll leave it to you to explore rest of the content for yourself. Hope everyone ranks up and gets that chicken dinner. The new map officially launches on September 13th. Stay tuned.
Thank you for staying with us from start all the way here into the final game of the PMRC, the Regional Clash of the Year, where you're seeing the finest of Southeast Asia contend with the best of PEL. My name is Contra, and this is Sis Jenny, and we have been basically telling you the stories of all the competitors that have been vying for the top prize. As we got so much money on the line, we're looking at top two contenders now, being the Infinity as well as Envy. Nova here to challenge them. But before we get into the thick of things, we still have to let you guys know that there's a lot of cool stuff happening in PUBG Mobile. And now, coming soon to your client in-game in October, it's the collaboration with Bobo Boy.
Yeah, we did see a little bit of the preview before this. If you guys managed to catch that advertisement, it was a little bit of the hair. Similarly looked like Contra, like having that highlighted. very...
I don't have an afro, do I?
No, he has that silver hair. But anyways, something that you guys can try already, you don't have to wait anymore, is Nusa map. We've got the new awesome shotgun that you guys need to try. But honestly, go and try the tactical crossbow. You can repair zip lines, you can destroy them, and you can burn somebody's house. I don't know what's with me and burning,
but I
yeah.
encourage burning houses.
In
but
Nusa, you can.
If you're in the game, sure,
yeah, in Nusa.
You can basically flush those pesky campers that's in there. So I think Master Ramen will be very afraid of this weapon if he were to play in Nusa. So what if we have that tactical crossbow to be introduced into other maps as well? I think like it can be very useful, especially when you have a supportive player. Like, okay, burn this place down to the ground. Do it. And of course, speaking of burning numbers, we got the most knockouts here coming in from Remember of Team SMG.
Yeah, and of course, he managed to knock a few teams out earlier. We did see in the previous match, but still not gonna go anywhere is Infinity, with Nuzi and GotJuni having equal numbers on their own, working very well, even though Logan is back in the lobby already and looking into damage again. Nuzi being the man, and we're not gonna be surprised if he will get the FMVP, because he has been very consistent ever since day one.
That's right, and Nuzi just being phenomenal as a player. I mean, his survival time is great, his damage numbers were off the charts. So far, he has been unmatched by majority of all the other teams that have been standing up against them, hitting into the late game. But let's take a look back into the past 4 winners, right? We have TN United that took game 1 in Sanhok. Envy have won 1 chicken dinner. Now, the catch now is with this. The Infinity have got another one in the bag. Boom Esports managed to clinch themselves game 3. Final chicken dinner cheer on the block. Who's going to take it all the way home? Is it going to be the Infinity or Nova? Or could it be somebody else to change the script for a little while longer?
I don't know what's going to be it, because it's going to be a lot of teams eyeing on this chicken dinner, at least for a lot of teams, in a sense of they want to bring home this last chicken dinner for their country. And of course, we know, like what Contrast said, Nova needs to win this chicken dinner with at least 20 plus points. And it's doable when it comes to elimination for Envy themselves. But again, they have to get into that last circle. Another epic battle would be if Infinity and Nova is going to be the last 2 teams in the circle.
And you know what's impressive about these teams is that, sure, some of them may not start off in the best of form. Especially on day 1, we remember seeing a team like Nova to be on that second pager. And day 2, day 3, they keep climbing up, and we are hoping to see a dramatic finish to this entire PMRC run. So, sure, of course, not to say that I'm counting out the ones that currently leads the pack, which is the Infinity, but there's a lot on the line.
Yeah.
And we've seen it before. This is why NV has been one of the top global teams to ever participate in any form of tournaments. So, question is, can they do it in the brink of the moment on the very final match of the PMRC?
It's doable if they manage to get into the last few circles, like we said, and they will fight for it. And elimination points, you know, we know for a fact that firepower is not a problem for them when it comes to close quarter combats or even long distance shots. But only thing that could happen is if a team decides to crash. 2 teams crashing, then probably it will deter in that manner. Similarly to Infinity.
Let's also calculate the odds, because we put this risky prediction. Why I say it's risky, because if you calculate the odds, you need 2 things to happen in this matchup. One is for the Infinity to not do well, so that they were denied points from getting into the match. And the second part is we have to look at NV. How many points do they really need? So we calculated that they need about 27 points to be safe to secure that top 1. That means a chicken dinner with, if you want to be exactly safe, 12
elimination points.
12 or 13. If you want to add more, safe.
Of course, and it's doable looking into
majority of the rounds will close off with more.
You're right. The ones that won the chicken dinner, right? I mean, they won with 17, 14, etc., etc. Because, you know, when it's the last circle, we know that they are going to be the ones that win. And especially getting into that circle is really, really important. And plus, if you have a vantage point, especially if the circle decides to close into areas of such. But this is also an Erangel that I do not want to have that wish list.
Well, when we get whatever circle that comes by, sure, we'll take it regardless. But I believe that there's just so many things that all these teams really have to prepare for, because usually, you know, when other teams that don't really have high stakes involved, like they are probably the ones that can stop you in this track. So throughout this run, our focus is on these two core teams. Of course, not counting out Bacon Time.
Yeah.
Bacon Time, mathematically close to impossible to reaching top 1. But so long as it's sustained top 3, that's honestly good enough for them.
You're right. And it is going to be good enough. Of course, again, these teams have to do their A game, bring out the best, the shiniest weapons. And plus, I'm not surprised also to see some subs coming in. Probably this is the time where they deploy their super subs for all of these teams respectively. And then plus, this is going to be the consistency of how we're going to see they're going to end this day, how they're going to end the match here. And they have to be very careful in picking places, deploying men, not all of them in the same place, or vice versa on how is it going to be built up later on. We definitely probably think it's going to be, you know, out of the back here, where we are thinking that, okay, probably Nova is going to show us the A game, but Infinity would probably show us another game. I mean, in fact, just now, it was out of this world how they ended the match.
5 takedowns is already good enough. And I'm saying 5 takedowns just to secure it, because if you want to consider ranking points itself, this is the Infinity's game to lose. Like, it's almost impossible if they play the same way.
Yeah.
And as long as they make it into top 5, this game is already over.
Yeah.
And also depends on whether or not if we see crazy numbers, because Nova, on a really good day, 20 elimination points can be done. So I'm just putting that as something that's a little bit rare in this tournament. So who's to say it won't?
Yeah. True. And this is coming to teams that really want a chicken dinner. I'm very sure Bacon Time is like, I want a chicken dinner. We are currently there, but the only team without the chicken dinner. So probably they can be a team also who would give surprises. We did see how yesterday's gameplay, when they attack over in the areas of outside Yasenaya, Poliana, how they control the fights here. But again, not disregarding all the teams that is playing tonight, because they have shown their best throughout the games that they have played. 20 matches so far. This is the 19. They played 19 earlier. I'm going to go for the last of the last. So this is the time where you guys have to stay tuned and watch till the very end and get a glimpse on how these teams will bring up the best of them when it comes to A game, because this is going to be the last one. And that's going to be a lot of things.
And of course, we also have to glimpse back into some of these teams that have gotten themselves great achievements. I think every chicken dinner is amazing that we've got today. The one that impressed me probably the most has been Boom Esports.
You're right.
The one that NV1 has been great as well, but the style of play that Boom Esports has brought forward, and despite all these odds, they have made it into the top 5, and the Indonesian teams have been looking perfect. The squads coming in from Vietnam has been clinical as well on their close quarter combat. The Malaysian teams have been able to also give pressure. So I felt like all these variety of play that we're seeing here in PUBG Mobile Regional Clash has been a unique experience altogether.
Definitely. It's a learning curve for them and adaptation towards a few of these teams here. They have tried to adapt. Some of them probably is trying to figure out what is wrong, but honestly, it's all about adaptation, how quick they change and understand in order to react to certain situations. And looking into all these regions coming together, I mean, it's pretty normal for PMPL, the C meeting together. It's a norm already, but now looking and putting in PMRC with PEL's teams coming in. So that's the adaptation that we're talking about. But you know what? Let's bring you into the final match of Regal or PMRC, flying over towards our OG land.
And that is first fitting of an ending with two teams racing against each other. The Infinity have a very likely odds to close off the entirety of the tournament, being the top dog. Since day one, they've been able to do a lot, and heading into the final day, they have remained to be unhindered but it wasn't exactly the most smoothest of crews for the entirety of the team, where we see struggles looming ahead of the Infinity to secure points in the early rounds of Sanhok. I think in Myanmar they didn't have a good rotation as well, but this is their playground. This is their turf. They have basically clocked in an average of, at the very least, 10 takedowns per match inside of Erangel. As compared to Nova, their average is on 8, but their likelihood to secure a top 4 is a lot higher, and we're already seeing engagements happening. And it's Infinity versus who? Nova. They want to take this head on.
Yeah.
Infinity, they want to finish the fight right here, right now.
Yeah, I think it's because one of the reasons they are far from Milta power, but her hunt becomes, it's got tuning. We got 2 with the VSS inside, and that was a assistant from the side here, and this is not looking good for Nova.
And they put everything in the wrist. Paraboy now has to save the day. Gatuni still looking for those weapons, and there is backup coming on the way. Nova Esports, they want to take the matters on their own hands. Or should we say, it's the Infinity here. Gatuni, with such a game-breaking play, we are not even sure whether if they can make the cut. Newsy only has a Scorpion in hand. That VSS has dealt enough damage. Yummy coming from afar on the other side of the map. We don't even need to care about that. Putra goes down regardless. But it's all down to this defining moment. The grenades are coming right in. The order, he gets knocked out again.
Oh, and that's the double grenade that is going to come in next. Mila is going to put in a full stop to it, but no, it's not going to click at all. And you know what? Infinity is not going to look back. They're going to try and finish this, similarly to what Envy is trying to do. No, and they don't have enough things we're talking about here. And Infinity, the entire team has come in, but the flashbang coming in and blinding out Battle Boy.
They do get 1-for-1 for a trade, but here comes Dozy. He brings in the M16 on burst fire mode, and he will take down second member of Nova, Jimmy, on the outskirts. He's the only one with a weapon. He's hunting out for Gatuni. Gatuni doesn't really have too much HP. They're going to be rushing outwards. Logan's going to be on the outskirts as well. Let's see what can this shotgun do. He's going to be switching it out instead. They're going to be landing one bang. Jimmy, last hope for the team. He does get the drop. Can he still survive though? No meds whatsoever. And damage has been done. And now it's all down to Gatuni as well as Jimmy. It could be it. They do get the resets. Everyone's pretty low, but Jimmy, he has to run. He can't afford to get clipped. And that's the end of Nova. Infinity. They have done it! Nova Esports! They got taken out, and this is probably the champions with an unthinkable play on the final round. Unbelievable. Absolutely stunning work. What could have been a chance for Nova have all been crushed in the span of 4 minutes of play.
Yeah. And it's all because of a flight route.
And I guess time and time again with the route always passing to Gratka, it was a game plan that only the craziest teams will have ever done in desperate times.
Yeah.
And the whole arena is shook. Infinity. We're still baffled.
Yeah.
You're out of words, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean...
Don't be too upset.
Infinity, you know, they usually will go into Milta. I mean, I'm very sure they wanted to go for that vehicle. And they know for a fact that Nova is going to go into Getka. Yeah, so all hopes was crashed in a sense. I mean, they could have just gone anywhere by the map here, but you know what? We're gonna see what's going to happen. They're gonna push us, and it happened.
It's the smartest play possible because we have already calculated 20 over points for Nova, which means for you to even do that, you know, like you just have to have one small blockade, and Infinity would have won. And now Infinity says, let's take the matter to our own hands. And we are now left with no other to compete. Take a look at Bacon time. 145 points. And not even the chicken dinner would change these results.
You're right. It's not going to be enough. I mean, plus...
Unless Big Time takes out the whole lobby.
Oh, no. I mean, it is possible, but of course, knowing that Infinity will also still get points as we speak, I'm very sure that they will get at least survival points, and it's not impossible for them to keep getting extra elimination points. And now, the target is no longer for the first prize. It's looking into who's going to take the next throne for their own country. We know for a fact Thailand is currently going to be the champion. No arguments about that. But the next one probably for Vietnam is looking into 2E, and it's no longer looking into DX. It's going to be quite hard for them to catch up to.
It is mathematically impossible, right? And if we think about the preparation that the Infinity did, they were precise. They knew where they landed. And of all weapons, a VSS, 15 bullets to start with, and you landed on 2 targets. So that itself is such a huge, risky play that has turned out for the Infinity. Now, of course, we enjoyed the rest of the round here with all the players here battling out for the rest of the prize pool. Of course, the Infinity will be secured their championship title. Like, I don't want to reveal it so soon, but the results speak for itself.
Yeah, exactly. I mean...
Even the spelling's gone wrong. What? We can't spell anymore.
You're right. What was that?
Because this is unbelievable. The stats, the crazy numbers out there. Sure, Silence have got some great numbers. Damage per rounds. But Infinity, though, Newsy, oh Newsy.
He will definitely be the FMVP looking at this. I mean, he's still alive right now. He's going to get more. I'm not going to be surprised by that. We can probably drive our attention elsewhere into looking. I have no idea where the circle is.
Yeah, and of course, I want to divert the attention to something that we can discuss upon, where, of course, there was a lot of talks online of all the esports enthusiasts of PUBG Mobile that has been watching tournaments from all around the world, where a lot of comparison has been made. Which region is the best in PUBG Mobile, right? And different years, we have different winners. On the very first few years of PMCO, of course, we've seen dominations coming in from Big Tron Aliens, or even earlier days where RQ Athena won like one of the first few tournaments like the Star Challenge. And then things have definitely took a lot of different turns. Nova has been winning so many things, and we get something that we've been asking for. A circle not only by the island, but in the middle of the Straits, where Geek Fam plants himself in a really nice area of play, despite the corners of Fair Pier.
Yeah, the wish list of Sir Cloud and Choo Choo wanted from day one, it's finally granted here. On towards the very last match of Regal. And now looking into a few teams who would want to do a gatekeep, possibly is Alter Ego and Geek Fam already reaching onto each side of the bridge. They're trying to close in, but we have no idea exactly to where the circle will be parked into, honestly. And it's not surprised Geek Fam will be reaching there first because their drop spot was in Ferry Pier, so it's going to be just a bit of the distance here. And Sonic's getting information, knowing there is a team coming in. He's not going to attack first.
He's just
waiting for the time.
Yeah, just spying onto some of the Tigers right down below. And, of course, back to the discussion, right, about Southeast Asia and the teams from the Chinese region overall. Everyone has been looking so strong. And now we look at the standings as we take a glimpse of the top 16.
Yeah.
In the top 5, we see so many different countries that are just basically racing neck and neck. It was Nova Esports that have been the best performing team out of PL region. Of course, we still have LGD that has been able to show us a lot of great talent throughout the course of the run. On top of SMG being quite the competitor out there. Imagine if we have 8 of the teams from PL next time around versus 8 Southeast Asian teams. That would be really interesting to watch.
Yeah, definitely. It would be an upgrade. It's like as though we're going to watch PMGC with our other regions. But the threats here, again, getting points still. Logan's be the first one to go down. The next one is Nuzi. Alan's ready with that grenade. Another person go down. This might be the end of Infinity. Leaving only got Tuny. Will be hunt by Booms here. He knows exactly the position and just throwing out a smoke.
And that's all that seals out the Infinity. But does it matter if they crash out? Because they have gotten what they wanted. It's a great win still for GID, but the results will remain uncontested. So I guess everybody's playing for top 3, 4, 5?
Yeah.
Count that as your new top 3 ladder.
You're right.
So let's see. Well, I want to put you on the spot, right? Will YG move ahead against Boom because they are 1-2 points shy of Eagle?
Yeah.
So I feel like these are the interesting factors that will remain inside of this match.
GID and Booms. They are the same country. They're going to go to get which one is going to be first. I mean, a whole lot of these threats will be more towards the fight within their own countries. You can see currently Malaysia is pretty much at the bottom. They are still going to probably fight with the points also. And looking into this circle, it's not going to be easy. And now, you know what? A fight has already occurred here. This is Panbit versus Bow Now, and he will bow down first, as Nowheres will catch the last glimpse of health for Panbit. But the rest of Alter Ego, we won't push yet, because you know what? They are also on the run to get better points than GID. It's only 2 points, or let's just say 4 points away if they're still alive.
That's right. And LGD now arrive into the Fairy Pure, having an entire section for themselves with so much safety ground. No challenges whatsoever from GD and all the other teams that are around the section. The Savior currently looking for a spot by the lighthouse, but there will be 4 rivals already upon those hills. That will be an interesting challenge from both ends, while BN United as well as Alter Ego have been battling inside of the island. Now they're giving chase upon each other. Okay. Come on, lead us on. Let's see what we get. Capone getting shots fired by Potato. At this stage, we haven't seen Potato really landing the first half, but he's been able to do significant damage still. Sunoas now primes that grenade, hoping to connect. Doesn't quite land it though. Capone from the far flank.
Yeah, trying to give an ideal position right now. They know they're very close to one another. We can see in the mini-map, they are rotating very closely. It could be a road kill. Almost. Yeah, there you go. Road kill by Max to Potato right in front.
Well,
and on the other side, Geek have spotted the X.
Yeah, and Potatoes, they're always on the ground, right? Like,
yeah.
Sometimes things like this do happen, unfortunately. So no time for rest for all these other players. They can rest when it's all over, which is in the span of round. SMG, beautiful. Comes in with a really good shot. Pickfeet will be able to secure another one. It's still not going to be a kill to be confirmed just yet, but Eagle Esports, they are in a really tough scenario here with FaZe Clan on top. SMG is about to fight against Geek, FaZe Clan for X amount of times that we've already witnessed. The rotations are similar.
Yeah.
Their strategical play has always to be landing themselves into the direct middle. Remember, does get cooked though, so advantage given over to FaZe Clan.
Advantage, definitely. Eagles getting sandwiched in the middle of 2 teams as we speak. Coming around the corners, also teams coming into the current circle, and we can see the circle just close in and pulling into the mainland more than South Noska itself. Vintorez accidentally released a shot here, but it's not going to deter anything from that. Now from the distance, LGD will take advantage of SMG, who was trying to pry open towards Eagle, and they're going to go back into the safe haven here. And the shots are not going to push into anything except for that rock.
LGD trying to land taps right through the smokes, but little do they know, the rest of Team SMG have already repositioned Suki to try to utilize this vantage point for the time being. While Bacon Time has been able to do a huge wraparound across members of FaZe Clan. So FaZe Clan, they are still looking around to see where or not will they be pushed from the north point of the section. And they do get a glimpse of Yangon Galacticos. Big time. Has to pick that fight, but oh, look at the dance move. Oh, he tripped and fell to the water. High claims it. Like you said, Battle of the Malaysians.
Yeah, Battle of the Malaysians. And these are the two teams are pretty much neck on neck with one another. Looking at it, Geek Fam at number 13, for Rebels number 15. But that aside, now SMG trying to pick a fight with another team right in front here. We are looking into Boom, who's going to put a bullet inside. And sure enough, they will crash in with a target. Now, on an advantage is actually Boom here. Looking for the last person for SMG. Where are you? Come out, wherever you are.
Oh, big nades falling across, and that's going to be Boom left with so little. And there's just more pressure coming on. And Alter Ego, they get crushed by B and United inside of the island, but the fight still continues on from here. Boboho just going to be pushing upwards, and Beautiful gets tagged on the foot. And that will take out Team SMG.
Oh, SMG getting targeted by different areas here, looking to Eagles, trying to pick on towards one or another from the sides. And they are pretty much initially was sandwiched. They were pressured by SMG, but they reversed the gameplay, having that shelter from the top. And that's the reason why FaZe or even Bacon Time can't pry into where they are right now. But Geek Fam trying to look for the team that just went into the waters. And Sonic targeted Mark into the areas of 4 Rivals, who's currently sharing a shed.
They're kind of stuck. I don't think 4 Rivals can do anything about that for the time being. But BN United, look at how they cross it through the river into literally the docks of Ferry Pier. And I don't think there's anyone inside the island that they're looking for. But Bruno will be able to tag him out. It's going to be Capone instead from another off angle that High was unaware of. And Sunoha's. He has such sharp eyes. Just zooming into the bridges.
Yeah.
Good work on it 6 times.
Yeah, 6 times on, and definitely know exactly which area to look upon, which is exactly where a whole lot of teams will be. And yeah, look upon. Look upon. And the areas is actually where the bridge is at. You're going to get a whole lot of people coming into, and that's going to be where you can farm limbs if you need them. And right now, this last match, every team's need a single point or so. Snaps will be the one to end the life of Pemburu. And you know what? The circle will not be in the land of Somnoska. And that's the reason why everybody is not there anymore. All of them is going to go in the ages of Ferry Pier, where the house or the home of Geek Fam was.
No longer their homes, though. Look at everybody else taking over the pier. And LGD is directly in the center of it. Though there's honestly not much covered by the piers, it's going to be a Bacon Time that will have surely eliminated FaZe Clan still tagging upon them, and they're just finding ways to rush through. And we are seeing Pier 11 dropping big nades, though. He's going to propel himself into an advantage point, and Tony K, he didn't even get a glimpse of Bacon Time, and he immediately gets shot. Now let's see, 9 Noise. Can he fend off against Beer 11? He does take the trade, and Beer 11 wins it.
Ooh, that was really beautiful by Beer, executed here. But now Ice will do and find the rest of them, and looking into straight ahead is Beer 11 trying to revive his teammate right by the side here. But he kind of had a great drop, and now going to do a CQC. Who's going to be the first one down? By MR5 assisting fire from the sides. Still not looking into the right position, but Ice have to go and look into where MR5 is in. Now 2 of FaZe Clan members is crawling, working their way to get into some form of mercy, but somehow that reflected, and that is the smoke trying to revive Aum style.
This is going to be pretty difficult. 1 versus 1 FaZe Clan, as well as Bacon Time. And MR5, it's been in this scenario before. He's going to lob that grenade. He might just actually connect. He has enough seconds on the clock to go for the trades, and he does not get the revive through. Pushing forward, M4 in hand. Can he find the opening, though? He's still dancing around. It's going to be pretty hard for him to clip. Trades right back, holding back over around his side. And ISIS, he gets the damage done. FaZe Clan removed out of the final game.
Oh, snap. And that was just a beautiful ending coming in. And now looking into another fight here. Knocks after knocks. Vitor trying to find Jumbo. It might be the end of 4 rival. Jumbo is trying to do a dance here. And who will go down first? Can't find him in the smokes. He's going to still play by this blues, but still going to stop by DX right in front. Look at his health. He won't make it. He won't by that grenade.
He does get the trade out. What?
It's the play zone at the same time.
Oh my goodness.
No point.
Just calamity upon all these players out there struggling to even make ends meet. And now it's a standstill inside of the shores of Fairy Pier. But look at the circle, it's not even close. All the way back up north. They have to reposition. Well, not exactly too far off. But ISIS, after that commotion that he had, he's just going to be having a little bit more trouble with the rest of LGD. And we see more and more troubles looking ahead. Bacon Time already out of the game. Still on the top tree. And can Eagle Esports change that?
Oh, look at that. Gatekeep after Gatekeep here. Capone now looking into Geek Fam, who's going to try and claim back their land. It's too late for that. They have to make a rotation in, but they can't move a single bit. Having to hide inside the smokes. That's the only thing that they are able to do. But Bound now has already gotten out of the piers. Now trying to push into areas where they know people are just coming in at the last few minutes, and that's not going to be surviving points for them. And now looking into Bobo, already knowing the fact that there are two people in the shed and trying to get them out, but they're not going to come in.
More taps coming in from the side of BN United. It's been a clean game for this Vietnamese squad that has been able to secure 6 takedowns throughout the span of the round. And just from afar, Geek Fam holding on. Like you said, this is their home turf for the tournament run when they go inside in Erangel. But things have not been all too clean in terms of execution for them. Meanwhile, BN United, what has impressed the most is that they won the battle against Alter Ego in the island. They get across, they land another 2 tags that amounted into the highest elimination point for the ones who are still remaining intact inside this matchup. And there goes Boom Esports scouting out ahead. Eagles are now deterred. And all the top dogs on the ladder, all being picked out one after another.
Yeah, one after another. And true enough, Noaz is still not going to keep his eyes away from Geek Fam, trying to get them convicted back or extract them out. But still, Sonics will try to run in the smokes. Nobody's going to tap on them. Noaz, I'm not so sure how many ammos he has left in his bag, but he's still going to spray no matter what. And now all of them have managed to get away from Noaz's target at least. But Sonic's getting targeted from another angle here. Information just spread through really fast. No choice and no chance at all for Geek Fam to come in. Now looking into Sam9, who has got themselves in Fairy Pier. And they're going to try to save passive because they have no angles at all to attack on anyone.
Indeed. Boom Esports, they have so much ground to work with, and, you know, it may look really close for all the teams that are currently shown in the minimap, but at least there's a little bit of distance and plenty of all these ground terrains that they could still hide from. If they still have smokes, they could buy a little bit more time and space. But heading into phase 6, things are going to be a little bit more difficult from here on. As time pushes the rest of Geek Fam deeper into the cut, and that's where they get tagged out by BN United.
Yeah, and United have been fixated, their eyes upon Geek Fam, and finally, you know, no way, no chance of entry. That's the only way. In a way, BN will feed on those points. They did a whole lot of work today, definitely showing us a different kind of gameplay, getting themselves away from the last few numbers. They are still getting points as we speak. In fact, they are carrying the most elimination points right now, 7. Oh, actually, it's a draw with GIDS, but they are still on the winning hand when it comes to the circle. They have more to focus upon on right now, and now trying to cook out a grenade, throwing to LGD. Will that hit? Tanking a little bit of damage.
Well, YZZ survives that, though. Silence goes for another one. Oh, just by the corner of the window pane, unfortunately. MVM trades onto Boom. Grenade warfare upon everybody out there. Oh my word, he does get Octa though. Another elimination point, and that will take out the entire squad out of Boom Esports. Now BN United finally get an eye onto YZZ. Oh, there's a little bit of a mislop there. Wouldn't know that he has crawled through. But LGD, they still have the most member on board. Well, of course, you still count YZZ to be alive. Same goes to BN United. These two teams have the best likelihood to close out the match. And BN United, they've worked so hard for today, I think they do deserve the win.
But I think there's going to be a challenge here from Sam9. They are coming at the back of Bound now. Now, this is a time where they can disturb Bound now, who's actually on the momentum. They are on this momentum in a sense where they keep on spotting people and getting elimination points after one another. But Adips and Harm will plan out a game here. And in fact, they have already started firing in a sense of their throwables. They're still going to build up the game. I'm not sure exactly when are they going to push in, but Harm cooking a nade knock now, crossing into areas of Bound now. Will that hit? Nope, it won't.
PN United just have too much of a leverage here. It's basically a fortress that they have. They don't even have to move. Meanwhile, LGD are slowly getting tagged up. And there's nothing much that they could possibly do from here. 7-9 hiding in plain sight. And I'm not even sure if they would be able to challenge PN United with so little members left. 2 versus 4. A little bit of standstill coming in from everybody else in this top 5 scenario. And we expect this population to deplete in moments time when the circle does shrink into phase number 8. Maybe we get phase 9 where everybody just come out here to party in the middle of very pure. Well, I'm pretty sure they're ready to make a splash.
Yeah. Just waiting for the next circle where it would end, because right now they are pretty much, you know what, I don't want to push, I got a circle. You're gonna come in. They're gonna wait for the time here. And looking to LGD, they are not gonna come out from these areas also. GIDS, don't know where else to squeeze into, and they have been spotted, knowing that they are moving currently. They have not a single place to be comfortable in, no compounds at all in the open. But yeah, we're gonna build it up, waiting for the last few moments of that circle.
LGD, the final PL team alive in this final matchup. Still hoping to close out the game strong. And BN United has given them so much leverage of time for some reason. That member that was knocked out early on, I believe it was like YZZ. He just crawled all the way back. And that's how safe these teams are playing, because every chicken dinner matters a whole lot, especially for the fans that have been supporting them all the way back at home from whichever Southeast Asian country or even from China. It's all about pride and glory as always. GID though, getting themselves into that sniper's nest. To know as couldn't wait any longer as he finds Adams taking a leap of faith.
Yeah, pretty much got it here, but similarly to what's happening to Yangon Galacticos, getting in the targets of booms. GID will spot one out, but he's not hitting the target just right. Yeah, 1 sec will get away within the second, but Adib's going to be the next one to try and get to the circle, but there will be enough time for him to jump down. Squeeze in the last few circles, and they're going to have a CQC right now. BN United versus Sam9, and they are taking the fights together and one at a time by the cover fire. Not only Harm left, will he be able to go? He brought 2 down. Now to find the rest of Bound now.
And then he did manage to push through, but the damage has been done. BN United, they do not have the numbers now. And LGD has been prying for this moment, and they will take this glimpse of points whenever they can. Silence the only one left for inside of BN United. They did get themselves 8 takedowns in this matchup. Is it going to be enough, though, to close out the game? LGD, 4 members left. 1 more grenade to send Yangon Galacticos out of match in top 4. And GD hoping to make the final push against LGD as well as BN United. 2 more members of BN survived, crawled into the hut, and there's a salvation here, but it's phase 9. It will close in.
It's gonna be painful. They gotta heal up quickly. But LGD knows the fact that Bound now managed to survive from that. Now gonna cook a grenade. Silence might just hit the target, but Snitchill being very sneaky, getting the target straight onto right in front of the friends. Yeah, and they know exactly what to feed on. Elimination points really matters now. Snitchill going to go for another nade. Will that hit the target here? CC will still run away from that.
Now it's down to Genesis Dogma versus LGD. 3 versus 3 is where we're at. LGD on the side of PEL, they're slowly crawling forward. And Abot, he's hiding by the bush. He doesn't spot him. MVM, does he know? He doesn't even spot it out. And this is the opening pick coming in from the side of the Indonesian squad. They bought now, getting traded back. Suki now having the SMG in hand. He does bring the Vector into play. The shout damage on Mitchell, and he's going to be on the ground into the smoke since he's spraying. And it will be just his time on GD to end the final match here in the PMRC. Bring one back for Indonesia.
Indonesia sealing the deal, cleaning up. And there you go, a chicken dinner for Genesis Dogma. And they are pretty much happy right now for their country, bringing home this last chicken dinner in PMRC. Wow.
What a fight that was.
I know,
It
right?
took so long for all the teams here to get convincing picks. It required the circle to force everyone from the outskirts into the playing territory. And GD, they didn't even expect that they will surf over on the top side. But once it does, look at how much ground game they have that they have been able to cover up.
Yeah, they were the ones who weren't comfortable. They didn't have compound at all. They were in the open. And this is the highlights that ended
This
the
itself.
hopes of Nova.
That force shove coming in from the Infinity was the wild card picked out of the deck that has surprised Nova Esports. And this itself was so shocking, and we have never expected the hot drop to come in. Gatka of all regions. It's a 50-50 chance, and they snagged that VSS for victory.
Yep, definitely. I mean, it was something that really, it was a double-edged sword, and it's a win-win situation, at least for Infinity. But Nova probably did not expect that. But anyways, this last circle was actually quite difficult. So looking at the terrains, there was a few teams who were stuck by the cliffs. They tried to get back up, but you see, even the CQC can't see because there's another team that was prying towards these areas, trying to pierce through the bullets into the players ahead.
And we thought that both BN United as well as LGD has the best chance because of the numbers that they have.
Yeah, right.
And by the time it all closes out, like GD, they were so ready to basically fight everybody who just came out of the pier into the woods, and of course they turned wood into a plate of. Actually, it doesn't make sense. I'm gonna take that one back, but they did get themselves. Oh, well, use the wood to cook some chicken dinner. You know.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
Makes more sense.
Oh, probably.
Just trying to save myself.
Or,
anyways,
yeah. Picking some berries, probably making the jam. But yeah, this is a team to focus, or let's just say the teams that made the best out of the best chicken dinner of the last match, which is GD, GID, and LGD. We saw who were the top four, and because of that, they managed to get themselves 13 elimination points. Not falling too far behind is a draw actually for LGD and BN, each of them bringing home the same elimination points, different survival points though, with just 1 point away from one another. And Boom also trying to catch with the points. Yeah, I think Boom and GDGID probably trying to, you know, like, I'm going to go first or you're going to go first, because currently in Indonesian is these two teams neck on neck with one another.
Exactly, yeah. And GD, GID have been able to show up when it comes down to the very final game, and it was Booms that have dealt significant damage throughout the course of the run, earning himself 5.5 MVP points along the way. It was all about close quarter battles that have mattered inside of this matchup, especially inside of the third tier. But we see a lot of interesting instances, especially for Rivals versus Geek Fam.
Yeah, right.
And then you have BN United
from
afar. It's like, hey guys, we're at the beach. Like, what do we do at the beach? Let's go sightseeing. Oh, somebody's on the bridge.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess I'll say hello, right?
Yeah.
And here we go. Top 3 eliminators of the day 4 run. It has to be New Zealand at #1 spot. And second place is going to be his teammate Mela, that has been able to supply him with enough firepower to book out as well. And on third spot, though LGD may not be making themselves into the top 2 position, look at MVM, who have taken down 35 players in the span of day 4.
Yeah, man, that's a whole lot of numbers talking about. looking into it. But here we go. Overall rankings, we know who is the champion. And congratulations to the Land of Smiles. Thailand bringing home with 191 in the bag with 3 amazing chicken dinners. But I'm just only looking at the elimination points. It's just crazy.
Congratulations to the champions, the Infinity. Of course, runners-up, Nova Esports, NV, to be taking home the second place finish. Big in time. That despite not getting those chicken dinner, they have been able to still hold on to that third spot. And look at this finishing move coming out from This Is Dogma, securing that chicken dinner and now put themselves into top 4. And followed by that, it's Boom Esports.
Yeah,
top 5.
They finally did it. I mean, like, finally to get closer. But honestly, GDGID decided to take that in the back and having that target and focus in hand, but still not disregarding all these other teams who upgraded themselves, which is LGD and of course FaZe Clan, another team that actually pushed themselves up, including that. But champion, here we go, Infinity from the Land of Smiles, bringing home our 6,000 USD home for them.
That's right, these are your champions that have been able to dominate the entirety of the competition here in the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash. As we have Mela and of course Newsy being the ones that have been carrying this team forward. On top of that, we've seen a lot of all these other players that have been able to step up to the plate. Logan, that has been also been supplying them with a lot of great calls into most of all these matchups. And what can I say? Thailand definitely supplies some of the best players in the world, and they all currently reside in the same house of the Infinity.
Yeah, just chuckling a bit because somebody's very happy in the house right
now.
now.
We do have a producer here with a jersey flexing out.
Yeah. Just flexing
of course,
out.
I'm pretty sure he's going to be absolutely ecstatic about this victory for the team. But here are the top performers of Day 4 as we see a whole lot of names from Indonesia basically having the best of time for today.
Yeah. They brought home 5 chicken dinners as a whole. This is pretty much a record-breaking for them. Even though they didn't win the champion, they had a good fight with a whole lot of the teams and showing the proving of like what Contra said earlier, that one particular chicken dinner carried home was pretty much a signature, was Booms initially had that pretty much in the back. But yeah, there you go. Those are the results. But here is our FMVP where we kind of predicted. It is Newsy, the man, the one and only with 49 eliminations.
And just take a look at the damage numbers. That's 100K. It's over 9,000, ladies and gentlemen. And undoubtedly the best player on the block. You want close range, you want long range, he's got you covered all the way up to 284 meters.
Yeah.
And you know what this means, right? Like, says Jenny, not only did Thailand manage to get themselves the top spot over on the bracket, this also means a win for the Southeast Asia region entirely for this regional clash. But of course, great work coming from China and of course all the representatives of the PL side, where we've seen great effort being displayed by Nova Esports. So far, of course, all glory to the Infinity, and of course, congratulations once again to Newsy.
Yeah, Newsy went a long way back. He's like a season 1 player. We saw him grew, you know, he had, but of course that eyeliner thing is always on him.
Always mysterious.
It's just different hairstyle that he has, but yeah, it has.
You sound like a big fan already.
Oh, you should know. But actually the lineup didn't change at all. This is the name that changed, right? Contra. It's just the name of the team. They have been playing for the longest time. And it's definitely a pack on the back.
I feel like the name of the team has been kind of the same, just the logo changed a little bit, a little edgier.
Yeah, they were initially. But you know what? This is also another calling for the Thailand region, because we know for a fact that Vampire did very well in PMWI, a double champion. But you know who is ready? Somebody online for us. We got an interview.
That's right, of course. We will not be getting the interview, unfortunately, but that basically wraps up the entirety of the run of the PMRC. We thank you all for tuning in, and of course, make sure you hit that like, follow button wherever you see it on our PUBG Mobile official streaming pages. And we hope to see you guys soon for another epic clash heading your way. For now, it's Contra as well as Sis Jenny, and we'll be signing out for now. See you next time, and of course, all the best on your chicken dinners.